Chapter 27. Lorraine had let Serilda borrow a saddle, despite her admonishments that to try to ride home in this weather was ludicrous. Serilda insisted that she had to go, though she couldn't bring herself to explain why. Images of the hunt kept returning to her in flashes. One moment her father was there, and the next he was gone. She didn't even know where they had been when it happened. She didn't know where the hunt had taken her, how far they had traveled. But she knew that if Papa was all right, he would have gone home. He might be waiting for her even now. She pulled on Zelig's reins, pausing beneath the shelter of Adelheide's city gate. The rain had let up somewhat, but she had already lost the warmth from the inn's fire. She knew it wouldn't be long before she was shivering, dampness seeping into her skin. Father would chastise her, warn that she would catch her death. Oh, how she hoped he would be there to chastise her. She peered out toward the dirt road stretching past the town. The rain had turned much of it to mud, battering down the thick brush on either side. Straight ahead, the road disappeared into the ashen wood, the gray line of trees mostly hidden behind a shroud of fog. Home lay in that direction. She would not hurry Zelig, knowing he must still be sore from the hard ride the night before. But even at his slow pace, they could reach home in a couple of hours at most. But it would mean going through the forest. Or they could keep to the main roads that traverse the edges of the woods, meandering west through flat fields and farmlands, before eventually turning south for a straight path toward Nordenburg. It was the route that the chicken cart had taken, and she knew it would take much longer. She might not make it home before nightfall. She didn't even know if Zelig had the strength to carry her all that way. Zelig snorted and thumped his hoof impatiently against the ground while Serilda considered. The forest was not welcoming to humans. Yes, they might pass through on occasion. Generally without harm, even. But that was under the relative protection of an enclosed carriage. With just Zelig, slow as he was, she would be vulnerable, a temptation to the creatures that lurked in the shadows. The dark ones might be hidden behind the veil, but the forest folk were not always known for kindness either. For every tale of a headless ghost stalking the night, there were 20 of mischievous land wights and curmudgeonly imps wreaking havoc. Thunder crooned overhead. Serilda did not see the lightning, but she felt the charge on the air. Her skin prickled. A moment passed before the skies opened and another downpour ravished the countryside. Serilda scowled at the sky. "Honestly, Solvild," she muttered, "what a time to water your garden. You couldn't wait until tomorrow?" The sky did not respond, nor, for that matter, did the god. It was an old myth, one of countless tales that blamed the gods for everything. Rain and snowstorms were the fault of Solvild. Uneven stitches on a piece of embroidery were a trick of Hulda. A plague, the work of Velos. Of course, as Virdith was the god of fortune, nearly everything could be placed on their shoulders. It hardly seemed fair. "All right, Zelig, we'll be fine. Let's go home." Tightening her jaw, she flicked the reins, and they set off toward the ashen wood. The storm offered no mercy, and by the time the road met the tree line, she was once again soaked through to her chemise. Zelig froze at the edge of the forest, great gobs of rainwater splattering onto the muddied road, while before them, the trees' shadows disappeared into mist and gloom. Serilda felt a tug behind her navel, like a rope was tied to her insides, gently pulling her forward. She inhaled sharply, her breath wavering. She was simultaneously repelled by the woods and drawn to it. If the trees had a voice, they would have been chanting a dark lullaby, calling her closer, promising to envelop her and keep her. She hesitated, gathering her courage, feeling the tendrils of old magic reaching out to touch her before vanishing in the gray light of day. The woods were both living and dead, hero and villain, the dark and the light. There are two sides to every story. Serilda was dizzy with fear, but she gripped the reins and dug her heels into Selig's side. He whinnied loudly and reared his head. Rather than trotting forward, he backed away. "Go on now," she encouraged, leaning forward to pat the side of his face. "I'm here." She urged him forward again. This time, Selig lifted up onto his hind legs with a desperate squeal. Serilda cried out, clutching the reins tighter to keep from being thrown off. As soon as his hooves hit the dirt again, Selig turned and bolted away from the woods, back toward Adelheid and safety. "Selig, no!" she shouted. At the last minute, she was able to swerve him away from the city gate, heading toward the western road instead. He slowed to a canter, though his breaths were still quickened. With a frustrated groan, Serilda glanced back over her shoulder. The woods had been swallowed up again in mist. "Suit yourself," she grumbled. "We'll go the long way." The rain stopped somewhere before Fleck, but Serilda did not dry out the entire ride. Dusk was approaching by the time Märchenfeld finally came into view, tucked into its valley by the river. Though equal parts cold and miserable, Serilda was overcome with happiness to be home. Even Selig's steady clumping steps seemed to pick up at the sight. As soon as they reached the mill, she tied Selig to the hitching post, promising she would be back with his supper, and ran into the house. But she had no sooner opened the door than she knew Papa wasn't home. There was no fire in the hearth, no food simmering in the pot. She'd forgotten how barren they'd left the house, having sold off so many of their belongings before leaving for Mondbrook. It felt like entering the home of a stranger. Cold, abandoned, decidedly unwelcoming. A loud grinding noise drew her attention toward the back wall. It took her exhausted mind a moment to place it. The mill. Someone was operating the mill. "Papa," she breathed, running back outside. Selig watched drowsily as she scampered through the yard, hopping over the gate that surrounded their small garden, and rushed around to the grist mill. She yanked open the door and was greeted by the familiar smell of grinding stone and timber beams and rye grain. But she stopped cold again, her hopes crashing to the wooden planks at her feet. Thomas glanced up from adjusting the millstones, startled. "Ah, you're back," he said, starting to smile, though something in Serilda's expression must have given him pause. "Is everything all right?" She ignored him. Her gaze darted around the mill, but no one else was there. "Serilda?" Thomas took a step toward her. "I'm fine," she said, the words automatic. They were the easiest lie, one that everyone told from time to time. "I'm glad you're home," said Thomas. "I was having some trouble with the water gate sticking earlier, and thought your father could offer some suggestions." She stared at him, fighting back tears. She'd had so much hope. Miserable, unfounded hope. Swallowing, she gave her head a shake. "He's not home." Thomas frowned. "He stayed in Mondbrook. I had to return to help with the school, but Father... The work isn't finished yet on the town hall, so he wanted to stay." "Ah, I see. Well, I'll just have to figure it out myself then. Do you know when he plans to be back?" "No," she said, digging her fingernails into her palms to keep away the threatening tears. "No, he didn't say." Serilda waited for him. She remembered smelling sea salt in the air during the hunt. He could have fallen as far away as Winter Court for all she knew. It could take days, even a week, and that was if he was able to find transportation. He likely had not had coin with him. He might have to walk. If that was the case, it might take even longer. She clung tightly to these hopes and tried to keep up appearances in town. Everyone was so busy preparing for Ostrig's Day that no one paid her much attention. She feigned an illness to keep from going to the school. She spent her days going through the mindless motions of sweeping out their house, sewing a new dress for herself, as the few articles of clothing she owned had been left behind in Mondbrook, and spinning, when she could stand it. She spent many hours staring at the horizon. She could not sleep at night. The house was too eerily quiet, with no rumbling snores coming from the next room. When Thomas had questions about the mill, she told him that she would write to her father and let him know once she'd heard a response, even going so far as to walk into town to post the fake letter. When she saw Nachtkrop, she threw stones at them until they flew away. They always came back. But her father never did. Ostrig's Day. The spring equinox. Chapter 28. She had been dreading this visit all week. Had, on more than one occasion, tried to persuade herself that it was not necessary. But she knew that it was. She needed to know more about Adelheid. She needed to know when and how and why the Erlking had claimed the castle. What had happened to leave its walls haunted by so many brutally murdered spirits? Whether or not there had been a royal family who had ever lived there, and what had become of them. She needed to know when and how the citizens of Adelheid had entered into this strange relationship, in which they prepared a feast on the equinox in exchange for the hunt leaving them and their children alone. She didn't know which answers, if any, would be useful to her, which was why she would learn as much as she could. She would arm herself with knowledge, because knowledge was the only weapon she might hope to wield against the Erlking, the man who had taken her mother, who left her father to die in the middle of nowhere, who thought he could imprison Serilda and force her into servitude, the man who had killed so many mortals, stolen so many children. Maybe there was nothing she could do against him. In fact, she was rather certain there was nothing she could do against him. But that would not stop her from trying. He was a blight of evil on this world, and his reign had lasted for far too long. But first, she would have to deal with another blight of evil. Taking in a bracing breath, Serilda lifted her fist and knocked on the door. Madame Sauer lived less than a mile from the schoolhouse, in a one-room cottage surrounded by the nicest garden in all of Märchenfeld. Her herbs, flowers, and vegetables were the envy of the town, and when she wasn't educating the children, she could usually be heard lecturing her neighbors on soil quality and companion plantings, mostly unsolicited advice that Serilda suspected went largely ignored. Serilda did not understand how someone with such a dismal personality could coax such life from the earth. But then, there were many things in this world that she did not understand. She did not wait long before Madame Sauer yanked open the door, already wearing a scolding look. "Serilda, what do you want?" She attempted a withering smile. "Good day to you as well. I'm looking for that book that I added to the school's collection. A few weeks past. I could not find it at the schoolhouse. Might you know where it is?" Madame Sauer's gaze narrowed. "Indeed, I've been reading it." "I see. I'm so sorry to have to ask, but I'm afraid I need it back." The woman's lip curled. "You did steal it, didn't you?" Her jaw clenched. "No," she said slowly. "It is not stolen. It was borrowed. And I now have the opportunity to return it." With a loud huff, Madame Sauer stepped back and threw open the door. Thinking this might be an invitation, though it wasn't entirely clear, Serilda took a hesitant step inside. She had never been in the schoolmistress's house before, and it was not what she'd expected. It smelled strongly of lavender and fennel, with bundles of various herbs and flowers hung to dry by the hearth. Though Madame Sour kept the schoolhouse tidy as a toadstool, the shelves and tables of her little home were littered with mortars and pestles, bundles of twine, dishes overflowing with pretty colored rocks and dried beans and pickled vegetables. "I have the utmost respect for libraries," said Madame Sour, picking up the book off a small table beside a rocking chair. She spun back to face Serilda, brandishing the book like a mallet. "Sanctuaries of knowledge and wisdom that they are. It is most shameful, Miss Mahler, most shameful indeed that one would dare to steal from a library of all places." "I didn't steal it," said Serilda, puffing out her chest. "Oh?" Madame Sour opened the front cover and held it up so that Serilda could see the words written in dark brown ink in the corner of the first page. "Property of Professor Frida Fairberg and the Adelheid Library." She snarled. "I didn't steal it," she said again. "Professor Fairberg gave it to me. It was a gift. She didn't even ask that I return it, but I planned to anyway." She held out a hand. "May I have it back, please?" The witch pulled the book away from her reach. "Whatever were you doing in Adelheid of all places? I thought you and your father had been traveling to Mondbrook all this time." "We have been traveling to Mondbrook," she said through her teeth. "My father is in Mondbrook at this very minute." The words only barely caught in her throat. "And you?" said Madame Sour, stepping closer while holding the book behind her back. She was shorter than Serilda, but her wrinkled glower made Serilda feel about as big as a mouse. "Where have you been returning from the day after the past 2 full moons? That is most peculiar behavior, Miss Mahler, and one I cannot accept as a harmless coincidence." "You don't have to accept anything," said Serilda. "My book, please." Her insides were quivering, more from anger than anything else, but it was also disconcerting to know that the schoolmistress had been watching. Or perhaps she was repeating the gossip from town. Perhaps other townsfolk had noticed her comings and goings, always around the full moons, and the rumors were beginning to circulate. "So that you can return it to Adelheid? Are you going there today? On the equinox of all days?" Her words dripped with accusation, and Serilda didn't even know what she was being accused of. "Do you want me to return it to the library or not?" "I'm trying to warn you," snapped the old woman. "Adelheid is a wicked place. Anyone with the slightest bit of common sense would do well to stay far away from it." "Oh? You've visited there often, have you?" Madame Sour faltered, long enough for Serilda to reach around and snatch the book away from her. She let out a disgruntled cry. "I'll have you know," Serilda added, "that Adelheid is a lovely town full of lovely people. But I agree that you should stay away from it. I dare say you would not fit in." Madame Sour's eyes blazed. "Selfish child, you are already a blight on this community, and now you will bring wickedness upon us." "This may come as a surprise to you, madam," said Serilda, her voice rising as her temper overcame her. "But your opinion is not required." Turning, she stormed from the house, slamming the door so hard behind her that Selig, tied to the fence post, gave a jump and a whinny. She paused, fuming, before she turned and thrust open the door again. "Also," she said, "I will not be attending the Ostrig's Day Festival. Please give the children my heartfelt apologies and tell them how very proud I am of their work on the god figures this past month." Then she slammed the door again, which was awfully satisfying. Serilda expected the witch to come charging after her, slinging more insults and warnings. Her fingers were shaking as she tucked the book into a saddlebag and untied the reins. It had felt good to yell, when she had been swallowing her enraged screams all month. Serilda hauled herself into the saddle and spurred the horse down the road toward Adelheid. She did not try to take the forest route, knowing that Selig would refuse again. As the sun traced its path across the sky, she was glad they had gotten an early start. It would be far into the afternoon by the time she arrived. She still thought of the hunger moon when the coachman had first appeared at her doorway. She had been nervous then, even a little excited. There might have been moments when she'd been afraid, but she realized now that she had not been afraid enough. She had approached it all like a great story and had loved every moment she'd spent telling the children about her exploits, knowing they only half believed her. But now her life was balanced precariously on the tip of a sword, and every direction was fraught with danger. Fate was closing in around her, and she couldn't imagine how to escape it. Her father was gone. She knew now that she could never escape the Erlking, not unless he chose to let her go. Eventually, he would find out the truth, and she would pay the price. And she knew she should be terrified. She knew it. But mostly, she was livid. This was just a game to the Erlking, predator and prey. But to her, it was her life, her family, her freedom. She wanted him to pay for what he had done, not just to her, but to countless families spanning centuries. She tried to use the long hours to concoct some sort of plan for this night. It wasn't as though she could just stroll up to the Erlking, grab his hunting knife, and plunge it into his heart. For starters, even if by some miracle she actually succeeded in such a plot, she wasn't even sure if that would kill him. She wasn't even sure he could be killed. But that didn't keep the fantasy at bay. At least, if she failed, she intended to go down with the drums and trumpets. For now, she tried to focus on practical measures she could take on this, the night of the springtide. But even then, her thoughts quickly became muddled. She knew she must try to sneak into the castle. She would find Gilded. If Lena was right, he would be alone. She needed to talk to him, to ask if he might know anything about her mother, to ask about the history of the castle, and if the Erlking had any weaknesses. And if she were being honest, she simply wanted to see him again. Thoughts of Gilded came with their own persistent fantasies. The last moments of the Crow Moon had been overshadowed by her fears for her father. But she could not think of Gilded without remembering that hasty kiss pressed against her lips, hungry and wanting, and then simply gone. She shivered at the memory, but not from cold. What had he meant by it? There was a small, quiet, practical voice that kept reminding her how much she should be dreading this return to Adelheid and its haunted castle. But the truth was, she wasn't dreading it. She wasn't dreading it at all. Because this time, she was returning of her own volition. She was Serilda Mahler, godchild of Virdith, and she would be controlled by the Erlking no longer. At least, that was what she tried to tell herself as her ancient steed clomped slowly, steadily along the road. Chapter 29. She had barely passed through the gates of Adelheid when it became clear that the springtide celebrations here were quite different from those in Märchenfeld. There were no banners dyed in pink and green hung over the windows and doors. Instead, the doors she passed were decorated with garlands made of bones. At first the sight made her shudder, but she could tell these were not human bones. Chickens and goats, she guessed, or perhaps even wild hares or swans from the lake, all strung with twine and left to dangle from pegs. When a strong breeze came through, they rattled musically against one another. A sorrowful chime. As the lake came into view, she saw a crowd gathered near the docks, but there was no cheerful music or robust laughter. Back home, the festivities would have been well underway by now, but the air here felt somber, almost oppressive. The only similarities were the tantalizing aromas of roasting meats and fresh bread. Serilda dismounted and walked Selig the rest of the way toward the docks, where a number of tables had been set up on the street beside the lakeshore. The townsfolk bustled about, focused on their tasks, as they set out a proper feast. plates of sausages and salted pork, rhubarb tarts drizzled with honey and fresh strawberries, hard cheeses and shelled chestnuts, sweet cakes and steaming hand pies, platters of roasted carrots, ramps, and buttered radishes. There was drink, too, kegs of ale, barrels of wine. It was lovely, and Serilda's stomach gurgled at the tempting aromas. But none of the townsfolk, helping to prepare the feast, looked at all excited about it. This feast was not for them. As Lena had described, as the sun set, the castle's residents would emerge and the streets of Adelheid would be overtaken by dark ones and spirits. Her attention went to the castle ruins, somehow still looking gloomy and gray despite the sunlight that glistened off the water's surface. Though at first the townsfolk were too busy to notice Serilda in their midst, eventually her presence started to draw attention. Murmurs followed. People paused in their work to stare at her, curious and suspicious. But not outright hostile, at least not yet. "Pardon?" hollered a voice, startling Serilda. She turned to see a young man pushing a cart toward her. She apologized and hastened out of his path. The cart was making an awful lot of racket, and as he pushed past her, Serilda peeked over the edge to see an assortment of live animals crowded inside. Hares and weasels and 2 small foxes, plus a cage full of pheasants and grouse. The man pushed the cart toward the bridge, where a group of men and women stepped forward to help him unload, leaving the birds inside their cage and tying the rest of the animals to a post. "Miss Serilda!" Lena ran up to her, a basket of sugared strudel in her arms. "You came!" "Hello again," she said, her stomach grumbling as the smell of sweet custard wafted toward her. "My, those look good. May I?" A look of horror crossed Lena's face, and she pulled the basket out of reach before Serilda had even lifted her hand. "It's for the feast," she hissed, lowering her voice. "Well, yes, I figured," said Serilda, glancing at the overflowing tables. Bending forward, she whispered, "I doubt anyone will notice?" Lena gave a hasty shake of her head. "Better not. It isn't for us, you know." "But do the hunters really have such impressive appetites?" Lena made a sour face. "Seems a waste to me, too." She approached the table, and Serilda shifted a few trays so Lena had a place to set the basket. "It must be vexing to work so hard only to give it away to the tyrants who lurk in that castle." "It can be," said Lena with a shrug. "But once everything is ready, we'll head home, and Mama always has some extras set aside for us. Then we'll spend the night reading ghost stories by the fire and sneaking glimpses of the feast of death through the curtains. It's positively horrifying, but also one of my favorite nights of the year." "You aren't afraid to spy on them?" "I don't think they care much about us, so long as we provide the feast and the game. Though last year I swear one of the ghosts looked up at me the exact moment I peeked through the curtains, like they'd been waiting for it. I shrieked, nearly gave Mama a heart attack. I was sent to bed after that." She shuddered. Didn't get much sleep, though. Serilda grinned. "What about Gilded? Have you ever seen him during your spying?" "Oh, no. All the gold shows up on the north side of the castle. We can't see it from the town. They say he's the only one who doesn't come out to the party, and maybe he's bitter about not being invited." "How do they know he's the only one that doesn't come?" Lena opened her mouth, but hesitated, her brow furrowing. "I have no idea. That's just how the story goes." "Perhaps the Gilded ghost is bitter about not being included, but I don't think he cares much for the dark ones, so it's probably just as well." "Did he tell you that?" asked Lena, eyes shining, eager for any tidbit of gossip from the walls of the castle. "Oh, yes. It isn't such a secret. He and the Erlking are not fond of each other." A teasing smile came over Lena's cheeks. "You like him, don't you?" Serilda tensed. "What?" "Vergoldetgeist. Your eyes turn extra gold when you talk about him." "They do? Serilda pressed her fingers to the corner of her eye. She'd never heard of the golden wheels changing before. Is that a secret? My eyes? No, Lena laughed. That you are taken with a ghost. Heat rushed into Serilda's cheeks. That's silly. He's helping me is all. She bent closer. But I do have a secret if you wish to hear it. Lena's eyes widened, and she leaned in. I've decided to go into the castle tonight, she said. When the Dark Ones are all at their feast, I'm going to sneak in and see if I can find the Gilded Ghost and talk to him. I knew it, Lena breathed. I knew that's why you'd come today. She bounced on the balls of her feet, though Serilda couldn't tell if she was excited or trying to keep warm as the sun sank into the lake. How are you going to get past the feast? I was hoping you might have some ideas. Lena bit her lower lip, considering. Well, if it were me... Lena! They both jumped and turned around. Serilda was sure they could not have looked any guiltier if they'd each been holding a piece of cake from the feast table. Hello, Mama, said Lena, as her mother picked her way through the crowd. Professor Fairberg has got 2 more baskets to bring down. Run on and help her, would you? Of course, Mama, Lena chirped before darting down the street. Lorraine paused a few feet from Serilda. I can't say I'm surprised to see you back here again, she smiled, but it wasn't the same cheery, dimpled smile she'd had before. If anything, she seemed a bit frazzled, which was to be suspected, Serilda supposed, given the occasion. Everyone seems so busy, said Serilda. Is there anything I can do to help? Oh, we're just about finished. Not a moment too soon, as per usual. She nodded toward the horizon, where the sun was just kissing the distant city wall. Every year I tell myself I'll be extra prepared. We'll be ready by noon. But somehow there's always more to do than I think. As she spoke, another cart arrived carrying yet more hunting game, mostly rabbits, from what Serilda could see. I wasn't expecting to see you until the full moon, said Lorraine. She started to walk along the feast tables, adjusting platters and small clay vases full of herbs. Has the Erlking requested your presence for the equinox as well? Not exactly, no, said Serilda. But Lena was telling me something of the feast, and I wanted to see it for myself. Besides, I have questions for the Erlking, and since he doesn't seem interested in conversation on the nights of the full moon, when he is busy with the hunt, I thought this might be a better opportunity. The mayor froze and stared at her as if she'd started speaking another language. You mean to have a conversation with the Erlking during the Feast of Death? She barked a laugh. Oh, dearest, do you not understand who he is, what he's done? If you approach him tonight of all nights to ask questions? She laughed again. You'll be asking him to skin you alive, to pluck out your eyeballs and feed them to the hounds, to tear your fingers off one by one and... All right, thank you. I see your point. No, I don't think you do. Lorraine stepped closer, all signs of mirth erased. They are not human, and they have no sympathy for us mortals. Can't you see that? Serilda gulped. I don't think he will kill me. He still wants gold from me, after all. Lorraine shook her head. You seem to be playing a game for which you do not know all the rules. Heed my advice. If the king is not expecting you tonight, then take a room at the inn and stay put until morning. Otherwise, you are risking your life for nothing. Serilda's gaze swept toward the castle. I do appreciate your concern, but you're not going to listen to me. Serilda pursed her lips apologetically. I have a daughter. You might be older, but I recognize that look all the same. Lorraine stepped closer, lowering her voice. Do not anger the Erlking. Not tonight. Everything must go perfectly. Serilda was startled by the vehemence in Lorraine's tone. What do you mean? Lorraine gestured toward the tables. You think we'd do all this to be good neighbors? She shook her head, a shadow eclipsing her eyes. There was a time when our children would go missing too. But our ancestors began tempting the hunt with this feast on the spring equinox, the gift of game to be hunted in our streets. We hoped to appease them, to gain their favor, so they would leave our city and our families alone. Her face pinched with distress. My heart aches, of course, for the loved ones who go missing from other towns, especially when I hear of innocent children being taken. I can only imagine the pain a parent would feel. But because of this feast, they are not taken from Adelheid, and I will not risk you interfering. But you are still afraid, said Serilda. You might have found a way to make peace with the Dark Ones, but you are still afraid of them. Of course I am afraid of them. Everyone should be. You should be far more afraid of them than you seem to be. Madam Meyer? Lorraine looked past Serilda's shoulder, then straightened as the librarian, Frida, hurried toward them with Lena on her heels. They're bringing out the god of death, said Frida. She paused with a smile at Serilda. Hello again. Lena told me you would be watching the spectacle with us. It's terrifying, but still a sight worth seeing. With us? Asked Lorraine. Frida flushed, but Lena stepped forward with a wily grin. I invited Frida to stay at the inn tonight. It's far too scary to be home alone during the Feast of Death. If it isn't any trouble, said Frida. Oh, no trouble at all. I believe we have spare rooms available for you and for the young miss. She glanced at Serilda. If you are planning to stay, that is. A room would be much appreciated. Thank you. Good. It's decided then. We should hurry, shouldn't we? Said Lena. It's getting dark. Indeed, it is. Lorraine started toward the castle bridge, where townspeople, many carrying lanterns as dusk claimed the city, had gathered around the tables and the leashed animals. Serilda lingered toward the back of their group. When Lena noticed, she slowed her steps so that Serilda could catch up. Why is she mad at you? Lena whispered. I don't think she's mad, just worried, Serilda answered. I can't say that I blame her. Ahead, a group of people carried what looked like a scarecrow painted up like a skeleton. Together, they attached it to a small plain boat waiting off the dock nearest the castle bridge, where Serilda had seen Lena and her friends playing all those weeks before. We make effigies of the gods, too, in Märchenfeld, she told Lena, so they can watch over the festival and give us their blessings. Lena shot her a baffled look. Blessings? She nodded. We give them flowers and gifts. It isn't the same here? With a cackle, Lena gestured toward the skeletal figure. We only make velos, and we give it to the hunters, along with all the quarry. You saw the hares and the foxes? Serilda nodded. They'll be released so the hunt can chase them through the city. Once they've all been captured, they kill them and throw the meat onto the god of death, and then the hounds have their feast. Serilda cringed. That sounds gruesome. Mama says it's because the Dark Ones are at war with death. Have been ever since they escaped Verloren. Maybe, said Serilda, or maybe this is one way he can get revenge. Revenge for what? Serilda glanced down at the girl, thinking about the story she'd told to Gilded about the prince slaying the huntress, Persta, and the god of death taking her spirit back to Verloren. But that was just a story, one that had woven itself in her mind's eye like a tapestry on the loom, each thread gradually adding to the image until the scene slowly took shape. It was not real. Nothing, she said. I'm sure your mother is right. The god of death kept the Dark Ones trapped in Verloren for a long time. I'm sure they're still resentful about it. At the front of the crowd, Madame Meyer started to make a speech, thanking everyone for their hard work and explaining to them why this night was so important, though Serilda doubted anyone needed reminding. At one point, She looked about to say something more, but then her gaze darted to Serilda, and she caught herself, instead stammering out something about breakfast at the public house tomorrow morning, in celebration of another successful feast. Serilda glanced up at the castle, wondering if Lorraine had been about to mention the town's resident benefactor, Gilded. She had a feeling that the breakfast was an annual tradition every bit as much as the preparation of this feast for the Dark Ones was, and that tomorrow all of Adelheid would gather around eagerly to see what gifts of gold their fishermen and divers brought home. "Lena," she whispered, "do you know who this castle belonged to before it belonged to the Erlking?" Lena frowned up at her. "What do you mean? Surely the Dark Ones didn't build it. It must have been the home of mortals at some point. Royalty, or at least nobility, a duke or a count, perhaps?" Lena curled her lips up close to her nostrils in a way that Serilda knew Madame Sour would have found most unseemly. It was an endearing, tough-thinking look. "I suppose so," the girl answered slowly. "But I don't remember anyone ever talking about it. It must have been a long time ago. Nowadays, it's just the Erlking and the Dark Ones. And the ghosts." "And Gilded," Serilda murmured. "Shh," said Lena, tugging on Serilda's wrist. "You aren't supposed to know about that." Serilda whispered a distracted apology as the mayor finished her speech. Candles and lanterns were lit, allowing her to more clearly see the effigy they had made. It hardly resembled the one she'd watched the children make for the Märchenfeld celebration. This likeness was taken seriously, cloaked in black robes and looking fearsomely realistic with its skull's head and sprigs of poisonous hemlock sewn to its hands. Would the hellhounds devour those, too? Would it not harm them? Maybe it strengthened them, she reasoned, kindling for the fires in their bellies. The figure was anchored to a tall wooden column and surrounded by alder branches, a nod to Erlking, the Alder King. As the last stripes of purple light began to fade, the townsfolk started toward their homes. Lorraine and Frida headed to the inn, walking, perhaps, a hair closer to each other than was strictly necessary. Lorraine occasionally glanced back, making sure Lena was following. "If you still wanted to get into that castle," Lena said, "I'd take a boat, row up along the far side of the drawbridge, then climb up the rocks just under the gate. It isn't as steep on that side, and you should be able to get over the rail." Lena gave Serilda instructions about which boat to use and when she should go. "As long as there's no one watching the gate, that is," the girl said. "Do you think there will be?" Lena shook her head, though she seemed uncertain. "Just don't go until after they've started the hunt. They'll all be so busy watching the games and eating our food, they won't even notice you." Serilda smiled. "You've been marvelously helpful." "Yes, well, don't get killed. Otherwise, I'll feel horrid about this." Serilda squeezed her shoulder. "I don't plan to." With a quick glance toward Lorraine and Frida, Serilda sidestepped into a narrow alley, disappearing into the shadows and separating herself from the crowd. She waited for the noise of footsteps and chatter to fall silent before peeking out from her hiding spot. Seeing the streets empty, she scurried quickly down to the docks, staying to the shadows as much as she could. It was easier on a night like this, when the people of Adelheid took their lanterns inside. Before her, the castle stood, a waiting monster perched above the lake. And then, the last sliver of sunlight fell behind the horizon. And all at once, the spell that kept the Erlking's castle hidden behind the veil slipped away like an illusion. Serilda gasped. If she had looked away for even a moment, she would have missed the transformation. One moment, hulking darkness, and the next, Adelheid Castle stood in all its glory. The watchtowers lit with flickering torches, the stained glass windows of the keep shimmering like jewels, The narrow bridge itself, its crumbling walls mended, now glistened beneath the light of a dozen torches reflected in the black water below. Seen like this, in such stark contrast to the ruins of a moment before, the castle was truly breathtaking. She had just reached the dock where Lena said she would find the boat that belonged to the wild swan, when a new sound echoed across the lake. The low, haunting bellow of a hunting horn. Chapter 30. Having nowhere to hide on the wide-open dock, Serilda flattened herself against the wooden boards and hoped that her cloak would disguise her in the shadows. The castle gates opened with a rumble and groan. She lifted her head high enough to watch them pour through. It was not a stampede, like she had come to expect from the wild hunt. But then, tonight was not a hunting moon. The king walked at the helm of their parade, while the dark ones fanned out behind him, some on horses and others on foot. Even from afar she could see that they were dressed in finery. Not sumptuous velvet gowns and feathered caps, like the royal family in Vereen might have worn. But in their own way, the hunters had prepared for an evening of revelry. Their jerkins and doublets were trimmed with gold, their capes lined with fur, their boots fastened with pearls and gems. They still looked as though they might commandeer a stallion and chase after a stag at any moment, but they were prepared to do so with unarguable elegance. The ghosts followed. Serilda recognized the one-eyed coachman and the headless woman. Their clothing remained the same as always, a bit old-fashioned and covered in their own blood. It was not long before the undead inhabitants of Adelheid Castle had filled up the bridge, pouring onto the road along the water. Some approached the feasting tables with delight, while many of the hunters gathered to inspect the game animals that had been left for their entertainment. Already the atmosphere was growing jovial. Some of the ghost servants took to pouring ale and wine and passing overflowing goblets among the crowd. A quartet of gore-splattered musicians struck up a song that was lively, if also a touch discordant to Serilda's ear, as if their instruments hadn't been tuned in a few centuries. Serilda strained to get a better look at the ghouls. Would she recognize her mother if she was among them? She knew so little about her. The inclination was to look for a woman close to her father's age, but no. She would have been in her early 20s when she went missing. Serilda wished she had asked her father more questions. What did her mother look like? Dark hair and a chipped tooth was all the information she had. What color were her eyes? Was she tall like Serilda was, or did she have the same small brown freckles like constellations on her arms? She searched the faces of every woman she could see, hoping to feel a surge of recognition, a surge of anything. But if her mother was among them, she couldn't tell. The howls of the hellhounds made Serilda duck again. On the bridge, the master of the hounds appeared, gripping a dozen leashes as the hounds strained and growled to get free. They had seen the quarry at the end of the bridge. "Hunters and spirits," rang the Erlking's voice. "The immortal and the lifeless." He took the crossbow off his shoulder and notched an arrow. A group of apparitions gathered around the trembling prey. The hunters on their horses gripped the reins, lascivious grins darkening their faces. "Let the hunt begin." The Erlking fired the arrow straight into the heart of the god of death. It landed with a sickening thump. Cage doors were thrown open. Ropes were slashed. The hounds were released. Terrified animals scattered in every direction. Birds flapped toward the nearest rooftops. Hares and ferrets and badgers and foxes scampered into yards, down alleyways, around buildings. The hounds gave chase, the hunters not far behind. A ruckus cheer erupted from the crowd. Wine splashed as goblets were toasted. The tempo of the music increased. She had never imagined a castle of ghosts could make so much noise or sound so cheerful. No, that wasn't the right word. Riotous was better. Serilda was amazed how much it reminded her of Ostrig's day in Märchenfeld. Not the hunting, but the joviality, the merriment, the celebratory air. If the Dark Ones hadn't been callous murderers, she might have wished to join them. As it was, she recalled Lena's warning to wait until they were distracted by the hunt before making her move. Staying as low as she could, she slowly crept forward. Though there were dozens of boats moored along the dock, it was easy to spot the one that belonged to the White Swan. It was not the biggest, the newest, the nicest, not that Serilda was a particularly qualified judge of boats, but it was painted the same bright blue as the front of the public house, with a white swan on the side. Serilda had never been in a boat before, much less unmoored and rowed one herself, and she spent perhaps far too much time staring down at the sun-faded wood benches and the fraying rope looped and knotted around an iron stand, trying to figure out if she should untie the rope before or after climbing in. And once she was in, how much would the boat sway under her weight, and how exactly was she going to use those 2 measly oars to steer herself around all the other boats squeezed in like sausages along this pier? She pulled the edge of the boat closer until it thunked hollowly against the dock. After another moment's hesitation, she sat down on the ledge and stuck her feet into the boat, testing its sway. It dipped low under the pressure, but buoyed easily back up. Exhaling, she clambered awkwardly inside, sinking down to the floor, where a small puddle of cold water soaked into her skirt. The boat didn't sink. So that was encouraging. It took another minute for her to unknot and unwind the rope. Then, using the end of one of the oars, she shoved away from the dock. The boat rocked treacherously and clunked time and again against the sides of its neighbors as she tried to steer it away. She cringed at every noise, but a boisterous archery tournament had started up as some of those who had not gone after the hunting quarry gleefully turned the god of death into a pincushion. It took her ages to get onto open water. The boat was an uncontrolled spinning top, and she was grateful that the lake's surface was relatively still. Otherwise, she would have been at its mercy. As it was, she found she had better luck using the oars to shove away from other boats than she did using them to actually row. But once she had left the confines of the narrow marina, she had no other choice. Situating herself with her back to the castle, as she'd seen the fishermen do, she took hold of both oars with tight fists and started to rotate them in stiff, awkward circles. It was much harder than it looked. The water resisted. The oars felt strange and unrelenting in her hands, and she was constantly forced to correct her course as the boat turned too far in one direction and then the other. Finally, a couple of lifetimes later, she found herself in the shadow of the castle just beneath the drawbridge. From this angle, the structure was huge and ominous. The walls and watchtowers stretched upward toward the star-dappled sky, blocking the moon from her view. Gigantic boulders made up its foundation, surrounded by gently lapping water, which might have been peaceful if not broken by the ghostly cheers of the revelers on the shore. Serilda paused and craned her neck, trying to see any place where she might safely land and be able to climb out. But it was so dark that all she could make out were glistening wet rocks, nearly indistinguishable from one another. After a number of attempts to run the boat ashore, Serilda was finally able to grab hold of a sharp-tipped boulder and loop the rope around it. She tied the best knot she could and hoped that the boat would still be here for her when she returned for it. Then she hoped that she would return for it at all. Tying her skirts to keep them from tangling underfoot, she scrambled inelegantly from the boat and started to climb. The rocks were slick, many covered with slimy moss. She tried not to think about what creatures might be hiding under the jagged stones, claws and scales, and sharp little teeth waiting for a vulnerable hand to slip by. She was doing a poor job not thinking about it. Finally, she made it to the lowered drawbridge. The bridge was empty, but she couldn't see much of the courtyard beyond the gate. and had no way of knowing if it was inhabited or not. "Oh well," she said with a bracing nod. "I've come this far." With a series of grunts and groans, she hauled herself up onto the bridge. She collapsed atop the planks in a heap, but quickly pushed herself up to all fours and glanced around. She saw no one. She sprang to her feet and dashed through the castle gates before throwing herself against the inside of the castle wall. She scanned the bailey, taking in the stables, the kennels, the collection of storage and outbuildings around its edges. She saw no one and could hear nothing beyond her own breathing, her own heartbeat, the distant thunking of arrows and the cheers and hollers that followed, and much closer snuffles and snorts from the Bachov in the stables. According to Lena's story about Vergoldetgeist, Gild would most likely be on the outer wall of the castle, perhaps in one of the towers facing the other side of the lake. She figured it would take a bit of guesswork to figure out how exactly to get up there. She had never been around to the back side of the castle, or on the outer walls at all, but she was starting to get a feel for how everything was laid out. She took a moment to scan the tops of the castle walls, but while there were flickering torches along the parapets, she saw no movement, and no Gild. She wanted to see him, was almost aching to see him, and she told herself it was because she needed to ask if he knew whether or not her mother might be among the king's court. It was a mystery that wouldn't stop gnawing at her. But there was another mystery gnawing at her, too. It hadn't been a part of her plan, but now, standing in the courtyard with those shimmering stained glass windows looking down at her from the castle keep, she wondered if she would ever have another chance to explore this castle while the veil was down and the court was absent. Perhaps a quick look, she told herself. She only wanted to peek behind that door to see the tapestry that had caught her attention. Then she would find Gild. It wouldn't take long, and she had all night. With another glance around, she scurried across the bailey and into the keep. Chapter 31. Somehow, the castle was even eerier on this side of the veil, with its tapestries and paintings and furniture all tidy and clean, fires burning in the hearths and torches lit in every corridor and chandelier. And yet, not a soul to be found. As if there had been life a moment ago, but that life had been snuffed out like a candle flame. By now she knew enough of the passages to find her way easily to the stairwell that led up to the Hall of Gods, as she'd taken to calling the room with the stained glass windows. She had only ever been in that hall during the day, when bits of glass were shattered, the leading broken, the decor made of fat, dusty cobwebs. It was different at night. The light came from the standing candelabras, not the sun, and while still lovely, the windows did not sparkle and gleam. Her steps were quick as she rounded the corner. The narrow hall stood before her, windows to one side, shut doors on the other. Chandeliers dripping with wax instead of spiders. The door at the far end was shut, but she could see a hint of light spilling out from the gap onto the floor. Even knowing the castle was empty, she moved cautiously, her feet padding into the soft carpet. Her pulse was a drumbeat in her ears when she reached the door, afraid that it would be locked, but when she pulled on the latch, it opened easily. She held her breath as it swung backward. The light she'd seen came from a single candle set onto a stone ledge just inside the door. She stepped into the room, letting her eyes adjust to the dimness. Her gaze fell on a curtain of sheer lace hung from the ceiling, draped around a cage in the center of the room. She froze. Cages were for animals. What kind of creature would be kept in such a room? She squinted, but could barely make out a lumpy form behind the bars, unmoving. Asleep? Dead? Holding completely still, she shifted her gaze to the wall where she had seen the tapestry. She frowned. The tapestry was there, but in a reversal of the mortal world, it was not pristine as it had appeared on the other side of the veil. Here, it hung in shreds. She could make out a bit of the background scenery, a lush garden at nighttime, lit by a silver moon and dozens of lanterns. In the garden stood the figure of a bearded man wearing an ornate doublet and a golden crown. But something was off about him. His eyes too large, his smile a toothy grimace. Serilda inched closer, even as quiet dread began to gnaw at her. Once her eyes adjusted to the dim candlelight, she froze. The tapestry did not depict the face of an honored king. It depicted a skull. A corpse dressed in fine regalia. The man was dead. Shaking now, she reached for one of the shreds of woven fabric and caught sight of a second figure, smaller and ripped in two, but clearly a girl, by her poofed skirt and ballooned sleeves and thick, ringlet curls. Her heart thundered. Could it be the girl from the locket? Serilda reached for the next scrap when, from the corner of her eye, a dark shadow lunged toward her. Her scream collided with its shrill cry. Serilda barely had time to raise her arms. The monster sank its talons into her shoulder, its shriek flooding her thoughts. And she was no longer in the castle. She was standing in front of the schoolhouse in Märchenfeld, or what had been the schoolhouse, recognizable for its yellow-painted shutters. But it was on fire. Black smoke filled the air. Serilda started to cough, trying to cover her mouth when she heard their screams. The children. They were inside. They were trapped. Serilda started to rush forward, ignoring the stinging in her eyes, but a hand grabbed her shoulder, holding her back. Do not be a fool, came the voice of the Erlking, preternaturally calm. You cannot save them. I told you, Lady Serilda. You should have done as I asked. No, she gasped, horrified. I have done everything you asked. Have you? The question was met with a low chuckle. Or have you been trying to sell me a lie? He spun her around to face him, his gaze bitter in its coldness. This is what happens to those who betray me. His face faded away, replaced with a cascade of images too grotesque to process. Papa's body face down in a field while scavenger birds picked at his insides. Anna and her two younger siblings locked in a cage while goblins jeered and stabbed them with sticks. Nickel and Fricks fed to the hellhounds, ripped to shreds by their merciless teeth. Lena and her mother, together as a flock of Nachtkrop, came at them again and again, their sharp beaks targeting their vulnerable eyes, their kind hearts, the hands that tried desperately to hold on to each other. Gild pinned like a moth to an enormous spinning wheel that whirred and whirred and whirred. A feral roar reached her across the plain of nightmares. The claws on her shoulders were torn away. The shriek was silenced. Serilda tried to climb back to consciousness, but the nightmares clung to her, threatening to drag her back. Somewhere, beyond the darkness, she could hear a fight, the Druid's angry hisses, the strikes and grunts of a battle. His voice, "You will not touch her again!" She didn't think it was possible, but Serilda managed to pry her eyes open. They immediately shut again, flinching away from the faint candlelight. But in that moment, she'd seen him. A figure armed with a sword, an actual sword. Except, instead of flashing silver and steel, it appeared to be made of gold. She squinted her eyes open again, lifting one arm to block her view of the candle. She was just in time to see Gild driving the weapon clean through the Druid's belly. A gargling sound, the stench of entrails. Another beat of wings, another deafening cry. She gasped. Gild! The second Druid dove for his head, claws dragging along his scalp. Gild roared and yanked the sword out from the first Druid's body. In one ferocious swing, he turned and cut off one of the second attacker's wings. The sound it made was agony and horror as it collapsed to the ground. Sitting back on its haunches, its one wing flapping uselessly, it hissed at Gild with its sharp, pointed tongue. Fury twisted Gild's face as he lunged, stabbing it in the chest where a heart might have been. The druid's hiss turned into choking. Black liquid spilled from its mouth as it slumped forward onto the blade. Panting hard, Gild yanked the sword away, letting the druid crumple in a heap beside its peer. 2 grisly piles of bruise-purple skin and leathery wings. He stood for a long while, gripping the hilt, his eyes darting madly around the room. He was shaking. "Gild?" Serilda whispered, her voice hoarse from screaming. He spun toward her, wide-eyed. "What is wrong with you?" he yelled. She jolted. His anger helped her shed some of the lingering paralysis from the nightmares. "What? One battle with a druid wasn't enough?" He held his hand toward her. "Come on! There will be more coming. We have to go." "You have a sword?" she said, a little dazed, as he pulled her to her feet. To her surprise, and a bit of disappointment, he yanked his hand away from her the moment she was standing. "Yes, but I'm out of practice. We got lucky. Those things can torture me every bit as easy as they can torture you." He stuck his head out into the hall, making sure it was empty, before waving for Serilda to follow him. She started to, but they hadn't rounded the corner before her legs gave way and she collapsed against the wall. Gild wheeled back to her. "Sorry," she stammered. I can't stop shaking." Sympathy flashed across his features. Stepping closer, he took her elbow, infinitely more gentle than he'd been moments before. "No, I'm sorry," he said. "You're hurt. And scared." She hadn't been thinking about her shoulder, but once he mentioned it, she could suddenly feel the sting where the druid's talons had dug into her. "So are you," she said, watching as a slim trail of blood made its way down Gild's temple from the wounds in his scalp. "Hurt?" He winced. "It's not so bad. Let's keep moving. I'll help you walk." He carelessly tossed the sword off into a corner so he could support her around the waist, one hand gripping hers tight as they passed the stained glass windows and headed back down the stairs. He led her into the great hall and set her down in front of the fireplace. The Reuben-wrought wyvern peered down at them from its place above the mantel, eyes glittering with the light of 100 candle flames. Its lifelike appearance made Serilda uneasy, but Gild seemed hardly to notice it, and so she tried not to be bothered either. Kneeling, Gild reached for her forehead, as if he intended to check for a fever. But then he froze and reeled his hand backward, tucking it close to his chest instead. A flicker of anguish passed over his face, but was gone in an instant, replaced with concern. "How long did it have you before I got there?" Serilda started to sit up straighter, but again Gild's fingers flexed toward her. The movement was brief, before he was pressing both of his palms into his knees instead. She looked down at his hands, noting the way his fingers were clawed, his knuckles going white. I don't know," she said. "It happened so fast. What time is it?" "Maybe 2 hours after sunset?" "Not long then, I don't think." He exhaled a long breath, some of the worry clearing from his brow. "Good. They can torture you for hours until your heart stops, when you can't handle any more terror and you just sort of give up." He met Serilda's eyes. "What were you thinking going back there?" "How do you know I've been there before?" He reacted as if this was a ridiculous question. "After the Hunger Moon, when you were running for your life. Then you show up on the equinox when the king didn't even summon you and head straight back to that room of horrors?" Despite his lecture, Serilda felt her heart expand. "It was you, with the candelabra. You attacked the druid last time, too." "Of course it was me. Who did you think it was?" She had thought, had even hoped. But she hadn't been sure. Ignoring his frustration, she asked, "How did you find me? How did you know I was there? Gild rocked back on his heels, withdrawing inch by inch. I was in the gatehouse when I saw you creeping across the courtyard. He shook his head, and he looked pained when he added, I thought maybe you were looking for me. I was! He scowled, unconvinced, and rightfully so. I was going to, Serilda amended. I just thought this would be my best chance to see what's in that room. Why do you care what's in that room? Druids are in that room. I thought the castle would be empty. Everyone was supposed to be at the feast. He barked a laugh. Druids don't go to parties. And now I know that, she snapped, then tried to temper her irritation. If she could only make him understand. There's something in there. A tapestry. His expression became more bewildered. There are hundreds of tapestries in this castle. This one is different. On my side of the veil, it isn't destroyed like everything else. And when I went in tonight, there was a cage. Did you see it? She leaned forward. What would the Erlking be keeping that needs a cage? I don't know, he said, shrugging. More druids? She rolled her eyes. You don't understand. No, I don't. You could have been killed. Doesn't that matter to you? Something in his tone gave her pause, something bordering on panic. Of course I care, she said, quieter now. But I also feel there's something important. You said you can go anywhere in this castle. Don't you ever go in there? No, he said. Because again, and I cannot stress this enough, that is where the druids are, and it is a terrible idea to cross paths with a druid. I avoid them whenever I can, and you should too. She crossed her arms and pouted. She wanted to tell him she would, but the frustration from not having any questions answered, no mysteries solved, was nagging at her. What if they're protecting something? Something the Erlking doesn't want anyone to find? Gild opened his mouth, readying another glib retort. But then he hesitated. Frowning, he closed his mouth again, considering her. Then he sighed, his gaze falling to Serilda's hands. He shifted forward, and she thought he was going to reach for her hands, take them into his. Instead, he settled his palms on the lounge cushions on either side of her knees, careful not to touch her. The Erlking has his secrets, he said, but whatever is in that room, it isn't worth risking your life. Please, please don't try to go there again. Her shoulders fell. I won't go there again. Relief stole across his features. Unprepared. He tensed. Serilda, no, you can't. Where did you get a sword anyway? Gild glowered at the change of subject, then huffed and pushed himself to standing. The armory. Erlking keeps enough sharp, deadly things to arm an entire militia. I've never seen a golden sword before. Gild started to drag a hand through his hair, then paused and pulled it away, looking down at the smear of blood on his fingers. Here. Standing beside him, her legs no longer threatening to collapse, she lifted the corner of her cloak and reached for his brow. Gild flinched away. Hold still, it won't hurt. His gaze flashed to hers, as if insulted. But he didn't move again as she dabbed at the blood, already drying on his brow. Gold is a terrible choice for a weapon, he said, as she worked, his voice strangely distant, his gaze glued to her face. It's a very soft metal, dulls easily. But a lot of magic creatures are averse to gold, including druids. There, she said, letting the edge of her cloak fall. That's a bit better, though we'll need water to wash off the rest. Thank you, he murmured. Your shoulder? It will be all right. She glanced down to see the tears that the druid's talons had left in the fabric. I'm more worried about my cloak. It's my favorite, and I'm not the best at patchwork. His smile was hesitant. Then, as if suddenly realizing how close they were, he took a step back. Serilda felt a prickle of hurt. The last time she'd seen him, he'd been so eager to hold her hand, to embrace her while she cried, even to give her that frantic kiss. What had changed? "I didn't just come here to see that room," she said. "I did come to find you. As soon as I heard about the Feast of Death and that the king and his court would not be in the castle, I thought... I don't know what I thought. I just wanted to see you again, without being locked up with a pile of straw for once." He looked almost hopeful when she said this, even as he wrung his hands and took yet another step away from her. "Believe it or not, this is an important night for me." "Oh?" He smiled, the first real smile she'd seen on him all night. That impish, dimpled look again. "In fact, maybe you'd like to help." Chapter 32. "You spend all year making these?" said Serilda, crouched over the crate full of small golden trinkets. She picked up a figurine shaped like a horse, crafted entirely of braided gold wire, similar to the golden strands she'd seen him spin from straw. "That and saving your life," said Gild, leaning against the parapet. "I like to keep busy." She sent him a good-natured glare. Standing, she peered over the wall's edge, down at the rocks far below and the lake reflecting a path of moonlight. "What do you suppose the Erlking wants the gold for?" she asked. "Somehow I doubt his motives are as benevolent as yours." Gild scoffed. "Indeed, I suspect a few of these pieces will go toward paying off the feast he's enjoying right now." He did not try to hide his resentment. "And yet," added Serilda, "what need does he have for riches?" Gild shook his head, staring down at the rocks, though it was too dark to see the pieces they'd already tossed down for the divers and fishermen of Adelheid to find. "I don't know. He was storing it in the undercroft beneath the keep. I popped in every once in a while to see if it had been moved, but he didn't seem to be doing anything with it. Then, after the crow moon, I went in one day and it was gone. All of it." He shrugged. "Maybe he was worried I was going to try to steal it. I may have been planning as much." His eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief, but it was quickly doused. "But I don't know where he's moved it to, or what he wants it for. You're right, though. I've never known him to take an interest in human riches before. Or really anything other than hounds and weapons and the occasional feast. And servants he enjoys being waited on." "Are all the servants ghosts?" "No. He also has the kobolds, the goblins, the Nachtkrop." She pressed her lips together, wondering if she should tell Gild that the Nachtkrop had been watching her ever since the start of the new year. Not that it mattered now. She wouldn't be trying to run away again. "Are you one of his servants?" she asked instead. He glanced at her, eyes glittering. "Of course not. I'm the poltergeist." She rolled her eyes. He seemed far too proud of his role as the resident troublemaker. "Do you know what they call you in Adelheid?" His grin brightened. "The Gilded Ghost." "Exactly. Did you come up with it?" He shook his head. "I don't remember when I had the idea to start leaving gifts for them. I did it at first to amuse myself, and wasn't entirely sure anyone would ever find them here on the backside of the castle. Not many people like to venture close to a haunted castle, after all. But when someone discovered a few of the presents, they all started coming back for more. It's my favorite time of the year, after Ostrig's Day, when I can stand up here and watch them searching for the gold below. It's the only time people are close enough for me to hear them. And I remember a long time ago hearing them talking about their benefactor. Their Goldetgeist. I figured they had to mean me. And I want them to know the ghosts in this castle aren't cruel." "They know," she said, taking his arm. "It's largely because of your gifts that Adelheid has flourished all these years. They're very appreciative, I assure you." Gild smiled, but it was suddenly tight as he extricated his arm. Taking the horse figurine, he paced farther down the wall. Serilda's heart sank. "What's wrong?" His expression was all innocence as he turned back to her. "Nothing's wrong." He reeled back his arm and threw the horse toward the lake. Serilda leaned over the wall, but it was too dark to see much. She heard a quiet plink plink as the horse hit the rocks, followed by a splash. "I like to spread them out," he said. "Some in the water, some on the rocks. Makes it kind of a game, you know. Everyone likes games." Serilda wanted to mention that the townsfolk probably liked the gold more than the game, but she didn't want to ruin his fun. And it was sort of fun, she realized, as she took a golden butterfly and a golden fish and tossed them out onto the rocks below. While they worked, Serilda told Gild more about Lena and Lorraine and Frida, the librarian. Then she told him about Madame Sour and the schoolhouse and her 5 favorite children in the world. She did not tell him about her father. She didn't trust herself not to start crying. Gild seemed as eager to hear her stories, real stories for once, as he'd been to hear the tale of the stolen princess, and Serilda realized he was starved for news of the outside world, for human connection, not just physically, but emotionally, too. It didn't take long before the crate was empty, but they made no move to leave, content to stand side by side, looking out at the calm waters. "Do you have any friends here?" she asked, tentatively. "Surely you must get along with some of the other ghosts." He shifted away, idly pressing a finger to the wound on his head. "I suppose. Most are nice enough. But it's complicated when they're not—" He searched for the right word. "When they aren't exactly their own masters?" Serilda turned to face him. "Because they're servants to the Erlking and the Dark Ones?" He nodded. "It isn't just that they're servants, though. When he takes a spirit for his court, he takes control of them. He can make them do whatever he wants. There's enough of them now that most of them are more or less left alone, unless someone's unlucky enough to be one of the king's favorites. Sometimes I think Manfred would rather stab his other eye than take one more order. But what choice does he have?" "Manfred, that's the coachman, isn't it?" He nodded. "He's sort of become the king's best man, to his endless chagrin, I think, though I've never heard him say as much. Capable to a fault." "What about you?" He shook his head. "I'm different. I've never had to follow orders, and I don't know why. And I'm grateful for that, of course. But at the same time, being different makes you an outcast." He fixed a look on her, surprised, but Serilda just smiled. "Exactly. It's hard to be close to someone when you can't trust them. If I tell them anything, I risk it being reported back to the king." Serilda licked her lips, a motion that caught Gild's attention before he quickly turned his gaze back toward the lake. Her insides fluttered, and she couldn't help but think of the last time she'd seen him, when he'd kissed her, quick and desperate, then vanished. Standing so close to him now, the memory made her dizzy. She cleared her throat and tried to shake it away, reminding herself of the question she'd most wanted to have answered tonight. "I know all the ghosts here died horrible deaths," she said carefully. "But did they all die here, in the castle? Or does the king collect them from his hunts, too?" "Sometimes he brings in other spirits, but it's been a while. I think maybe the castle was starting to feel a bit crowded for his taste." "What about maybe 16 years ago? Do you remember a woman spirit being brought back?" Gild frowned. "I'm not sure. The years tend to all run together." "Why?" She sighed and told him the story her father had told her about her mother being lured away by the hunt when Serilda was just 2 years old. When she was finished, Gild looked sympathetic, even as he shook his head. "Most of the ghosts I know have been here as long as I have. He does occasionally bring spirits that he found on the hunt, but it's difficult for me to keep track of time." 16 years. He shrugged. I suppose she could be here. Can you describe her? She told him what her father had told her. It wasn't much, but she thought the chipped tooth would be memorable, at least. When she was done, she could see that he was thinking hard. I can ask around, I suppose. See if anyone remembers leaving behind a baby girl. Her heart lifted. Would you? He nodded, but looked unsure. What was her name? Edonia Mahler. Edonia, he repeated, committing it to memory. But Serilda, you must know the king doesn't bring many spirits back from the hunt. Most of them he just... Disappointment scratched at Serilda's insides. She remembered the vision given to her by the druid of her father laying face down in a field. Leaves to die. His expression was so forlorn. I'm sorry, he said. Don't be. That would be better. I'd rather she was in forlorn at peace. She said it, but she didn't know if she meant it. You will try to find her, though, to see if she's here? If it will make you happy, of course. The comment surprised her, along with how simply he said it. She didn't know if his asking about her mother would make her happy. She supposed that depended on what he did or didn't learn. And yet, the thought that he might care about her helped warm some of those places that had gone cold inside. I know it isn't the same thing, he added, but I don't remember my mother either, or my father for that matter. Her eyes widened. What happened to them? He gave a soft, resentful laugh. I have no idea. Maybe nothing. It's another way I'm different. Most of the others remember something of their life before. Their families, what sort of job they did. Most of them worked here in the castle. Some even knew one another. But if I lived here, no one remembers me, and I don't remember them. Serilda started to reach for him, but then, recalling how he had pulled away every time she'd moved near, she clenched her hand into a fist and slumped against the wall instead. I wish there was some way to help you, to help all of you. I wish that every day. A cackling laugh echoed around them. Serilda stiffened and instinctively grabbed Gild's arm. Just a hobgoblin, he said, his voice low as he gave her hand a squeeze. They're supposed to patrol the walls once in a while, make sure that no one sneaks into the gatehouse and raises the drawbridge while everyone's in town. His tone held some humor in it. Serilda peered at him, skeptical. I got away with it 2 years in a row once, but I think I did him a favor, encouraging him to give them more responsibility. No one wants an idle hobgoblin around. Their idea of fun is to put out all the fires in the keep, then hide the kindling. You must get along great, then. He smirked. Hiding the kindling might have been my idea. The laughter turned to loud whistling, a jaunty tune that split through the night. It seemed to be coming closer. Come on, said Gild, tugging her back toward the tower. If it sees you, I can't trust it not to tell Erlking. They were halfway down the tower steps when Gild seemed to realize that he was still holding Serilda's hand. He immediately let go, dragging his fingers along the mortar lines in the wall instead. She frowned. Gild? He did not look back at her, but made a small questioning grunt. She cleared her throat. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I can't help but notice that you don't want to be touched tonight, and that's your choice, of course. It's just that before you always seemed... He paused so fast that Serilda nearly crashed into him. What do you mean, I don't want to be touched? He said, spinning to face her with a tremulous laugh. She blinked. Well, that's certainly how it seems. You keep pulling away from me. You haven't wanted to be close to me all night. Because I can't, he stopped himself, inhaling sharply. He grimaced, as if biting back his reaction. I'm sorry, I owe you an apology. I know I do, he said, the words like a skittish rabbit darting between them. But I don't know how to say it. An apology? He squeezed his eyes shut. He looked a little bit like a petulant child who really didn't want to say he had done wrong, but would under threat of no dessert. I shouldn't have kissed you before, he said. It wasn't gentlemanly, and it won't happen again. Her breath hitched. Gentlemanly? She asked, her brain catching on one of the few words that didn't sting. He opened his eyes, clearly irritated. Despite what you might think, I'm not entirely without honor. But then he ducked his head away, his expression swinging almost instantly from annoyed to apologetic. I regretted it the moment I left you. I am sorry. Regretted it. These words alone were enough to curdle every last fantasy Serilda had entertained these past weeks. But rather than let them sadden her, she took hold of the second emotion that cropped up in their wake. Anger. She crossed her arms and walked down a few more steps so they were at eye level. Why did you then? I wasn't encouraging you. No, I know, that's exactly it. His hands flailed, though his anger seemed to be matching hers stride for stride. Which was ridiculous. What did he have to be angry about? I don't expect you to understand, and I won't try to make excuses. I'm sorry. That's all there is to say. I disagree. I think I'm owed some explanation. It was my first kiss, I'll have you know. He groaned, running a hand down his face. Don't tell me that. Oh, look at me, Gild. You can't possibly think I have a bevy of suitors waiting for their chance to sweep me off my feet. I'd gotten rather used to the idea of spinsterhood. His face contorted into something almost pained. He opened his mouth, but soon shut it again. Collapsing one shoulder against the wall, he let out a heavy sigh. It was mine, too. It was a quiet confession, one Serilda wasn't sure that she'd heard correctly. What? No, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if it's true, but if I ever did kiss anyone, I have no memory of it. So as far as I'm concerned, it was my first. And until I met you, I was sure I would never... He glanced at her, then quickly tore his gaze away. I cannot... to have met you. I thought it was impossible. I thought... His voice was flooding with emotion, and Serilda's pulse hiccuped. Suddenly she understood what he was trying to say. You've been alone, she said softly. You thought you'd always be alone. You asked me if I had any friends here, and I do like some of the other ghosts, care about them even. But I've never... His gaze became searching. I've never felt anything like this. I've certainly never wanted to kiss anyone before. And just like that, the spark of hope in her chest reignited. Even if realistically she knew it wasn't such a victory, to be compared to a bunch of undead spirits. I can imagine how hard this has been for you, she said, especially to think there would be no end to it. I can see how you might feel drawn to the first girl who... To me, she lifted her chin. For what it's worth, I'm not angry about the kiss. It was true. She wasn't angry, though she was still a little hurt. She had already known it to be true, but now it was confirmed. She could have been anyone. He would have felt desperate to touch anyone. She couldn't pretend otherwise, and though physical affection was not something to be forced, or to ever be stolen, it occurred to her in that moment that it might be a gift she was willing to give, not as payment, not as a bargaining chip, not because she felt guilty, but because she wanted to. Gild, she said softly. Stretching her hand forward, she slipped her palm against his and threaded their fingers together one by one. His whole body seemed to tense. I'm not expecting anything from you. I mean, I hope that if the Erlking continues to threaten me, you might continue to help. But besides that, it isn't as though I'm in love with you, and I know you won't ever be in love with me. His brow twitched into a furrow, but he didn't respond. I'm hoping that maybe we can be friends. And if a friend ever needed an embrace or to hold my hand for a while or just to sit and be together, I wouldn't mind. Gild was silent for a long time, staring at their interlaced fingers like he was worried she would pull away. She didn't pull away. She didn't disappear. Finally, he brought his other hand forward as well, so that her one hand was clasped tight between both of his. Leaning closer, he lightly rested his forehead against hers, his eyes closed. After a moment's hesitation, Serilda snaked her free arm up around his shoulders. He shifted his body closer. Then he lowered his head, their temples grazing. Her breath caught, as she half expected his lips to find hers. But instead, he nestled his face into the crook of her neck. A second later, and his arms had both come around her, pulling her body to his. Serilda inhaled deeply, searching for a scent that she would forever tie to this moment. She could still remember dancing with Thomas Lindbeck 2 years ago to this very night, and how he had carried the grassy scent of his family's farm with him. Her father always smelled of wood smoke and flour from the mill. But if Gild had carried a scent in life, it was gone now. Still, his arms were strong. The tickle of his hair against her cheek and his linen collar on her throat were real enough. They stayed that way for what felt like ages, and no time at all. Maybe she had taken his hand thinking she was doing him some sort of favor, but once her body melted into his embrace, she realized how much she'd needed this too. The sense that this boy wanted to be holding her as much as she wanted to be holding him. For a time, she thought she could feel his heartbeat drumming against her, until she realized that it was her own beating for them both. It was this thought that stirred her out of her cocoon. As soon as she started to move, Gild pulled away, and she was startled to see red around his eyes. He'd been so still, she hadn't realized he'd been crying. Serilda pressed her palm against his chest. "You don't have a heartbeat." "Maybe I don't have a heart," he said, and she could tell he meant it as a joke, and so she allowed herself to smile at the boy who craved an embrace as much as she did, who was literally weeping at the sensation of being held. "I doubt that." He started to smile, as if she'd given him a compliment. But the look was short-lived, as the haunting cry of the Erlking's hunting horn intruded on their sanctuary. They both tensed, their arms tightening around each other. "What does that mean?" asked Serilda, checking the sky, but it was still dark, no signs yet of dawn. "Are they coming back?" "Not yet, but soon," he said. "The hunt is over, and it's time to feed the hounds." Serilda grimaced, recalling Lena's description of how the hunters would throw the captured animals' carcasses onto the effigy of the god of death and let the hounds tear it apart. "Do you want to watch?" asked Gild. She made a face. "Not even a tiny bit." He chuckled. "Me either. Would you—" He hesitated. "Would you like to see my tower?" He looked so endearingly nervous, his cheeks flushing in a way that highlighted the wash of freckles, that Serilda couldn't temper her grin. "If there's time? We aren't far." Chapter 33. In the mortal realm, the upper room of the southwest tower had been barren and dusty. But on this side of the veil, Gild had created a haven for himself, with layers of rugs and furs on the floor, and some blankets and pillows no doubt pilfered from other rooms in the castle. A stack of books, a candlestick, and on one side of the room, a spinning wheel. Serilda crossed to the windows and peered out toward Adelheid. She caught a glimpse of the hounds fighting over the meat that had been hung from the effigy's body and quickly tore her gaze away. Her attention landed on the Erlking instead, as if his presence had an unavoidable magnetism. He stood apart from the crowd, standing on the very edge of the nearest dock. He was staring out at the water, his sharp features glowing beneath the light of the torches on the bridge. Unreadable, as always. His presence, even across the lake, was a threat, a shadow, a reminder that she was his prisoner. "Once his darkness has you, He does not like to let you go." Serilda shivered and turned away. She picked up one of the books. It was a small volume of poetry, though she was unfamiliar with the poet. It had been read so many times the pages were falling out of the binding. "Have you ever been in love?" Her head snapped up. Gild was leaning against the far wall. There was a tension in his stance, one bare foot flat against the wall in a forced mimicry of nonchalance. It took a second for the question to sink in, and once it did, Serilda guffawed. "What makes you ask that?" He nodded at the book. "It's mostly love poetry. Painful to slog through at times. All overwrought metaphors and flowery prose. Everything having to do with pining and yearning and longing." He rolled his eyes, reminding Serilda a little bit of young Fricks. "Why do you have it, then, if you despise it so much?" "There is limited reading material in this castle," he said. "And I notice you didn't answer the question." "I thought we'd established that there is no one in Märchenfeld who would ever be interested in me." "So you've said, and?" "I have questions about that too, but not being loved doesn't preclude someone from loving. It might have been unrequited." She grinned. "Despite your apparent disdain for this poetry, I think you're a romantic." "Romantic?" he balked. "Unrequited love sounds awful." "Absolutely horrid," agreed Serilda with another laugh. "But only a romantic would think so." She sent him a cheeky grin, and his frown returned. "You're still avoiding the question." She sighed, peering up toward the ceiling rafter. "No, I've never been in love." Thinking of Thomas Lindbeck, she added, "I thought I was once, but I was wrong." "Satisfied?" He shrugged, his gaze clouding. "I can't remember anything about my life before, and somehow I still have regrets about it. I regret not knowing what it's like to fall in love." "Do you think you might have been, before?" "There's no way to know. Although I feel like if I had been, then surely I would remember that, wouldn't I?" She didn't respond, and after a while he was forced to look up at her, to see her sly grin. "What?" he asked. "Romantic," he scoffed, even as his face pinkened. "Just when I'm starting to think I enjoy talking to you." "I'm not mocking you. I would be a hypocrite if I was. All my favorite stories are about love, and I've spent an inordinate amount of time thinking about what it would be like, and wishing." She trailed off, her pulse sputtering as she realized what dangerous territory she was treading into, with the only boy who had ever looked at her with something close to desire. "I know," said Gild, startling her. "I know all about wishing." She believed him. She believed that he did know. The pining and the yearning and the longing, the unbearable desire for someone to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, to press a kiss against the back of her neck, to hold her on long winter nights, to look at her like she was the one he wanted, the one he would always want. She didn't remember stepping close to him, but suddenly she was there, near enough to touch. But Gild didn't glance down at her lips this time. His focus was on her gold-spoked eyes, unflinching. "I don't think it's superstition that they're afraid of," he said. She froze. "What?" "All these boys that supposedly aren't interested in you because they think you'll bring them bad luck? Well, maybe that's true, but it has to be more than that." "I don't know what you mean." His hand came up to graze her cheek before he tenderly tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Serilda nearly dissolved. "I know I've barely met you," he said, his voice fighting to not tremble. "But I can tell that you are worth all the bad luck in the world." Having said it, his shoulders jerked upward in an uncomfortable shrug, and for a moment she thought he wouldn't go on. When he finally did, she could tell it was a struggle for him, and she realized that he, too, might be realizing how dangerous this conversation had become. How fleeting, how tenuous, how unfathomable. I think they pretend not to be interested, because they can tell you're destined for something else. She took another half-step toward him. He came a half-step closer to her, their bodies almost touching. "And what am I destined for?" she whispered. His fingers brushed ever so lightly against the back of her hand, sending a current along her nerves. Her breath caught. "You're the storyteller," he said, with the start of a smile. "You tell me." What was she destined for? She wanted to dwell on it, to really consider what might be possible in her future. But she couldn't think of it now, when all her thoughts were overwhelmed by the present. "Well," she started, "I doubt many girls from Märchenfeld can claim to be friends with a ghost." Gild's smile slipped. His jaw clenched briefly. "It's been a long time since I lived in proper society," he said. "But I suspect that friends don't often have reason to kiss each other." Warmth rushed up her neck. "Not often, no." His gaze fell to her lips, his pupils dilated. "May I kiss you again anyway?" "I certainly wish you would," she breathed, leaning into him. His hand slipped up her arm, cradling her elbow, tugging her closer. His nose brushed against hers. When an enraged scream echoed from the base of the tower. "Poltergeist! Where are you?" They jumped apart, as if the hellhounds themselves were upon them. Gild let out a stream of muttered curses. "Who is that?" Serilda whispered. "Giselle, the master of the hounds," he said, grimacing. "If she already found it, they must be coming back. We've got to hide you." "Found what?" Gild gestured at the ladder. "I'll explain. Go! Go!" Footsteps echoed below, heart thundering. Serilda swung her leg onto the ladder and hastened down the rungs. She reached the lower level and spun around, only to nearly crash right into Gild. His hand clamped over her mouth, stifling her startled scream. Then he took her wrist and pressed a finger to his mouth, urging her to be quiet before tugging her toward the stairs. The footsteps below grew louder. "I don't care what you've got against those mutts!" hollered Giselle. "I'm responsible for them, and if you keep pulling these stunts, the king will have my head!" Where was Gild taking her? There was only this narrow stairway. They would run right into her. They came to the alcove containing the statue of the knight and his shield, no longer broken. Gild ducked into it, yanking Serilda in beside him. He pressed her into the corner, where they could both be shrouded in darkness, and craned his head until they were cheek to cheek, perhaps trying to hide his copper-colored hair. Serilda reached for her hood and pulled it up. It was large enough that, when they were this close to each other, it swept fully over the back of Gild's head. Taking the cloak's sides, she wrapped her arms around his shoulders, shrouding them in charcoal gray, the same color as the stone walls, the same color as nothingness. Gild moved into her, his body pressed along her length. His fingers spread out across her back. The sensation was enough to make her lightheaded, and all she wanted was to close her eyes and turn her face, just the tiniest bit, and place a kiss against his skin, anywhere that she could reach, his temple, his cheek, his ear, his throat. She wanted him to do the same to her. But she forced herself to keep her eyes open, watching through the tiny gap in the cloak's fabric as the master of the hounds turned the corner, grumbling to herself. She and Gild both tensed. But the Dark One marched right past the alcove without stopping. They listened as the footsteps stomped upward toward the tower. "She'll come back down in a second," Gild said, so quiet she almost couldn't hear him, despite his breath dancing across her ear. "Best we wait until she's gone." Serilda nodded, happy for the chance to catch her breath, though it was difficult with Gild's hands on her waist, sending waves of heat through her body. Her entire being was humming, tingling, caught between Gild and the stone walls. She wanted desperately to thread her fingers into his hair, to pull his mouth to hers. But while her blood simmered inside, outside, she was motionless. As still as the statue that half hid them from view. "What did you do?" she whispered. He made a guilty face. "Before you got here, I may have mixed up some crushed holly berries with the hound's bedding." She stared. "What does that mean?" "Hellhounds don't do well with holly. Even just the smell of it can upset their stomachs. And they just ate a lot of meat." She winced. "That's disgusting." They heard footsteps again, and Serilda shut her eyes, for fear they might catch the light. A second later, Giselle stormed back down the steps, muttering to herself about that damned poltergeist. Once the tower was quiet again, they released mutual exhales. "Do you think?" Serilda started, barely a whisper, hoping he wouldn't detect the aching behind the words. "It might be safest for me to just wait here and sneak out after sunrise, when the veil is in place again?" He pulled away, enough to meet her gaze. His fingers squeezed gently, bunching the fabric at her waist. "I just feel it would be very dangerous for me to be seen," she said. "Yes," said Gild, a little breathless. "I think that would be for the best. The night is almost over anyway." His gaze dipped again to her mouth. Serilda crumbled. She finally allowed her hands the freedom they'd been craving, letting her fingers trail up his neck until they were buried in his hair. She pulled him to her, their mouths meeting. There was a moment in which Serilda overflowed with needs she didn't know what to do with. The need to be closer, when such a thing was not possible. The need to feel his hands at her waist, her back, her neck, her hair, everywhere all at once. But that first wave of craving ebbed, and something gentler replaced it. A kiss that was tender and unhurried. Her own fingers abandoned his hair to splay out across his shoulders and trail down his chest, even as his hands traced poetry across her spine. She sighed against him. She didn't know how long they had, but she did not want to waste a moment of it. She wanted to live inside this alcove, in the surround of his arms, in these new sensations that made her feel weightless and hopeful and terrified all at once. It felt like making a promise. That this would not be the last kiss. That she would return. That he would be waiting. And then it was over. Her hands closed around empty air. The arm supporting her vanished, and she would have collapsed if she hadn't had the wall at her back. Her eyes snapped open, and she was alone in the alcove. The statue's shield was broken. The pedestal sported a collection of chipped corners and a blanket of cobwebs. She shivered. The equinox was over. Was Gild still there? Invisible, untouchable, just out of reach? Could he still see her? Swallowing hard, she stretched her fingers out into the nothingness, searching for a chill, a shock, a warm breeze, some sign to know she wasn't alone after all. She felt nothing. With a heavy sigh, she wrapped the cloak around her shoulders and stepped out of the alcove. She was just about to descend the steps when her gaze caught on the broken shield, and the words scribbled into the thick layer of dust. "Will you come back?" Chapter 34. Lorraine's expression was dark when Serilda entered the Wild Swan, her lips pinched in disapproval. All she said as she handed Serilda a key to one of the upstairs rooms was, "I had your things brought in from the stables." The room wasn't luxurious, like those inside the castle, but it was comfortable and warm, with soft quilts on the mattress and a little desk with writing parchment and ink by the window. Her items from the saddlebags had been set neatly onto a cushioned bench. Serilda sighed with quiet gratitude, then promptly climbed into bed. It was well past noon by the time she managed to peel her eyes open again. The sounds of the city rumbled up from the streets below. Wagon wheels, braying mules, children singing a rhyming song to welcome the spring. Oh, if only it were warm and green with birdsong evermore. Just give us this dear ostrich and we will not ask for more. Serilda pulled herself out of bed and went to change out of her clothes, only to find her shoulder throbbing in agony. She hissed and pulled down the sleeve to see the gouges left by the druid, now caked over with dried blood. She debated asking Lorraine for help cleaning and bandaging the wound, but the mayor already seemed anxious enough over Serilda's comings and goings from the castle, and she didn't think adding an attack from a nightmarish beast would help matters. More careful this time, she wriggled out of her dress and chemise and used the provided washcloth and basin to clean the wounds as well as she could. After inspecting the wounds, she determined that they were not as deep as she'd thought, and as the bleeding had already stopped, she figured that a bandage wouldn't be necessary. When she was done, she sat down at the little vanity to comb out her hair. There was a small mirror, and Serilda paused, catching sight of her own eyes. Mirrors were a rare luxury in Märchenfeld, and she'd only seen her reflection a handful of times over the course of her life. It always startled her to see the gold-spoked wheels that looked back at her. It always gave some clarity to why no one ever wished to look her in the eye. But she did not shy away. She peered at the girl gazing back, thinking not of the countless people who had turned away from her, but of the one boy who hadn't. These were the eyes that Gild had peered into with such open intensity. These were the cheeks his fingers had caressed. These were the lips. Pink blossomed across her face. But she wasn't embarrassed. She was smiling. And that smile, she thought somewhat bewilderingly, was beautiful. Lena was waiting for Serilda by the fireplace when she left her rooms. "Finally!" she cried, bouncing to her feet. "Mama forbade me to bother you. I've been waiting for hours. Was beginning to worry you died up there." "I desperately needed the rest," said Serilda, "and now I desperately need nourishment." "I'll bring you something." She dashed away into the kitchen while Serilda slumped in a chair. She had brought the library book with her, and she settled it on her lap and flipped it open to the title page. The Geography, History, and Customs of the Great Northern Provinces of Tulvask. Serilda made a face. It was precisely the sort of scholarly text that Madame Sauer adored, and she despised. But if it helped her understand anything of that castle, it would be worth suffering through. She started flipping through pages, slowly at first, then quicker, when she saw that the first chapters were all an in-depth analysis of the unique geographical details of these provinces, starting with how the basalt cliffs had impacted early trade routes and led to the port city of Wintercourt becoming a hub of merchant activity. There was talk of shifting borders, the rise and fall of early mining towns in the Rukgrat Mountains, but only one mention of the Ashen Wood, and the authors had not even called it by name. The mountain foothills are largely forested and home to a wide array of natural beasts. Since the earliest recordings of civilization in the area, the forests have been considered inhospitable and have remained largely unsettled. She came to a series of chapters on prominent settlements and the resources that had encouraged their growth. Serilda yawned, turning past sections on Gerst, Nordenberg, Mondbrook. Even Märchenfeld was given a small mention for its thriving agricultural community. She scanned the pages of dense text. Occasionally, there were splatters of ink where the author's quill tip had snapped. Occasionally, there were words crossed out, a small error fixed. Occasionally, there were illustrations of the plants, the wildlife, the landmark buildings. Then she turned a page and her heart snagged. An illustration of Adelheid Castle filled up half a page. The colored dye was still vibrant, despite the book's age. The image did not show the castle in ruins, but as it had once been, as it was on the other side of the veil, dignified and glorious. She began to read. The origins of Adelheid Castle, presented here in its original state, have been lost to time and remain unknown to contemporary historians. As of the turn of the century, however, the city of Adelheid had become a prosperous community along the routes connecting Winter Court and Dagna on the coast with... Serilda shook her head, her hopes sagging. She turned back to the previous page. No other mention of Adelheid. Frustrated, she finished reading the page, but the author made no further mention of the city's mysterious past. If they cared at all that no one knew about the castle and city's origins, it did not show in their writing. A few pages later, and the book's focus shifted to Engberg in the north. Here you are, said Lena, using her toe to drag a small table a bit closer and setting down a platter of dried fruits and salted meats. You missed the midday meal, so it isn't warm. Hope you don't mind. Serilda slammed the book shut, scowling. Lena blinked at her. Or I could see if we have any meat pies left over? This is lovely, thank you, Lena. I'd only hoped that this book might have a bit more useful information on this city. She tapped her fingers against the cover. For so many towns, it presented a well-researched and incredibly dull account, stretching back multiple centuries. Not so with Adelheid. She met Lena's gaze. The girl looked like she was trying hard to share in Serilda's frustration, but that she didn't entirely understand what she was talking about. It's all right, said Serilda, picking up a dried apricot from the plate. I'll just have to make a visit to the library today. Would you care to join me? Lena's face brightened. Really? I'll go ask Mama. See the fishing boats? Said Lena, pointing as they walked along the cobbled roads off the shore of the lake. Serilda's gaze had latched on to the castle, specifically on the southwest tower, wondering whether Gild might be up there, watching, even now. Dragging her thoughts back, she followed Lena's gesture. Normally the boats were spread throughout the lake, but now a number of them could be seen clustered near the far end of the castle. Searching for gold, said Lena. She side-eyed Serilda. Did you see him again? For Gilded Geist? The question, so innocently asked, brought back a wave of feelings that made Serilda's insides flutter. I did, she said. In fact, I helped him toss some of his gifts down to the rocks and the lake. She beamed to see Lena's eyes widening in disbelief. There will be many treasures to be found. Adelheid was radiant in the sunlight. Flower boxes overflowed with geraniums, and vegetable patches were rich with cabbages and gourds and new seedlings for the summer. Ahead of them, near the docks, many of the townspeople were cleaning up after the festivities of the night before. Serilda felt a tug of guilt. She and Lena should probably offer to help. It might help to ingratiate her to the townspeople who still saw her as a bad omen. But she was eager to get to the library, eager to uncover some of the castle's secrets. I'm so jealous, said Lena, her shoulders drooping. I've been wanting to go inside that castle my whole life. Serilda stumbled. No, she said, more sharply than she'd meant to. She eased her tone, settling a hand on the girl's shoulder. There is a good reason that you all stay away. Remember, when I'm there, it's usually as a prisoner. I've been attacked by hellhounds and druids. I've watched ghosts relive their awful, gruesome deaths. That castle is full of misery and violence. You must promise never to go in there. It isn't safe. Lena's expression tightened bitterly. Then why is it all right for you to keep going back? I haven't been given a choice. The Erlking... You had a choice last night. The words evaporated off Serilda's tongue. She frowned and stopped walking, crouching so that she could grasp Lena's shoulders. He killed my father. He may have killed my mother, too. He means to keep me as a prisoner, a servant, perhaps for the rest of my life. Now listen. I don't know if I can ever be free of him, but I do know that as things stand now, I have no power, no strength. All I have are questions. Why did the Dark Ones abandon Gravenstone and claim Adelheid instead? What happened to all those spirits in there? What does the Erlking want with all of this spun gold? What is the Gilded Ghost? And who is he? And what happened to my mother? Her voice hitched as tears prickled at her eyes. Lena's gaze, too, had become glossy. Serilda took in a shaky breath. He is hiding something in that castle. I don't know if whatever that is can help me, but I do know that if I do nothing, then someday he will kill me, and I'll become just one more ghost haunting those walls. She slid her palms down to take Lena's hands into hers. That's why I went back to the castle, and why I'll keep going back. That's why I need to go to the library and learn all that I can about this place. That's why I need your help. But also, why I can't allow you to put yourself in danger. Can you understand that, Lena? Lena slowly nodded. Serilda gave her hands a squeeze and stood. They continued walking in silence and had crossed the next street before Lena asked, "What is your favorite dessert?" The question was so unexpected that Serilda had to laugh. She thought about it for a moment. When I was young, my father would always bring home honey walnut cakes from the markets in Monbrook. Why do you ask? Lena glanced over toward the castle. If you do become a ghost, she said, I promise to always set out honey walnut cakes during the Feast of Death. Just for you. Chapter 35. Serilda had not expected the Adelheid Library to be anywhere near as grand as the Great Library in Vereen, which was associated with the capital's university and heralded for both its ornate architecture and its comprehensive collection. It was a marvel of scholarly achievement, a haven for art and culture. She had known the library in Adelheid would not be that. Yet, she couldn't help feeling a tiny twinge of disappointment when she walked in and found that the Adelheid Library was only a single room, not much larger than the Märchenfeld schoolhouse. It was, however, overflowing with books, shelves and stacks of them, 2 large desks piled high with thick tomes, with more piles on the floor and bins in one corner packed full of old scrolls. Serilda felt immediately comforted by the scent of leather and vellum, parchment and binding glue and ink. She inhaled deeply, ignoring the odd look that Lena gave her. It was the scent of stories, after all. Frida, or Madam Professor as Lena called her, was ecstatic to see them, and became more delighted still when Serilda tried to explain what she was looking for, even though she wasn't entirely sure what that was herself. Well, let's see, said Frida, picking her way around an overflowing desk to one of the floor-to-ceiling shelves. She tugged over a ladder and climbed up to the top, scanning the spines of the books. That book I gave you before was the most generalized account of the area. I don't know that there has been a lot of scholarly attention given to our city specifically, but here I have ledgers from our city council dating back at least 5 generations. She started pulling out the books and flipping through them, then handed a few down to Serilda. Treasury holdings, trade agreements, taxes, laws. Does this interest you? She handed Serilda a codex so frail that Serilda thought it might disintegrate in her hands. A written account of work orders and payments made on public buildings during the last century? We've had some truly remarkable artisans receive their start in Adelheid. A number of them went on to work on some of the prominent structures in Vereen, and— I'm not sure, interrupted Serilda. I'll take a look. Anything else? Frida pursed her lips and returned her focus to the shelf. These here are ledgers, Accountings of merchant holdings, employee earnings, taxes paid. Ah, here's a historical account of the town's agricultural expansion. Serilda tried to look hopeful, but Frida must have been able to tell that this was not what she was looking for either. Don't you have anything about the castle, or the royal family who used to live there? They must have been a prominent part of this community to have built such an incredible fortress. There must be some records of them. Frida gave her a long, strange look, then slowly climbed down from the ladder. To be perfectly honest, she said, pressing a finger to her lips, I'm not sure there ever was a royal family inhabiting that castle. But then, who was it built for? Frida shrugged. Perhaps as a summer house for a duke or an earl? Or it may have been for military use. If that was the case, surely there would be records of that then. Frida's expression shifted, as if a light were coming over her. Her gaze traveled back up to the tomes on the top shelf. Yes, she said slowly. One would think so. I suppose I never considered it. Serilda tried to tame her irritation, but how could a town's librarian never have considered the history of its most notable landmark, and one with such a terrifying reputation at that? What about the Erlking and the Wild Hunt? She asked. When did he abandon Gravenstone and come to reside in Adelheid Castle? Well now, that is an interesting question, said Frida. But we have to consider that the existence of Gravenstone might be nothing more than folklore. It may never have existed at all. Serilda shook her head. No, the Erlking himself told me that he had left Gravenstone because it held painful memories for him, and had come here to Adelheid instead. And he mentioned a royal family. He said they weren't using it anymore. The color slowly drained from Frida's face. You really have met him? Yes, I really have. And I'll almost certainly be meeting him again on the next full moon, which is not that far away, and I would love to know something more about that castle and the ghosts who occupy it before I do. She set down the books that Frida had already given her, though nothing yet had struck her as particularly helpful. Isn't there any documentation about who built the castle? What methods they used? What quarry the stone came from? You mentioned artisans before. The keep has incredible stained glass windows and iron chandeliers as big as this room, and in the entryway the columns are carved with the most ornate imagery. It would have been an ambitious undertaking. Someone must have commissioned all of that, probably hired the most accomplished craft workers from all over the realm. How can there not be any record of it? Frida's eyes were shining, awestruck. I don't know, she whispered. No one alive has ever seen the things you're talking about. No one other than you, that is. All we see are ruins. But judging from the architectural style, I would estimate the castle was built, perhaps 500, 600 years ago? Her brows pinched as she looked around at the books surrounding them. I don't disagree with you. You're right. One would expect there to be some records. But I can't think of anything I've ever seen that gave insight into our local history beyond maybe 2 or 3 centuries ago. And nothing at all about a royal family? Serilda persisted, feeling desperate. There must be something. Birth or death records, family names, coat of arms? Frida's mouth opened and closed. She looked a little lost, and Serilda had the impression that it was rare for her to be stymied. Maybe there were records, said Lena, but they were destroyed? That does happen, said Frida. Fires and floods and the sort. Books are fragile. There was a fire? Said Serilda. Or a flood? Well, no, not that I know of. Sighing, Serilda scanned the piles of books. How could a town so successful and wealthy, situated on the edge of the Ashen Wood to one side, along a well-traveled trade route to the other, have no concept of its own history? And why was it that she seemed to be the only one who had ever noticed how peculiar that was? She gasped. "What about a cemetery?" Frida blinked at her. "Pardon? You must have one." "Well, yes, of course. The cemetery is right outside the city wall, just a short walk from the gate." Frida's eyes widened with understanding. "Right. That's where we've buried our dead since the city was founded, which would mean—" "Since the castle was built," said Serilda. "Or even earlier." Frida gasped and gave a snap of her fingers. "There are even gravestones there that are something of a local mystery. They're quite prominent, intricately carved, mostly of marble, if I remember correctly. They're works of art, really." "And who is buried there?" asked Serilda. "That's the mystery. No one knows." "You think it could be royalty?" asked Lena, bouncing with excitement. "It seems odd that it wouldn't be marked as such," said Frida, "and we can't discount the possibility that there could be tombs beneath the castle itself. So it isn't guaranteed that whoever lived there would be buried with the rest of the townsfolk." "But there's a chance," said Serilda. "Will you take me to see them?" The cemetery was acres and acres of gray headstones as far as she could see. Clusters of blue and white wildflowers were scattered among the stones and tucked among the roots of mature chestnut trees, their spring blossoms like white candlesticks among the boughs. Serilda scanned the engravings, saddened, though not surprised, to see how many of the gravestones belonged to children and newborns. She knew such was common, even in a town as prosperous as Adelheid, where disease could so easily take root in a small body. She knew of a number of women in Märchenfeld who spoke openly about their miscarriages and babes being stillborn. But knowing the realities of life and death did not make it any easier to see. In the distance, closer to the road, she noticed a small hill where the gravestones were not tall and exquisitely carved, but nothing more than large plain stones laid out in a tidy grid. Hundreds of them. "What are those?" she asked, pointing. Frida's expression was sorrowful as she answered. "That's where we bury the bodies left behind by the hunt." Serilda's feet stuttered and came to a stop. "What?" "It doesn't happen after every full moon," said Frida, "but it happens often enough that, well, there have been so many. We usually find them by the forest, but sometimes they'll have been left right outside the city gates. We wait a week or so to see if anyone comes to claim them, but that's unusual. And of course, we have no way of knowing who they are or where they came from, so we bury them there, and we hope they find their way to Verloren." Serilda's hands shook. Those victims of the hunt were forever lost to their loved ones, forever without a name or history, with no one to place flowers upon their grave or leave a drop of ale when they honored their ancestors beneath the morning moon. Was her mother among them? Do you happen to recall if there was a young woman found about 16 years ago?" Frida looked at her with obvious curiosity. "Do you know someone who was taken by the hunt? I mean, other than yourself, of course." "My mother was, when I was only 2 years old." "Oh dear, I am so sorry." Frida took her hand and offered a sympathetic squeeze. "That at least is something I might be able to help with. We keep a record of every body we find, the date they were found, and any distinguishing characteristics, any items that were found on their person, that sort of thing." Serilda's heart lifted with hope. "You do?" "There, see," said Frida, her eyes brightening. "I knew there would be something in my library that you would find useful." "Look," said Lena, pointing to a shared tombstone for Gerard and Brunhilda de Ven. "There's my great-grandparents." She walked a bit farther before pausing. "And my papa. I don't normally come to visit him except during the morning moon. Ernest de Ven, beloved husband and father. Stooping, Lena plucked some butterbloom flowers and arranged them neatly on her father's stone. Serilda's heart tugged, in part because she knew the sorrow of losing a parent so young, and in part because she could not lay flowers on her father's grave. The Erlking had stolen that from her, too. But maybe the records of bodies would hold at least one answer for her. Frida gave Lena a side squeeze as they started walking down the rows again. There, she said, pointing as they crested a short hill. You can see them. Shoving aside thoughts of her parents, Serilda felt excitement clawing at her insides. Even from here, she could tell that the stones in this back corner of the cemetery were different. Larger, older, more resplendent, shaded beneath enormous oak trees. Some were carved into statues of Velos with their lantern, or Freydon, holding aloft a tree sapling. Some were covered by pillared monuments. Some stood taller than Serilda. The closer they got, the more the age of the stones became apparent. Though the marble still shone white beneath the sun, many of the corners were crumbling and worn. The plants in this distant corner were overgrown, as if there was no one alive who cared to maintain the area around these markers. From the way that Frida had described them, Serilda had suspected there to be no inscriptions at all. But she saw that wasn't true. She stepped closer, rubbing her fingers over the face of one of the stones. The death date was nearly 400 years ago. The size of the marker suggested that whoever was buried here had been wealthy or respected, or both. But their name was missing. It was the same on the second stone, and as Serilda made her way to each marker, she saw it was the same on all of them. Birth years, death years, an occasional heartfelt benediction, or a poetic verse. But their names were absent. If these were the resting places of royalty, perhaps even generations of kings and queens, princes and princesses, how could there be no record of them? It was as if they had vanished, from memory, from the pages of history, from their own gravestones. Look, said Lena. This one has a crown. Serilda and Frida went to stand beside her. The gravestone before Lena did indeed have what looked to be a monarch's crown carved into the top of the stone. But it was not this that made Serilda suck in a startled gasp. Lena glanced at her. What is it? Crouching before the stone, Serilda peeled away some of the ivy that had started to claim it, revealing the etching underneath. A totzelwurm entwined around the letter R. Does that mean something? Asked Lena. The R could be the first initial of a name? Suggested Frida. Serilda tugged off more of the ivy until she could see all the stone's face, but where the name of the deceased should have been, there was only stone, polished and smooth. How odd, murmured Frida, leaning closer and feeling the stone for herself. It's as smooth as glass. Is it possible that... started Lena before hesitating. I mean, could the names have been erased? Perhaps someone came through and polished them away? Frida shook her head. That would mean sanding down the material, which would leave grooves where the words had been. These look like they were never engraved at all. Unless they were erased with magic? Said Lena. She spoke hesitantly, like she was afraid Serilda and Frida might laugh at the thought. But Serilda just looked up, meeting the librarian's shadowed gaze. No one spoke for a long time, considering the possibility. In the end, nobody laughed. The Chaste Moon. Chapter 36. Serilda thought the full moon would never come. Every night she looked out at the moonlight dancing on the lake's surface and watched as it grew. First a teasing crescent, then gradually waxing night after night. During the day, she helped around the inn where she could and spent hours gazing at the castle, wondering if Gilded was in his tower gazing back at her through the veil. She yearned to go back and was constantly resisting the desire to cross that bridge. But then she would remember the screams and the blood and the droods, and she would force herself to have patience. She kept busy with her attempts to uncover more of the mysteries of the castle and the hunt, but she felt that she was running into a stone wall at every turn. The ledgers of dead bodies left behind after the hunt held no clues to her mother's disappearance. There had not been any bodies found that morning moon. The closest possibility was a young woman found a few months previously on the lover's moon, but Serilda did not think her father would have been so mistaken on the timing. She did not know what to make of the revelation. Her mother might have been killed inside the castle walls, and her body never found. Or she might have been abandoned somewhere far away from Outlandish, as her father had been. Or she might not have died at all. Serilda had also spent countless hours talking to the townspeople, asking what they might know about the castle, its inhabitants, their own family histories. Though there were still some who were afraid of Serilda and wanted to chastise her for tempting the wrath of the Erlking, most of the citizens of Outlandish were happy to talk to her. She figured it didn't hurt that Gilded had been most generous this year, and the whole town seemed to be celebrating their good fortune, even if they always fell quiet about their new riches whenever they noticed Serilda in their midst. In speaking with the townspeople, Serilda learned that many had had families living in Outlandish for generations, and some could trace their lineage back a century or two. She even discovered that the former mayor, she had seen at the public house after the hunger moon, had a journal long passed down through his family. He was most eager to share it with Serilda, but when she flipped back through the pages, she found entire columns of text missing. Pages left blank. It was impossible to tell for sure, but from the context of the surrounding entries, she suspected the missing pages all had to do with the castle and the royals who she was sure had once lived there. In the evenings, she earned her keep at the inn by telling tales to whoever was gathered around the fireplace in the public house once they had finished their evening bread. She did not tell stories about the Dark Ones, worried that they would be too frightening for those who knew all too well that the Erlking was not merely a story for amusement. Instead, she regaled the citizens of Outlandish with tales of witches and their newt familiars, the old spinster who slew a dragon and the moss maiden who climbed to the moon, cruel sirens who trapped sailors in their watery castles, and kindly land wights who rewarded worthy peasants with a wealth of jewels. Night by night, the crowd grew in the public house as word of their new resident storyteller spread. Night by night, Serilda waited. When the full moon finally arrived, it was as if a mourning shroud had fallen over the city. All day long, the villagers were quiet and subdued as they went about their business. When Serilda asked, Lorraine said it was always that way on the full moons, but that the chaste moon tended to be the worst. With the feast of death behind them, this night would determine whether or not the wild hunt was satisfied and would leave the families of Outlandish be. The public house that evening was the emptiest Serilda had seen all week. Half an hour before sunset, the last guests retired to their rooms. "But can't I hear a story?" Lena pleaded. "Serilda can tell me one in her room." Lorraine gave a shake of her head. "We do not invite ourselves into our guests' rooms." "But—" "And even if you were invited, we retire early on the full moon. I want you fast asleep before the witching hour. No arguments." Lena scowled, but no arguments were made as she trudged up the stairs to the rooms she and her mother shared. Serilda tried to hide that she was grateful for Lorraine's intervention. She was not in a storytelling mood tonight, distracted by her own anticipation. Serilda?" asked Lorraine, extinguishing the lanterns around the public house until it was lit only by the embers in the hearth. "I don't mean to be insensitive. I won't be here," said Serilda. "I have every reason to believe the Erlking will summon me, and I would not dream of bringing his attention to you and Lena." Relief flashed across Lorraine's face. "What will you do?" "I'll go to the castle, and—" "Wait." Lorraine grunted. "You're either very brave or very foolish." Sighing, Serilda stood from her favorite seat beside the fire. "May I return tomorrow?" Lorraine's face wrinkled with unexpected emotion. "Dear girl, I most certainly hope that you will." Then she reached her arms forward and embraced Serilda. It startled her and filled her with more warmth than she would have expected. She had to squeeze her eyes shut to ward off the threat of tears. "Thank you," she whispered. "Be safe," commanded Lorraine, "and make sure that you have everything you need before you go. I will be locking the door behind you." The sun had dipped beneath the city wall when Serilda left the Wild Swan. In the east, the chaste moon was glowing somewhere behind the Ruchkrat Mountains, tinging their distant peaks in silver. This moon was meant to symbolize newness, innocence, rebirth. But one would not have known that this was the month of such tender optimism, walking along the dim streets of Adelheid. As night settled over the city, lights vanished from the windows, shutters were closed and latched, shadows overtook the castle ruins, slumbering on their solitary island. Soon, they would awaken. Soon the hunt would come storming through the town and into the mortal world. The hellhounds would howl, the horses would stampede, the riders would seek out what prey they could find. Magic creatures like those whose heads graced the castle's halls, or moss maidens and forest folks, or humans who weren't wise enough, or superstitious enough, to sequester themselves behind locked doors. Serilda arrived at the bridge just as the moon was cresting the mountains, casting its sheen across the lake. As before, she wasn't fully prepared for the moment when its beams struck the ruins of the castle, transforming it from desolate ruins to a home worthy of a king, even if he was a wicked one. Standing alone beyond the drawbridge, Serilda had never felt so insignificant. The portcullis began to rise, groaning and creaking with the complaints of ancient timbers and iron hinges. In the next moment, the howls began, sending a chill down her spine. She swallowed hard and tried to stand straighter as a blur of movement within the bailey captured her attention. The wild hunt. A torrent of fiery hellhounds, enormous war steeds, flashing armor. Riding straight for her. Serilda yelped and raised her arms in a pathetic attempt to protect herself. The beasts ignored her. The hounds moved around her like water around a rock. The bridge shook as the horses surged past, armor clanging in her ears and the cry of the hunting horn drowning out every thought. But soon the cacophony faded to distant shouts as the hunters sped through the town and into the countryside. Shaking, Serilda lowered her arms. An obsidian horse stood before her, as still as death. She lifted her gaze. The Erlking stared down at her from his perch, examining her. He looked almost pleased to see her. She swallowed hard to try to curtsy, but her legs were trembling, and her curtsies weren't the greatest on the best of days. "You requested that I stay close, my lord. In Adelheid, the townspeople here have indeed been most accommodating." She figured this bit of praise was the least she could do for the community that had so embraced her these past weeks. "I am glad of it," said the Erlking. "I would not have had the pleasure of crossing your path this night otherwise, and this will give you ample time to complete your work." He tilted his head, still eyeing her, still reading her. Serilda held very still. Your skills have thus far surpassed expectations, he added. Perhaps I shall owe you a reward. She gulped, unable to tell if he wanted a response. Was this her chance to ask him for something? But what would she ask of him? To be left alone? For him to give up all his secrets? For Gild to be set free? No, there was no reward he would give her that she would actually want. And she could never let on that she knew Gild, the poltergeist he so despised. And if he knew that the true gold spinner had been inside his castle all this time, she didn't know what he would do to Gild. But she knew exactly what he would do to her. Manfred will meet you in the courtyard. He will take you to the spinning wheel. Then a hint of a smile, and not a nice one, touched his mouth. I do hope you will continue to impress me, Lady Serilda. She smiled wryly. I trust you'll be taking the hunt into the Rookgrot foothills tonight? The Erlking paused, on the verge of dismissing her. And why is that? She tilted her head to one side, the picture of innocence. There have been rumors that a great beast has been seen prowling around the mountains, beyond the Ottoline border, I believe. You hadn't heard? He held her gaze with the barest spark of intrigue. I had not. Ah, well, I thought a new conquest might make a fine addition to your decor, but perhaps that distance is too far to travel in one night. Nevertheless, I hope you'll enjoy hunting your foxes and deer and little woodland creatures. My lord. She curtsied and turned away. She was nearly to the bridge when she heard the snap of reins and thunder of hooves. Only when the king had vanished did she let her smile overtake her. Let him enjoy his wild goose hunt tonight, and with a touch of luck, be kept far away from this castle until sunrise. The coachman was in the courtyard waiting patiently while the stable boy latched the two Bakov to the carriage. They both glanced up with bewildered looks as she made her way across the stones, and Serilda wondered if she was the first human to ever dare intrude upon them when the moon was full, especially as the hunt had departed only moments before. She hoped her eagerness didn't show. She knew that she should be terrified. She knew her life was in danger, and her lies could be discovered with hardly a slip of her tongue. But she also knew that Gild was inside these walls, and that gave her more comfort and impatience than was likely warranted. She was trying to ignore the frightening possibility that she might be falling in love with a ghost, one who was trapped inside the castle of the Erlking himself. She had mostly succeeded in not thinking about all the practical dilemmas that would cause. There was no hope of a future, she told herself again and again. There was no hope for happiness. And again her brittle heart responded that it didn't quite care, though she thought it probably should. Nevertheless, as the coachman told the stable boy that the beasts would not be necessary this night, and tried to hide how pleased he was about it, Serilda felt a flush of exhilaration. Again, she was led into the castle keep, through the corridors that were becoming more familiar with every passing visit. She was beginning to be able to connect them with the ruins she saw during the day. Which chandeliers still hung, now draped with cobwebs and dust, which pillars had collapsed, which rooms were full of brambles and weeds, which pieces of furniture, so stately and ornate in this realm, were toppled and broken on the other side of the veil. When they passed the staircase that led up to the hall with the stained glass gods and the mysterious room with the tapestry, Serilda's steps slowed. There was nothing to be seen from down here, and yet she couldn't keep from craning her head. When she faced forward again, the coachman was watching her with his good eye. "Looking for something?" he drawled. Serilda tested a smile. "It's such a labyrinth here. Don't you ever get lost?" "Never," he said mildly, then gestured to an open doorway. Serilda expected another hall, or perhaps a staircase. Instead, she saw straw. Mounds and mounds and mounds of straw. She gasped, amazed at the sheer amount of it. Enough to fill an entire hayloft, enough to fill the grist mill wall to wall, floor to ceiling, and have yet more spurting out the chimney. All right, that might have been a slight exaggeration, but only slight. And again, there was the spinning wheel and the mountain of empty bobbins and the sickly sweet smell that choked her. Impossible. I can't possibly do all this, she said. It's too much. The coachman cocked his head to one side. Then you will risk his disappointment. She frowned, knowing that to argue was pointless. This man, this ghost, wasn't the one setting these tasks, and the Erlking had just ridden off for a night of sport. I suppose it's for your benefit that you arrived early, he continued. More time to complete your work. Was he hoping I would fail? I think not. His grim is... He searched for the word before finishing dryly. An optimist. It almost sounded like a joke. Do you require anything more? An extra week, Serilda wanted to say, but she shook her head. Only peace to do my work. He bowed and left the room. Serilda listened for the turn of the lock, then faced the straw and the spinning wheel, hands planted on her hips. This was the first room she'd been brought to that had windows, though she wasn't entirely sure what it might have been used for before it was converted into her prison. There were a few scarce pieces of furniture that had been pushed up against the walls to make room for the straw. A blue velvet settee, a couple of high-backed chairs, a desk. Perhaps it had been a study or a parlor, but with the lack of decoration on the walls, she assumed it had not been put to much use in a long time. Inhaling a long breath, Serilda laced her fingers and started to pace nervously as she spoke to the empty air. Gild, you are not gonna like this. Chapter 37. One moment the air was empty. The next, Gild was there, mere inches in front of her. Serilda collided into him with a yelp. She stumbled backward, her hands instinctively grabbing for his shoulders, and pulled him back with her. They both fell, Serilda landing on her back on the pile of straw. Gild landed on top of her with a grunt, his chin smacking her shoulder, making his teeth crack loudly near her ear. His knee struck her hip, as he barely managed to keep from crushing her under his weight. Serilda lay in the straw, disoriented and breathless, a dull pain thrumming in her backside. Gild pushed himself up with one hand and rubbed his chin, grimacing. Still alive, moaned Serilda, copying Anna's favorite phrase. Makes one of us, Gild said. He met her gaze, laughter in his eyes. Hello again. Then he glanced down to where Serilda's hands were caught between their bodies. Her hands, entirely of their own mind, were pressed against his chest, not pushing him away. Color burst across his face. Sorry, he said, pulling back. As soon as he did, a sharp pain burned across Serilda's scalp. She cried out, leaning toward him. Stop, my hair! Gild froze. A lock of Serilda's long hair had caught on the button of his shirt's collar. How did that happen? Meddlesome elves, no doubt, said Serilda, trying to shuffle into a better position where she could start untangling the hair bit by bit. They're the worst. Serilda paused in her work to meet his eyes, catching the silent humor glittering in them. This close, in this light, she could see that they were the color of warm amber. Hello again, he said quietly, the most innocent of words, spoken quite un-innocently. A second later, he was no longer the only one blushing. Hello again, she responded, suddenly bashful. Serilda might have spent hours this past week dreaming about seeing him again or, to be more accurate, kissing him again. But she didn't know if her expectations were realistic. Their relationship was odd. She knew that. She couldn't quite tell how much of his affection was the act of a lonely boy who yearned for any amount of intimacy, and how much might be because he legitimately liked her. Gods be told, she wasn't entirely sure how much her own yearning was based on the same. Could this really be the start of love? Or perhaps it was nothing more than hasty passion and a recipe for mistakes, as Madame Sour would have said. She was always quick to chastise the girls in the village who fell too easily into the arms of a handsome boy. But this was Serilda's story, and this was her handsome boy. And if it was a recipe for mistakes, well, she was grateful for now to at least have been handed some of the ingredients. In the space between her uncertain hello and these scattered thoughts, Gild had started to smile. And Serilda couldn't help smiling back. "Stop it," she said. "I'm trying to untangle us." "I'm not doing anything." "You're distracting me." "I'm just lying here." "Exactly, it's very distracting." He laughed. "I know I shouldn't be so happy to see you. I assume the Erlking wants you—" He cut himself off as he looked up to take in the room overflowing with straw. He let out a low whistle. "Why, that greedy monster." Serilda managed to free the last bit of hair. "Can you do it?" Gild sat up. There was no hesitation as he gave a firm nod. Relief flooded through Serilda, even as she saw his shoulders droop. "What's wrong?" His expression was baleful as he looked back at her. "I guess I was hoping we might have a bit of time together that didn't involve this." He grimaced. I mean to talk, to just be with each other, not to—" "I know," said Serilda, her entire body flushing hotter than before. "I was hoping that too." He reached for her hand and bent to press his mouth against her knuckles. A thrill ignited across Serilda's nerves. She couldn't help thinking of how he had taken her hand the first night they'd met. It had surprised her then. It elated her now. "Maybe," she said, "if we work very hard, we can have it done with time to spare." His eyes glinted. "I like a challenge." Again, his warmth was short-lived. "But Serilda, I hate this, but I must ask for payment." She stilled. A rush of coldness swept from her hand, still clasped in his, all the way to her heart. "What?" "I wish I didn't have to," he hastened to add almost pleadingly. "But the balance of magic requires it, or at least this magic does. Nothing can be given for free." Serilda pulled away. "You spin gold all the time, all those gifts for the villagers. You can't tell me you're receiving payments for those." He flinched, as if she'd struck him. "I do that for me, because I want to. It's different." "And you don't want to help me?" With a groan, he yanked a hand through his hair. Lurching to his feet, he grabbed a handful of straw and sat down at the spinning wheel. His shoulders were taut as he gave the wheel a spin and pounded his foot against the treadle. As he had done 1,000 times before, he fed the straw through the maiden hole. But it did not emerge a sleek, glistening thread of gold. It emerged as straw, brittle and frayed. He kept trying, his brow pinched, his eyes determined, gathering another handful, forcing it through, trying to wind it around the bobbin when it continually broke, when it continually, stubbornly refused to be turned to gold. "I don't understand," whispered Serilda. Gild grabbed the wheel, stopping it mid-spin, and heaved a defeated sigh. "Hulda is the god of labor and hard work. Not just for spinning, but farming, woodworking, weaving. All of it. I've thought maybe they don't like their gifts to be given away for free because hard work deserves compensation." He shrugged helplessly. "I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't even know for sure if what I have is a gift from Hulda. But I do know that I can't do this as a favor no matter how much I want to. It doesn't work that way." "But I have nothing more to give." She looked at the necklace, its chain visible behind his collar, at the engraved ring on his finger, the seal the same that she'd seen in the cemetery. Then, with a flash of inspiration, she beamed and gestured at his chest. "How about a lock of hair?" His brows drew together and he glanced down, noticing the knot of hair that had been left behind, still tangled around the shirt's button. His lips twisted to one side as he peered back up at her. "What?" she asked. "Sweethearts give each other locks of hair all the time. It must be a coveted treasure." Surprise and a hint of hope flashed across his face. "Are we sweethearts?" "Well," she hesitated. She wasn't sure what else they could be after their kiss in the stairway alcove on Ostrig's Day, but it wasn't a question she'd ever had to answer before. She wanted to answer honestly, tell him what she truly wanted to say, but it felt safer to tease. So instead, she responded, "You did just take me for a tumble in the hay, didn't you?" She watched him closely, delighted to see his face shift from confused to mortified, pink blotches darkening his freckled cheeks. Laughter exploded out of her. Yes, you're very clever," he muttered. "I don't think a lock of hair will sufficiently pay for pounds and pounds of spun gold." She pouted, considering. Then, another thought. "I will give you a kiss." He grinned, but it was pained. "I would accept it in a heartbeat." "Are you sure you have a heartbeat? I've tried to listen for it before and was unconvinced." He chuckled, but the sound was hollow, and Serilda felt a jolt of guilt to be teasing him. He looked truly sorry as he opened his palms to her. "I cannot take a kiss, though I wish I could. It must be gold for, well, something with tangible value, not a story, not a kiss." "Then name your price," she said. "You can see everything I have in my possession. Will you take my cloak? There are some holes from the Druid, but it's in decent shape. Or maybe my boots?" He groaned, casting his gaze skyward. "Are they worth anything?" "They're worth something to me." She was irritated at the anger rising inside her. She could tell that Gild was being honest. She knew enough about lies to know the difference. He didn't want to be having this conversation any more than she did. Yet here they were, discussing payment, when her life would be forfeit if this wasn't done. "Please, Gild, I have nothing of value and you know it. It was sheer luck that I had the locket and the ring to begin with." "I know that." Serilda chewed on her lower lip for a moment, considering. "What if I promise to give you something in the future?" He shot her a disgruntled look. "No, truly, I don't have anything of value now, but I'll promise to give you something of value when I can." "I don't think that will work." "Why not?" "Because," he shook his head as frustrated as she was, "because the likelihood of you actually having something to offer in the future is so slim. Do you think you're suddenly going to come into an inheritance, discover some long-lost family heirlooms? You don't need to sound so dismissive." "I'm trying to be realistic." "But would it hurt to try?" He groaned. I don't know. Maybe not. Just let me think." "We don't have time for this. This is so much straw. It's already going to take most of the night, and if he comes back and I've failed, you know what will happen to me." I know. He crossed his arms over his chest, glowering at nothing. "There must be something, but... Great God, Serilda, what about next time? And after that, this can't go on forever." "I don't know. I'll think of something." "You'll think of something? It's been months. Do you think he's suddenly going to get bored with you, just let you go?" "I said I would think of something!" She was shouting now, the first hints of desperation clawing at her. For the first time it occurred to her that Gild might actually say no. He might leave her, the work undone, her fate sealed, because she had nothing more to offer. "Anything," she whispered, reaching for him, gripping his wrists. "Please, do this for me one more time, and I'll give you..." A thought struck her, and she let out an exulted laugh. "I'll give you my firstborn child!" He balked. "What?" She gave a chagrined smile, a helpless shrug. and though the words had been said in jest, she was already beginning to wonder. Her firstborn child. The likelihood that she would ever conceive a child was so minuscule. Ever since the fiasco with Thomas Lindbeck, she'd felt resigned to a future of solitude. And given that the only other boy who had captured her interest was dead, what did it matter if she promised away a non-existent child? "Assuming I live long enough to birth any children," she said. "Even you have to admit that's a good deal. What could possibly be more valuable than a child?" He held her gaze, his expression intense and, she thought, just the tiniest bit saddened. Under the soft fabric of his sleeves, she imagined that she could feel his pulse. But no, it was only her own heartbeat, fluttering in her fingers. And in the sudden silence, she caught the tremulous rhythm of her own shallow breaths. The moments ticking by, too fast. The candle flickering in the corner. The spinning wheel, waiting. Gild shivered and tore his gaze from her face. He looked down at her hands, then pried his arms away. Serilda released him, heart sinking. But in the next moment, he'd taken her fingers into his. His head lowered, avoiding her gaze, as he wrapped his fingers around hers. "You are very persuasive." Hope skittered inside her. "You'll do it? You'll accept that offer?" He sighed, the sound long and drawn out, as if it physically pained him to agree to this. "Yes, I will do this in exchange for your firstborn child. But..." His grip tightened, squashing the jolt of euphoria that threatened to have her throwing her arms around him. "This bargain is binding and unbreakable, and I fully expect you to stay alive long enough to fulfill your end of it. Do you understand me?" She gulped, feeling the magical pull of the bargain, the air pressing in around her, stifling, squeezing in against her chest. A magical bargain, binding and unbreakable. A deal struck beneath the chaste moon with a ghostly thing, an unliving thing, a prisoner of the veil. She knew she couldn't really promise to stay alive. The Erlking would have her killed as soon as it pleased him to do so. And yet, she heard her own words as if whispered from a distant place. "You have my word." The air shuddered and released. It was done. Gild flinched and pulled away. He wasted no time in settling himself at the spinning wheel and beginning the task. He seemed to work twice as fast as he had before, his jaw set and his eyes focused only on the straw being fed into the wheel. It was magic itself to watch him. The confident movements of his fingers, the steady thump of his foot on the pedal, the deft way his hands tied the golden threads onto the bobbin as they emerged, twinkling from the wheel. Serilda once again set about assisting him as well as she could. The night passed quickly. It seemed that every time Serilda dared to glance at the candle, another inch had been lost from the wax. Her fears rose as she tried to estimate how much work they had done. She surveyed the pile of straw, picturing what it had been when she'd first arrived. Were they halfway through? More? Was there yet any sign of the sky lightening outside the castle walls? Gild said nothing. He hardly moved but to accept each new handful of straw she handed him, always maintaining the steady spinning of the wheel. So much for all her fantasies of romance, she thought dryly, then chastised herself for it. She was grateful. Endlessly grateful that Gild was here, that she would live another night, despite the Erlking's impossible demands. If they finished, that is. The piles of straw slowly dwindled, and the pile of sparkling bobbins grew, until there was a wall of gold thread glistening near the door. Whirr, whirr, whirr. I've been asking around to see if there are any spirits named Edonia. Serilda blinked. Gild was not looking at her. His focus never left his work. He seemed tense after their bargain. She supposed she felt pretty tense, too. "And?" she asked. He shook his head. "Nothing so far. But I have to be careful who I ask. Don't want it getting back to his darkness, or he might get suspicious of us." "I understand. Thank you for trying." "If I do find her," he started uncertainly. "What should I tell her?" Serilda considered. It seemed like an impossible hope at this point. What were the chances that of all the hunt's victims, her mother would be one the king had deigned to keep in his servitude? Her search felt futile, especially when she was supposed to be worrying about herself, her own servitude. "Just tell her that someone is looking for her, I suppose," she said. At this, Gild did glance up, looking like he wanted to say more. But he hesitated for too long, then eventually returned his focus to his work. "Shall I continue our story?" Serilda suggested, eager for a distraction. Something that didn't have to do with her mother or her firstborn child or this rotten predicament she was trapped in. Gild sighed, relieved. "I wish you would." The old woman stood on the bridge before the prince, her face in a permanent scowl, yet her eyes alight with wisdom. "By returning Pershta to the land of the lost, you have done us a great service, young prince," she said. Then she gestured toward the surrounding woods, and a group of figures began to emerge into the dappled sunlight. Women of all ages, with skin that gleamed in every shade, from tawny gold to darkest brown, and tufts of lichen sprouting between antlers and horns. They were moss maidens, and in that moment the prince knew that he was in the presence of their leader, Push Grola, the shrub grandmother herself. "Ha! I knew it was her." "Oh yes, you're very clever, Gild. Now hush." Shrub grandmother was not known for being kind to the humans who ventured too close to the forest folk. She often demanded that mortals complete impossible tasks and punished them when they failed. Or, sometimes, rewarded them for deeds of kindness and courage. One could never be sure of her mood, but the prince knew enough to show respect. He lowered his gaze. "Stop groveling," she snapped, thumping the end of her walking stick so hard it broke through one of the rotted boards. "Can you stand?" He tried to get to his feet, but one leg buckled from his weight. "Never mind," growled the old woman. "Do not kill yourself to impress me." She walked past him, staring up at the black stones, where the gate to Ferloren had stood. "She will do everything she can to escape. Pershta will never be content to be a prisoner of the underworld. She is most cunning." She nodded, as if agreeing with herself. "If she ever returns, the creatures of this world will once again be in danger of her arrows and blades, her fathomless brutality." She turned to the women gathered at the edge of the woods. "Until that day, we will stand watch over this gate. We will ensure that no one ever comes out of Ferloren, that the gods themselves will not open these doors to allow the huntress passage. We must stay vigilant. We must keep guard." The moss maidens nodded, their expressions fierce. Hobbling up to the stones, Shrub Grandmother lifted her walking stick over her head and said an incantation, the words languid and solemn, the old language. The prince watched, speechless, as the tall black monoliths tipped toward the center of the brambled clearing. The ground thundered as they struck the earth, branches splintered and groaned. When she was finished, the gates to Ferloren had been sealed, permanently trapping Pershta in the afterworld. She turned back to the prince, something almost like a smile stretching across her toothless mouth. "Come, young prince. You require healing." The moss maidens built a hammock of branches and vines, and together they carried the wounded prince into the woods. He tried to look back as he was taken away, to see if there was any hint that Gravenstone Castle stood hidden behind the veil, and his sister's body, perhaps her ghost, somewhere just beyond his reach. But all he saw was an impassable field of brambles and thorns. The forest folk took the prince to Ausilta, their home and sanctuary, a place so hidden by magic that the Erlking himself had never found it. There, Shrub Grandmother and the Moss Maidens, in all their expert knowledge of healing herbs, nursed the prince back to health. He did not know that behind the veil, the Erlking was pondering his revenge. The Dark Ones do not mourn, and neither would the wicked Erlking. Only fury was allowed inside his black heart. Fury and a burning need for retaliation against the boy who murdered the only being he had ever loved. As the days passed behind the veil, the Erlking began to concoct a terrible plan. He would ensure that the prince would soon come to know the same fate he had dealt upon the Erlking himself. A future without peace, without joy, without end. The days passed slowly as he crafted his vengeance. As the moon began to wax, on the far side of the forest, the young prince recovered from his wounds. He told Shrub Grandmother that he must return home, to tell his family the sad news of his sister, yet also to let them rejoice that he himself was not lost. Shrub Grandmother agreed that the time had come for him to return to his people. With much gratitude for their healing magic, the prince bestowed on the Moss Maidens what gifts he had in his possession: a small locket and a golden ring. Then, with a grateful bow, the prince set off for his home. He did not know until he left Ausilta that nearly a full month had passed, and he would be returning home beneath the glow of a full moon. He quickened his pace, eager to see his mother and father again, no matter how his heart ached to tell them what had become of their beloved princess. But he could not reach the castle before the sun had set, and as he made his way through the encroaching darkness, he heard a sound that chilled his very soul. Howls and the soulless croon of a hunting horn. The wild hunt had returned. Chapter 38. It was the silence that brought Serilda back to the present. The wheel had stopped spinning. She looked over to see Gild watching her, his chin cupped in both hands, leaning forward on the stool like a rapt child. But in the next moment, his brow had furrowed. "Why did you stop?" he asked. "Why did you stop?" she said, jumping up from the settee, where she'd settled at some point during her tale. "We don't have time to—" She paused and looked around. The straw was gone. They were done. Gild grinned widely. "I said I could do it." "What time is it?" She looked at the candle, startled to see that it was still as tall as her thumb. Planting her hands on her hips, she glared at Gild. "Are you telling me that those first 2 nights you were intentionally going slow?" He shrugged, his eyes widening, a picture of sincerity. "I had nothing better to do with my time, and I was enjoying the stories." "You told me you hated the story that first night." He shrugged, then rolled his shoulders a few times to work out their stiffness. As he stretched his hands overhead, his spine emitted a series of loud pops. "I don't think I used the word hate." Serilda scoffed. Bobbins were scattered messily in a pile beside him, since he hadn't paused to organize any of them, and Serilda had been too distracted in her storytelling to complete her end of the work. She walked around the spinning wheel and started stacking them against the wall. She wasn't entirely sure why she bothered. Some servant would come in, scoop them up, and take them away for whatever the king was doing with so much golden thread. But she felt guilty for not having helped much tonight. As she set the bobbins into neat rows, they shone like little beacons in the candlelight, as pretty as gems. The amount of straw had made the task seem like an impossible feat. But Gild had done it with time to spare. She couldn't help feeling impressed. As she went to set the last bobbin of thread on the top of the last stack, she hesitated and looked down at the glistening gold. What was it worth? She still wasn't entirely sure that it was real. Or she believed it was real here on this side of the veil, in the realm of ghosts and monsters. But if it crossed over into the sunlight, would it vanish like morning mist? But no, the gifts that Gild gave to the people of Adelheid were real enough. Why wouldn't this be as well? Before she could second-guess herself, Serilda pulled back her cloak and tucked the bobbin, heavy with gold, into her dress pocket. "What is he doing with it all?" she murmured, stepping back to inspect Gild's work in all its shimmering glory. "Nothing good, I'm sure," he said, so close that she imagined she could feel his breath tickling the back of her neck. Had he noticed her taking the bobbin? She turned to face him. "And you're all right with that? I know you're helping me, but you're also helping him, adding to his riches." "It isn't wealth he wants," Gild said with calm conviction. "He has something else in mind for this." He sighed. "And no, I'm not all right with it. I want to throw it into the lake to make sure he never gets any of it." He looked back at her, his expression tormented. "But I cannot let him hurt you. Earl Koenig can have his gold if it keeps you safe." "I'm sorry that I keep bringing you into this. I will find a way out of it somehow. I keep thinking that at some point he'll have enough and he won't need me, or you, anymore. But that's just the thing. Once that happens, you'll be gone forever. And I know that's a good thing. I don't want you trapped here like I am. I don't want anyone else to suffer here. There's already plenty enough suffering in this castle as it is." He paused. And yet, he didn't have to say it. She knew what words he was searching for, and she was tempted to put him out of his misery, to say the words for him, because words had always been her haven, her comforts. Whereas Gild seemed to agonize over every one. At least, when he was being honest like this, when he was so vulnerable. Finally, he shrugged. "And yet I don't want you to leave, knowing that you'll never come back." Her heart squeezed. "I wish I could take you with me. I wish we could both be free of him, run away from here." His expression was hopelessly sad. "I'll never be free of this place." "What happens if you do try to leave?" "I get as far as the drawbridge, or the lake. I've tried jumping off the walls more times than I can count, but then," he snapped his fingers, "I'm back inside the castle, as if nothing happened." A shadow passed over his features. "The last time I tried it, ages ago, I reappeared in the throne room, and the Erlking was sitting there, like he'd been waiting for me. And he just started laughing, like he knew how hard I was trying to get away, and that I never would, and seeing me struggle was the most fun he'd had since... I don't know. Since he caught the wyvern, probably." He met Serilda's gaze again. "That was when I decided that if I was going to be trapped here, I would at least spend my time making life as miserable for him as possible. I can't really do anything to him. There's no point in trying to fight him or kill him. But I can really, truly annoy him. That probably sounds childish, but sometimes it feels like all I have." "And here I am," she whispered, "asking you to spin gold. For him." Reaching forward, he took one of her braids between his fingers, running his thumb along the strands. "It's worth it. You've been the most brilliant distraction I could have asked for." She bit the inside of her cheek, then did what her body had been yearning to do since he'd first appeared. She tied her arms around his neck and pressed her temple to his. Gild's arms were quick to surround her, and she knew she wasn't the only one who had been testing the strength of her will, to see how long she could go without falling into his arms. She shut her eyes, squeezing them until little flashes of golden light appeared on the darkness of her eyelids. She would find a way out of this mess, and she had a feeling that she would have to do it sooner rather than later. After all, she'd already promised Gild her firstborn child in exchange for his help. What would she offer next time? And the time after that? And yet, to her dismay, the thought of running away and escaping the Erlking's grasp brought her no comfort. It only made her heart feel like it was being squeezed in a vice. What if this was the last time that she ever saw Gild? Her pulse sped up as she slipped her fingers into his hair and turned her head, pressing a kiss just below his ear. He inhaled sharply, his arms tensing around her. The reaction encouraged her. She hardly knew what she was doing as she caught the tender flesh of his earlobe between her teeth. Gild groaned, startled, even as he leaned into her, his fingers clutching at the back of her dress. Then, he was pushing her away. Serilda gasped. Her cheeks were flushed, her heartbeat racing. Gild's eyes were molten as he stared at her. "I'm sorry," she breathed. "I don't know what I was—" His fingers found the back of her head tangling in her hair as he pulled her back to him. His mouth found hers, ravenous. Serilda met him in kind. Her body was burning up in the confines of her dress. She felt lightheaded, barely able to keep up with the sensations on her skin as Gild's hands left trails of frazzled warmth on her neck, her back, along the sides of her rib cage, the curve beneath her breasts. She pulled away only when she needed to breathe. Trembling, she fitted her hands against Gild's chest. He may not have had a heartbeat, but he was solid beneath her touch. Under the thin linen, there was strength and tenderness. Her thumb caressed the dip of his collarbone, and she leaned forward, suddenly desperate to kiss that spot of bare flesh underneath his open collar. Serilda. Her name was a throaty plea, a yearning, a question. She met his eyes and realized that she wasn't the only one who had started shaking. Gild's hands were on her hips, gathering the fabric of her skirt into fistfuls. "I've never—" he started, his eyes tracing the lines of her face, from her brow to her chin to her swollen mouth. "Me either," she whispered back, nervous all over again. "But I'd like to." He exhaled and tipped his head forward, pressing their foreheads together. "Me too," he breathed, with a bit of a chuckle. "With you." His hands slid up the back of her dress, and she could feel little tremors in his fingers as they found the laces and began to untie them. Slowly. Tediously slow. Agonizingly slow. With a frustrated huff, Serilda pushed Gild backward until his legs hit the settee. She tumbled on top of him, encouraged by the sound of his laughter, teasing and warm, before Serilda's mouth effectively silenced it. Chapter 39. She was liquid gold, a pool of sunshine, a lazy nap on a summer's day. Serilda could not remember when she had last slept so soundly, but then she'd never slumbered encircled by protective arms, a firm chest flushed against her back. At one point, she'd started to shiver, and she wondered with a rush of misery if she would open her eyes and find herself alone in the castle ruins. But no, she was just cold, with no blanket to snuggle beneath. Gild had helped her back into her dress, tenderly kissing each of her shoulders before pulling up the fabric of her sleeves and retying the laces. They'd easily dozed off again. Serilda knew she was smiling, even in her half-dreaming state. Utterly content. Until a shadow fell over her, eclipsing what little light was making the windows glow indigo blue. Serilda squinted her eyes open. Then she sat up, flustered but alert. She shot to her feet, flinching at the crick in her neck, and dipped into a curtsy. "You're Grim. Forgive me. We were—" She hesitated, unsure exactly what she was apologizing for. She glanced back, suddenly terrified of what the Erlking would do if he found Gild in here, with her, but Gild was gone. What she had thought was an arm pillowing her head was her traveling cloak, neatly rolled up. She blinked. When had he left? In all her spiraling emotions, Serilda was most surprised at the twinge of regret that he had not woken her to say goodbye. She chastised herself and faced the king, rubbing sleep from her eyes. I must have fallen asleep, and enjoyed the most pleasant of dreams, it would appear. Embarrassment knotted her insides, worsening when the Erlking's curious look turned almost glib. Dawn approaches. Before the veil separates us, there is something I would like to show you. Her brow pinched. Me? The king smiled, the overpowering smile of a victor, the smile of a man who always got what he wanted, and had little doubt he would this time as well. Your presence continues to be of surprising advantage, Lady Serilda, and I am in a generous mood. He held out a hand. She hesitated, recalling the icy feel of his skin, but with little choice she braced herself and settled her hand into his. A chill swept down her spine, and she could not fully disguise the shudder that his touch elicited. The king's grin widened, as if he liked having this effect on her. He led her from the room. Only once they were in the corridor did Serilda remember her cloak, but the king was walking briskly, and she had a feeling that he would not appreciate the delay if she asked to return for it. This has been an exhilarating night, said the Erlking, whisking her down a long stairway that spilled out into a wide conservatory. In addition to your diligent work, our hunt achieved a most glorious prize, with some thanks owed to you. Me? Indeed. I hope you aren't the sensitive sort. Sensitive? She asked, more bewildered by the moment and unable to fathom why he was being so nice to her. In fact, the Erlking, who usually struck her as ominous and more than a little morose, now was bordering on chipper. It made her nervous. I know there are mortal girls of weak constitution who feign repulsion at the captivity or slaughter of wild animals. I'm not sure the repulsion is feigned, he snorted. Show me a lady who does not enjoy a tender cut of venison on her table, and I will concede the point. Serilda had no argument for that. To your question, she said a bit hesitantly, I do not think myself to be particularly sensitive. No. I hoped as much. The king paused before a set of wide double doors that Serilda had never seen before. Few mortals have ever witnessed what you are about to behold. Perhaps the night will exhilarate us both. A flush burst hot across her face. His words brought back flashes of intimacy and pleasure that she was trying hard not to think about in the most inopportune moment. Gild's body, Gild's hands, Gild's mouth. The Erlking shoved open the doors, letting in a rush of cool air, the melodic rhythm of a light rainfall, the thick scent of sage. They emerged onto a covered stone walkway that ran the length of the northern side of the keep. Before them, half a dozen steps led down to a large garden hemmed in by the fortress's tall outer walls. The garden was neat and precise, segmented into squares by tall boxwoods. Within each square was a centerpiece, a tiered fountain or a topiary in the shape of a lyre-playing nymph, surrounded by patches of bluebells and poppies and star-shaped edelweiss. In the corner far to Serilda's right, the segments were more practical, though no less lovely, filled with spring vegetables, herbs, and fruit trees. Serilda had not stopped to wonder about how the Dark Ones fed themselves. Clearly they did eat, or else they would have had no interest in the feast the citizens of Adelheid prepared for them. But she wasn't sure if they needed to eat, or if they simply enjoyed it. Either way, she'd had an image of their feasts being made entirely of the food claimed during the hunt, wild boar and venison and game birds. Clearly, she'd been mistaken. The Erlking did not give her time to properly take in the splendid view of the gardens. Already he was at the base of the steps, and Serilda hastened to keep up with him, jogging down the central path that led straight through to the far wall, while a mist of drizzling rain clung to her skin. She shivered, wishing she had her cloak. Her gaze caught on a statue in one of the garden patches, standing ominously over a swath of black roses. She stumbled and paused. It was a statue of the Erlking himself, clothed in his hunting gear, the crossbow in his hands. It was carved of black stone, granite perhaps, but the base was different, a light gray, like the castle walls. She blinked, surprised at what struck her as a blatant display of vanity. The king had been eager to show off his trophies in the castle, the taxidermy and mounted heads, but he had not struck her as particularly, vain. She shook herself from the daze and hurried to keep up, for the king evidently had no intention of waiting for her. She passed a couple of undead gardeners. A man with enormous shears jutting from his back was pulling weeds from one of the beds, and a woman whose head seemed permanently cocked at an odd angle, as if her neck might have been broken, was pruning a hedge of topiaries into the shape of a long-tailed serpent. There were more ghosts milling about the gardens in the distance. But as she neared the back castle wall, Serilda's attention was drawn away from the patches of lush foliage. Her steps slowed as she was led through a wrought iron gate that had not been visible from the palace steps. It led onto a narrow, tidy lawn here at the back part of the gardens, what might have been used for lawn bowling. All around its perimeter stood a series of ornate cages. Some were small enough to hold a house cat, others nearly as big as the mill's water wheel, all lit by the blaze of 100 torches burning at the edges of the lawn. Some of the cages were empty, but others— Her mouth fell open, and Serilda could not make it close. She wasn't sure that what she was seeing was real. In one cage, an elvedrish, a plump, bird-like creature covered in scales instead of feathers, with a rack of slender antlers sprouting from its head. There was its cousin, the Rasselbach, a rabbit in size and form, but also sporting antlers like a roebuck. In the next cage, a bargeist, an enormous black bear with glowing red eyes. And there were creatures she had no names for, a 6-legged ox-like creature that bore a protective shell on its back, a beast the size of a boar covered in shaggy fur that, on closer examination, might not have been fur at all but sharp porcupine-like quills. A sound almost like a gasp, almost a laugh, escaped her as she spotted what appeared at first to be an average mountain goat. But as it hobbled closer to its food dish, she saw that the legs on the left side of its body were significantly shorter than the legs on the right side. A dahoot, the creature whose fur Gild had said was his favorite to use for spinning. She wandered closer, shaking her head in wonder. Only a few feet from the dahoot's cage, she could see that it indeed had great patches where the fur had recently been sheared off in haphazard strips. She doubted the dahoot cared much, especially as the days grew warmer. But something told her the Erlking and his hunters would be most annoyed at the random patches of fur that occasionally went missing. She shook her head, trying to smother her grin. It was easy to do when she stepped back and took in the caged beasts all at once. They were a mixture of peculiar and regal, but they all looked cramped and miserable in their enclosures. Many were despondently curled up in the far corners, shying away from the rain and watching the dark ones with wary eyes. A couple had visible open wounds that had not been tended to. "All these miraculous beasts," muttered a haughty voice, "and the mortal wants to see the dahoot." Serilda startled. Forcing her attention away from the creatures, she saw that she and the Erlking were not alone. A cluster of dark ones in their hunting gear stood gathered at the far end of the lawn, near an enormous but empty cage. It was a man who had spoken, with bronze skin and hair like flaxen gold, a broadsword on his back. When he saw that he had her attention, he raised an eyebrow. "Is the little human afraid of the beasts?" "Hardly," Serilda said, standing straighter. "But I prefer natural charm over vanity and brute strength. I've never seen a creature so purely guileless. I'm rather smitten." "Lady Serilda," said the Erlking. She jumped, and the stranger smirked. "We have little time. Come, I wish to show you our newest acquisition." "Concern yourself not with her, your grim," yelled the man, "for the human has poor taste in beasts." "Your opinion was not solicited," said the king. The man's jaw tensed, and Serilda couldn't help the smug tilt of her chin as she brushed past him. She had not gone a dozen steps when a deafening noise, like metal on metal, made her stop. Serilda grimaced and pressed her hands to her ears. The dark ones all around her laughed. Even the Erlking seemed momentarily amused, before turning proudly back to the source of the sound. Through another gate on the far side of the lawn, a number of hunters and servants were leading a gigantic beast forward. Each was gripping the end of a long rope that had been looped around the creature's neck and body. There were 24 captors at least, yet Serilda could tell by their straining muscles and grunts that it was taking all their efforts to drag the animal forward. Her stomach dropped. "It's a Totzelwurm," she whispered in disbelief. "You've captured a Totzelwurm." "Found roaming the foothills in Adeline," said the Erlking. "Precisely as you said it would be." Chapter 40. The creature was 3 times as long as Serilda was tall, most of its body consisting of a long, serpentine tail covered in shimmering silver scales that whipped and writhed as the hunters yanked on the ropes. It had no hind legs, but 2 front arms, each with thick corded muscles and 3 claws that looked like daggers in the torchlight as it scraped at the earth, trying to get purchase against its captors. Its head was distinctly feline, like an enormous lynx, with fierce slitted yellow eyes, long silken whiskers, and tufts of black hair sprouting from its wide pointed ears. Its mouth and nose had been muzzled, but it could still emit that grating screech and deep, throaty growls. A wound on one side of its body was steaming and oozing blood that, in this light, appeared to be as green as the grass. "Prepare the cage!" shouted a woman, and Serilda recognized Giselle, the master of the hounds. One of the hunters heaved open the door to the enormous empty cage. Serilda stepped back, not wanting to be anywhere near the Totzelwurm if it managed to break free, and it seemed to have a good chance. "Breathtaking, isn't it?" said the Erlking. She glanced up at him, speechless. His eyes were fixed on the capture, his expression glowing. He appeared almost gleeful, his pointed teeth revealed behind upturned lips, his blue-gray eyes mesmerized by the beast. Serilda realized that she had been wrong to think he was being kind to her before. He'd merely wanted to gloat about his new trophy. And who better to admire its awe-inspiring nature than a mortal peasant? As the hunters hauled the Totzelwurm into the cage, the Erlking turned his smile toward Serilda. "We owe you our gratitude." She nodded dully. "Because I told you where to find it." She tried not to let on how this baffled her. She'd made it up. She'd been lying. But evidently, she'd also been right. "Yes," said the Erlking, "but also because without your gift, we would have had to leave the creature paralyzed, as my wyvern if you've seen it. A fine decoration this would make, but I prefer to enjoy my captures in a more spirited state, full of vigor. But we could not have transported it so far without your precious gift." "What gift?" she said, having no earthly idea what he was talking about. He laughed merrily. The Totzelwurm was dragged into the cage. The hunters slipped back out, locking the beast in, leaving only the master of the hounds inside. She set about undoing the ropes that were still tied around the creature's body, ropes that glittered when they caught the light of the torches. Serilda clamped her teeth together to hold back a cry. They were not ropes, but chains. Slender, golden chains. "The thread you made was barely enough to braid together into these ropes," said the king, confirming her suspicions. "But what you provided us with tonight should be enough to capture and hold even the greatest of beasts. This was a test to see if the chains would serve their purpose. As you can see, they worked magnificently." "But why gold?" she said. "Why not steel or rope?" "Not gold," he said, a lilt in his voice. "Spun gold. Did you not know the worth of such a god gift? It is perhaps the only material that can bind a creature of magic. Steel or rope would have no chance on a creature such as this." He chuckled. "Magnificent, isn't it? And finally mine." She swallowed hard. "What are you planning to do with it?" "That remains to be seen," he said. "But I have some grand ideas." His voice had darkened, and Serilda pictured the Totzelwurm stuffed and mounted, another piece in the king's collection. "Come," he said, offering Serilda his elbow. "These gardens are not easily navigated on the other side of the veil, and sunrise draws near." Serilda hesitated for perhaps a moment too long before she accepted his arm. She looked back only once, as the master of the hounds was slipping out of the cage with her arms full of chains. Perhaps she was also the gamekeeper, Serilda thought, now that she knew there was game to be kept. As soon as she was out, they slammed shut the cage door and locked the heavy latches. The Totzelwurm released another ear-splitting wail. Before, it had sounded furious. Now Serilda heard an agony of a new sort. Devastation. Loss. Its gaze fell on Serilda. There was clarity in its slitted eyes. Fury, yes, but also brilliance. An understanding that seemed unnatural on its feline features. She could not help but feel that this was not some mindless beast. This was not an animal to be kept in a cage. This was a tragedy. And it was her fault, at least in part. Her lies had led the king to the Totzelwurm. Somehow, she had done this. Serilda turned away and let the king lead her back down the path, tidy garden patches spread out to either side and the castle glowing before them. Over the eastern wall, a hint of rose touched the sparse purple clouds. "Ah, we have dallied too long," said the king. "Forgive me, Lady Serilda. I do hope you can find your way." She looked up at him, a new trepidation filling her. For as much as she hated this man, this monster, at least she knew what sort of monster he was. But on the other side of the veil, the castle held too many secrets, too many threats. As if sensing her mounting fear, the Erlking gently pressed his hand over hers, as if he meant to comfort her. Then a beam of golden sunlight struck the tallest tower of the keep, and the king vanished like mist. All around her the gardens grew wild and unkempt, the trees and shrubs overgrown, the boxwoods sprawling in all directions. The path beneath her feet was overtaken by vines and weeds. She could still make out the pattern of square patches, and some of the stonework still stood. A fountain here, a statue there. but always faded and chipped, some having toppled over. The stately castle was reduced to ruins once more. Serilda sighed. She was shivering again, and though the morning was damp, she thought it was as much from the nearness of the Erlking a moment ago. Could he still see her from this side of the veil? Like looking through a window? She knew that Gilded could. After all, he had protected her from the Druid that first morning. Perhaps all the inhabitants of this castle could watch her, when she saw nothing but disarray and abandonment. With Gilded, the idea was comforting. With the others, not so much. Knowing that in any minute the screams would begin, Serilda lifted her skirts and hurried along the path, dodging the overgrowth. The gardens might be forsaken, but they were full of life. Many of the plants had thrived and germinated, untended, and not all of them weeds. The air smelled of mint and sage, the aromas made more pungent by the wet earth, and she noticed many herbs running amok through the once tidy beds. A variety of birds perched in the tree branches, whistling their morning songs, or hopped about on the ground, picking at worms and critters. In her hurry, Serilda startled a grass snake, which in turn startled her as it slithered fast into a patch of heather. She was nearly to the castle steps when Serilda tripped. She lurched forward, landing hard on her hands and knees with a grunt. Rolling onto her backside, she looked down at her palm, which had landed on a musk thistle. Grumbling, she picked out the tiny spines before rolling up her skirt to check her knees. Her left was barely bruised, but the right was bleeding from a shallow scrape. "Not nice," she snapped, kicking her heel at the rock that had tripped her. Hidden beneath an overgrown weed, the rock, almost perfectly round, rolled away a couple of feet. Serilda sat up straighter. Not a rock. A head, or at least the head of a statue. She stood and approached the stone. After rolling it over with her toe to make sure there were no deadly insects hiding on it, she stooped and picked it up. It was worn from the weather, the nose broken off, along with a few pieces of a headdress. Its features were feminine, with a full, stern mouth and delicate ears. Turning it over, Serilda saw more clearly from the back of the head that it was not a headdress she wore, but a crown, which time had chipped away to a circlet of uneven stubs. Serilda looked around, searching for the statue's body, and spotted a toppled figure behind a shrub that had yet to sprout leaves for the season. At first, it looked like just a mound of rock covered in moss, but on closer inspection, she saw it was two figures standing side by side, one in a gown, the other in a long tunic and fur-trimmed mantle. Both were headless. More searching revealed a broken scabbard and a hand. Setting down the head, Serilda picked up this lost limb, broken off just above the wrist, and missing the thumb and first two fingers. She brushed away a clump of lichen that clung to its surface. Her eyes widened. On the hand's fourth finger was a ring. She looked closer, squinting. Though worn by time, the ring's seal was recognizable. The R and the Totzelwurm. Had Gilded seen this statue before? Was that why the symbol had been familiar to him? Or was there a deeper meaning here? If this seal was on the ring of a statue, a queen's statue, from the look of the crown, it might have been a family crest. That matched her theories about the gravestones. But what royal family? And what had become of them? Serilda realized, peering around the garden, that she was near the same plot of land where the statue of the Erlking had stood on the other side of the veil. That statue would have been right there. Serilda used the stone hand to peel back a thick covering of vines, and it was right where she thought it would be, The statue's base, where she assumed this king and queen, now broken to pieces, had once stood regally above their gardens. There were words carved into it. Excitement skittered through her. Serilda cleared away the grime and debris, using her breath to blow away the layers of dust that filled up the engraving, until finally she could read the words. This statue erected to commemorate the ascension of Queen and her husband King, their most gracious majesties, to the throne of Adelheid. She read them again and again. That was it? No, there should be names. She felt around the blank plains of the stone, but there were no more words. Queen and King who? Serilda traced the words with her thumb, then brushed her fingers against the wide-open spaces where names should have been. It was nothing but solid stone, smooth as glass. Which was when she heard the first scream. Disgruntled, Serilda picked up her skirts and fled. Chapter 41. Clouds had swept in, and it had started to rain again. Serilda sat at the edge of the dock, her feet dangling above the water, mesmerized by the faint droplets making infinite rings across the surface. She knew she should go back to the inn. Her dress was soaked through, and she had started shivering some time ago, especially without her beloved cloak. Lorraine would be worried, and Lena would be eager to hear her tell of another night in the castle. But she could not bring herself to get up. She felt like, if she only stared at the castle long enough, it might spill out some of its secrets to her. She yearned to go back, was tempted to cross that bridge even now, to take her chances with the monsters and the ghouls. But that was a fool's mission. The castle was dangerous, no matter which side of the veil she was on. A flock of black birds rose up above the ruins, cawing at some spotted prey. Serilda stared at them, watching their black bodies swirl and dive before they settled back down out of sight again. She sighed. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since Ostrig's Day and the Feast of Death, and all she'd learned was that the Erlking was using the spun gold to hunt and capture magical creatures, and that there definitely had been a royal family who once inhabited this castle, but somehow they seemed to have been erased from history, and that her feelings for Gild were, well, more intense than she'd realized. A part of her wondered if she had been too hasty last night, if they had been too hasty. What had passed between them had been... The perfect word eluded her. Maybe the word was perfect. A perfect fantasy. A perfect moment caught in time. But it had also been unexpected and sudden, and when she woke to find Gild gone and the Erlking towering over her, that illusion of perfection dissolved. There was nothing about her growing intimacy with Gild that was perfect. She needed him if she was to survive the Erlking's demands. She was constantly indebted to him. She'd paid him with her 2 most valuable belongings, and now the promise of her firstborn child. And regardless of whether or not it was the magic that demanded such sacrifices, it didn't seem like a basis for an enduring relationship. They had gotten carried away. That was all. A boy and a girl who had been given few opportunities for romance, overcome with fervid desire. Serilda blushed deeply at having thought those words. Overcome with heightened longing. That sounded a bit more respectable. They were hardly the first couple to tumble into bed together, or in their case, an old settee, with little forethought, and they would by no means be the last. It was one of the favorite pastimes of the women in Märchenfeld, to tisk and tut over which unwed boys and girls had become, in their opinion, a little too close. But it was relatively harmless gossip. There was no law against it, and if pressed, most of those same women would gladly talk about their first tumble, with a smidgen of roguish, wanton pride, and always followed up with the disclaimer that it was all a long time ago, before they met the love of their life and settled down in marital bliss. Serilda knew that not every first intimacy was a happy one. She had heard tales of men and women alike who had believed themselves in love only to later find those feelings were unrequited. She knew there could be shame attached to giving so much of oneself. She knew there could be regrets. She chewed on the inside of her cheek, trying to determine whether she felt any shame, whether she had regrets. And the more she thought of it, the more it became clear that the answer was no. Not yet, at least. Right now, she just wanted to see him again, kiss him again, hold him again, do other things with him again. No, not ashamed. But she couldn't fulfill any of those wishes. And if there were any tricky, difficult feelings, that was the source of them. He was trapped behind the veil, and she was here, staring at a castle where ghosts moaned and cried and suffered through their deaths over and over again. A breeze kicked up from over the water. Serilda shuddered. Her dress was soaked, her hair saturated. Little droplets had begun to slide down her face. A fire would be nice. Dry clothes, a cup of warm cider. She should go. But instead of getting up, she tucked her hands into her dress pockets. Her fingers wrapped around something, and she gasped. She'd forgotten all about it. She pulled out the bobbin, half expecting to see it wound with scratchy straw. But no, she was holding a handful of fine, spun gold. She laughed with surprise. It felt a little bit like a gift, even if, technically, she had stolen it. A new sound intruded on her thoughts. A jangle, a clatter. Serilda hid the bobbin against her body and glanced around. There were fishing boats out on the lake, their crews casting nets and lines, occasionally hollering information at one another that Serilda couldn't make out. The road at her back sported a handful of carts, their wheels rattling loudly on the cobblestones. But with the dreary weather, the town was mostly quiet. There it was again. A musical, hollow jingle, a bit like wind chimes. It sounded close, as if it were coming from under the dock. Serilda had just begun to tip forward to peer over the edge when a hand appeared a few steps away from her, gripping the wooden boards. A puddle of lake water splattered around brownish-green skin. The hand was made of thick, knobby fingers connected by slimy webbing. Serilda gasped and lurched to her feet. The hands were followed by enormous bug-like eyes peering over the dock, glowing faintly yellow. A patch of riverweed hair clung to an otherwise bald, bulbous head. Its eyes landed on Serilda, and she took another step back. She tucked the bobbin of gold thread back into her pocket, then cast around for something she could use as a weapon. There was nothing, not even a stick. The creature threw its elbows up onto the dock and began to shamble up. Should she run? Call for help? Despite the way her heart was racing, the creature was not particularly threatening. As it emerged onto the dock, she could see it was the size of a young child. And yes, it was a strange, hideous thing with lumps and bulges all along a slimy body and sinewy frog-like legs that kept it lowered into a crouch. She would have thought for sure it was some odd animal born of a forest swamp, except that it was not entirely naked. It wore a coat crafted of woven grasses and covered in small shells. It was the shells that clacked and jingled with every move it made. Except now, it had fallen silent, motionless. Its mouth, which stretched wide across its face, stayed in a flat line, studying her. She studied it back, her pulse steadying. She knew this creature. Or at least, she knew what it was. "Shellenrock," she whispered. "A river bogeyman. Usually harmless, most notable for the coat of shells that chimed like little bells wherever it went. Not malicious. At least, not in any of the stories she'd ever heard. Sometimes it even helped lost or weary travelers. With a wary smile, Serilda lowered herself to a crouch. "Hello there. I won't hurt you." It blinked, one eyelid closing at a time. Then it lifted a webbed hand toward her and crooked one of its fingers. Beckoning. It did not wait for her reaction. The Shellenrock turned and scampered past her, before lowering itself back down into the lake's shallows with a jangle and a splash. Serilda glanced around to see if anyone was watching, but a woman pushing a cart full of manure had paused to chat with a neighbor in the overhang of their front door, and no one was watching Serilda or her unexpected visitor. "I suppose I might be a lost and weary traveler," she said, following the creature. She climbed down onto the shore, which was more rock than sand. As soon as it was sure that she was following, the Shellenrock took off, speeding through the shallow water on hands and feet, staying close enough to the shore that it was easy for Serilda to keep pace with it. It was leading her straight toward the cobblestone bridge that connected the castle to the town, and unless it expected her to swim out into the lake to go beneath the drawbridge, they would soon reach a dead end. But the Shellenrock did not swim out farther into the lake. Once they reached the bridge, constructed of rocks and boulders that were slick with algae, the creature climbed up over a few rocks and vanished. Serilda froze. Was she imagining things? A moment later, the creature appeared again, its yellow eyes peering out at her from the rocks, as if asking why she had stopped. Serilda approached with a bit more caution. Fitting her hands onto the damp stones, she pulled herself up to where the Shellenrock was waiting for her. The climb was easy enough, so long as she was careful not to slip. The river creature disappeared again, and when Serilda peered into the space where it had gone, she saw that there was a little alcove in this wall of rocks. And tucked into it, invisible from the shore or the docks, was a small cave leading away from the castle underneath the city. Or perhaps a tunnel. Or a hiding place for a Shellenrock, she supposed. A small part of Serilda wondered if it would be best not to follow. This cave looked dark and dank and all manner of unwelcoming. But she had heard, and told, enough stories to know that it was never wise to ignore the summons of a magical creature, even a lowly, peculiar one, like this little river monster. As the Shellenrock crept into the mouth of the cave, Serilda hastily tied back her braids and followed. Chapter 42. Her initial reaction had been accurate. The cave was dark and dank and entirely unwelcoming. It also smelled of dead fish. She had to stay crouched the entire time, and her legs were aching something terrible. And there was standing water on the cave floor that the Shellenrock kept kicking up behind it and splattering into Serilda's face. And she couldn't see. The only light came from the Shellenrock's faintly illuminated eyes, which might have let it see well enough, but left Serilda in the dark. The path was mostly straight, though, and Serilda could tell that they were traveling beneath the city. She tried to gauge how far they had gone, and wondered how long this tunnel went for, and very much hoped that it had an opening at the other end and she wasn't being led to an unsavory death. Just when she was beginning to think her thighs couldn't take any more, and she would have to start crawling on her hands and knees, not a tempting proposition, she saw a spot of light up ahead and heard the burble of water. They emerged, not in the town or out in the fields, but in a forest. Serilda had no sooner marveled at how gratifying it could feel to stretch one's legs after they'd been crouched for far too long than a shiver prickled along her spine. The creature had brought her into the ashen wood. They were standing in a shallow creek bed surrounded by ancient trees, their boughs so thick she could barely make out the sky above, sheltering them from the rain. The air was still damp and chilled, and great globs of rainwater fell from the branches. The Shellenrock hurried off down the creek, its webbed feet splashing in the shallow water, part hopping, part hobbling, leading Serilda deeper into the wood. Her boots squelched with every step. She knew she should be afraid. The woods were not friendly to humans, especially those who entered them on foot or ventured off the road, and she was definitely off the road. But mostly she was curious, even excited. She wanted to pause and drink it in, this mysterious place she'd been dreaming of her whole life. The one time she'd ever been beyond the edge of the woods was a few short months ago, on the night of the Hunger Moon, when the king had first summoned her and the carriage traversed the little-traveled road through the forest, when it had been too dark to see anything. Papa had never dared enter the woods, not even on horseback. She doubted he'd have traveled through the woods if he had an entire royal guard to accompany him. His fears made more sense to her now. The Erlking had lured away her mother, and most people believed that the Erlking still resided in Gravenstone Castle, which lay deep in the heart of the forest. Regardless whether the king now called Adelheid his home, the Ashen Wood remained a treacherous place. Serilda had always feared it, just as she'd always been drawn to it. What child could resist the allure of such magic? The image of fey creatures dancing on toadstools and water sprites bathing in the brooks, and songbirds with glowing feathers alighting on the branches overhead. But it was not quite the landscape of evocative color and song she'd always pictured. Instead, everywhere she looked, there was a chorus of gray and green. She tried to think of it as pretty, but for the most part, it struck her as a palette of uninterrupted gloom. Spindly black tree trunks and branches drooping with strings of lichen and fallen logs crumbling under the weight of thick moss and fungi the size of wagon wheels. There was a sense of eternity here. This was a place where time didn't exist, where even the smallest sapling might be ancient, unchanged and unchanging. But of course it wasn't unchanging. The forest was alive, but in quiet, subtle ways. The fat spider spinning its intricate web among a patch of bloodberry thorns. The rumbling call of toads along the banks of a murky pond. The haunted cry of crows eyeing her from the boughs, occasionally answered by the lonely song of the warblers. Together with the incessant rainfall, it made a somber melody. The quiet drumbeat on the canopy overhead, paired with steady drips pummeling the lower leaves, thumping down into the bed of undergrowth and pine needles. Serilda's nerves tingled with imagined threats. She kept a close eye on those crows, especially the ones who landed overhead and waited for her to pass underneath, watching like greedy scavengers. But they were only birds, she assured herself again and again, not bloodthirsty Nachkrop, spying for the Erlking. The coat of the Shellenrock jangled loudly, startling Serilda. She realized it had gotten quite far ahead and was standing on a fallen log, eyelids alternating in slow blinks. "Sorry," she said, smiling. If the creature could smile, it didn't. But that might also be because a fly had started to buzz around its head, catching its attention, and while Serilda made up the distance, the Shellenrock stuck out a whip-like black tongue and swallowed the fly whole. Serilda buried a grimace. When the creature's gaze returned to hers, she had found her polite smile again. "Is there a place we can rest, just for a few minutes?" In answer, The Shellenrock hopped off the log and headed up the bank of the creek, where the foliage was dense and the ground was a patchwork of gnarled roots and ferns and brambles. Sighing, Serilda grabbed hold of a thick root sticking out of the clay and hauled herself up after it. Yes, the forest was bleak, she thought, weaving and ducking around the branches that clawed at her as she passed. But there was a serenity to it, too. Like a sad concerto played in a minor key that made you weep just to hear it, though you could never quite tell why. It was the smell of earth and fungi, of that damp, sodden smell after a good rain. It was the tiny purple wildflowers unfurling near the ground, so easy to miss among the prickly weeds. It was the fallen tree trunks that were rotting away, giving life to new saplings, wrapped up in tender, spindly roots. It was thrumming insects and an entire menagerie of croaking frogs. The path, if it could be called a path, curved along the edge of a swamp overrun with swamp grass and weeping willows. A pool speckled with algae and enormous lily pads was fed by a small brook. The Shellenrock clambered over to the other side, its shells clinking merrily. But when Serilda went to follow, her foot slid ankle-deep into the mud. She gasped and threw her arms wide, barely managing to catch her balance before she fell into the swamp. On the other side of the pool, the Shellenrock paused to look back at her, as if wondering what could be the problem. Serilda scowled and pulled her boot from the mud with a gloopy, sucking noise. She backed up onto drier land. "Isn't there another—" she trailed off, spotting, not much farther down the brook, a little footbridge made of birch twigs and mortared stones. "Ah, like that!" The Shellenrock rattled its shells loudly. "It's not much farther," Serilda called back, pausing to wipe her muddied boot on a patch of moss. "And this will be much easier for me." It rattled again, a bit panicky. Serilda frowned and glanced back at its wide eyes, now unblinking. "What?" she said, taking a step onto the bridge. "Oh, hello, lovely thing." Serilda stilled. The voice was a whisper and a melody, the rustle of leaves, the soothing burble of water. Pulling her attention away from the Shellenrock, Serilda looked ahead to see a woman standing on the other side of the little bridge. She was crafted of silk and moonbeams, in a long white dress, with dark hair that hung nearly to her knees. Her face, though lovely, was not flawless like the dark ones. She had thick, dark eyebrows over acorn-brown eyes and impish dimples just above the corners of her mouth. Still, mortal as she might look, the ethereal light emanating from her made it clear that she was something unearthly, and judging from the Shellenrock's reaction, dangerous. But Serilda did not feel threatened. Instead, she felt drawn to this woman, this being. The woman's smile grew wider, her dimples more pronounced. She giggled. And it was parade bells and shooting stars. She stretched a hand towards Serilda, an invitation. "Will you dance with me?" Serilda made no decision. Already her hand was reaching out, eager to accept the offer. She stepped forward. Something crunched beneath her foot. Startled, Serilda looked down. Ah, nothing but a birch twig. She went to kick it down into the brook, but paused. A warning, deep in her mind, shouting at her. This was no twig. This was a bone. The entire bridge was crafted of them, mixed in with the mortar and rocks. Heart thrumming, she began to step back, meeting the woman's eye again. The smile fell, overcome with a desperate plea. "Don't go," whispered the voice. "You alone can break this curse. You can set me free. All it takes is a dance. One little dance. Please, please don't leave me." Another step back. Her foot landed on soft, mossy ground. The woman's brittle sorrow morphed again, now a vicious sneer. She lunged forward, her fingers reaching to grab Serilda, to claw or strangle or shove her. Serilda didn't know. She lifted a hand to protect herself. A wooden staff smacked the woman's hands away. She released a shriek of pain and reared back. A figure leaped onto the bridge, between Serilda and the glowering woman. Lithe and graceful, with moss where hair might have been, growing between tall fox ears. "Not this one, Selige," came a stern voice. A familiar voice. It took Serilda a moment to recall the Moss Maiden's name. Basil? Purslane? No. "Parsley?" she asked. The Moss Maiden ignored her, her eyes on the woman. "Selige," she'd said. Wait. Selige. That was not a name, but a type of spirit. The Selige Frauen. Malicious spirits that haunted bridges and graveyards and bodies of water. That demanded a dance from travelers, begging them to break a curse, but usually ended up killing them. "I found her first," hissed the Selige, baring pearlescent teeth. "She could break the curse. She could be the one." "So very sorry," said Parsley, holding her quarterstaff like a shield in front of her as she slowly backed away, forcing Serilda off the bridge. "But this human is already spoken for. Grandmother wishes to have a word with her." The spirit screamed, a sound of frustrated agony. But when Parsley turned and grabbed Serilda's arm, yanking her away, the spirit did not follow. Chapter 43. "Are you really taking me to see Shrub, Grandmother?" said Serilda, once the bridge with the Selige was far behind them and her heartbeat had begun to slow. "The Shrub, Grandmother?" "I would tame your awe before we arrive," said Parsley, a bit snarly. "Grandmother doesn't respond well to flattery." "I can try," said Serilda, "but I cannot guarantee." The Moss Maiden moved like a fawn among the branches, quick and graceful. In her path, Serilda felt more like a wild boar crashing through the woods, but she was comforted to know that the Shellen Rock, at the back of their odd little party, was the noisiest of all with its coat of shells, and Parsley wasn't telling it to be quiet. "Thank you," she said, "for rescuing me from the Selige. I suppose now I'm in your debt." Parsley paused beside an enormous oak tree, one that stretched so high Serilda could not see the top of it when she craned her neck. "You're right," said the maiden, holding out her hand. "I'll take back my ring." Coldness swept across Serilda's skin. "I left it at home, for safekeeping." Parsley smirked, and Serilda could sense that she didn't believe her. "Then you will have to remain indebted, for I doubt you have anything else I would want." She grabbed a curtain of vines draped across the tree's trunk and pulled them aside, revealing a narrow opening just above the tangled roots. "Go on," she said, with a nod at the Shellen Rock. It ducked inside, its shells jangling. Parsley turned to Serilda next. "After you." She stepped into the hollow trunk and was greeted by impenetrable blackness. No sign of the river monster. Squeezing her shoulders, she crouched low so as to fit through and inched into the tiny shelter, stretching out her hand. She expected to feel the rough, cobwebbed insides of the tree, but found only emptiness in the dark. She took another step, then another. On the 7th step, her fingers brushed not wood, but fabric, thick and heavy like a tapestry. Serilda pushed the fabric aside, gray light spilled forward. As she emerged from the tree, her breath caught. A dozen or so Moss Maidens formed a tight circle around her, each one gripping a weapon, spears, bows, daggers. One had a very poisonous-looking wolf spider perched on her shoulder. They were not smiling. She spotted the Shellen Rock crouched behind the group. just as one of the maidens handed him a small wooden bowl teeming with wriggling bugs. He licked his wide lips before enthusiastically burying his face in the bowl.
"You," said one of the maidens, "are very loud and very cumbersome."
Serilda stared at her. "I'm sorry?" The maiden cocked her head to the side.
"We have been waiting. Come."
They formed a circle around Serilda and led her down the winding paths. She did not know where to look first. The space before her was cavernous. Not a clearing exactly, for towering trees still blocked out the sky far overhead, cloaking the world in dim shadows. But the undergrowth had been cleared out, replaced with meandering walking paths, thick with spongy moss. And there were houses everywhere, though unlike any houses Serilda had seen before. These abodes were built into the ancient trees themselves, wooden doors tucked into the spaces between roots, and windows carved from the natural knots scattered along the trunks. Thick branches curved to form winding staircases. Higher boughs held cozy nooks and balconies. She could still hear the steady patter of raindrops far overhead, and the occasional drizzle fell down into this wooded sanctuary. But the gloom of the forest had been replaced with something cozy and charming, almost quaint. She spotted little shade gardens bursting with sorrel, arugula, and chives. She was mesmerized by the glow of twinkling lights that floated whimsically everywhere she looked. She didn't know whether it was fireflies or fairies or some magical spell, but the effect was enchanting. She felt like she'd just stepped into a dream. Osilta, the sanctuary of Shrub Grandmother and the Moss Maidens. She glanced back once, hoping that Parsley would be coming too. But there was no sign of her almost ally.
"Our sister had to return to her duties," said one of the maidens.
"Duties?" asked Serilda. Another maiden released a wry laugh.
"Just like a mortal to think that all we do is bathe in the waterfall and sing to hedgehogs."
"I didn't say that," said Serilda, affronted. "Judging from your weaponry, I suspect you spend a great deal of time dueling and competing in target practice." The one who had laughed shot her a fierce look.
"Don't forget it."
Serilda spotted more maidens lingering around the village, tending to the gardens or lounging in hammocks made of thick vines. They watched Serilda with little interest. That, or they were just really good at hiding it. Serilda, on the other hand, was so distracted she nearly toppled down a set of stairs. One of the maidens grabbed her elbow at the last second and pulled her back onto the path. They were standing at the top of an amphitheater, cut into the side of a small valley. At the bottom was a circular pool, emerald green and dotted with lily pads. A grassy island in the center held a circle of moss-covered rocks. 2 women were seated, waiting. Serilda gasped with relief and an unexpected amount of joy to recognize Meadowsweet. The other was an elderly woman who sat cross-legged on her rock. Though, as Serilda was led down the steps, she realized that elderly could not be the right word. Ancient might be better. Ageless, better still. She was small but broad, with a hunched back and wrinkles as deep as canyons cut into her pale face. Her white hair hung thin and tangled down her back, picking up twigs and bits of moss. She was dressed simply in layers of fur and dirt-smudged linen, though on her head was a delicate diadem, with a large pearl resting against her brow. Her eyes were as black as her hair was white, and they stared unblinkingly at Serilda as she approached, in a way that made her stand straighter.
"Grandmother," said one of the maidens, "this is the girl who has caught the interest of Erlking."
Serilda couldn't help it. A delighted smile stretched across her face. This was the leader of the Moss Maidens, the source of nearly as many fairy stories as the Erlking himself. The great, the ferocious, the most peculiar Shrub Grandmother. Push Grola. She did her best to curtsy. "This is incredible," she said, with a bit of disbelieving laughter in her voice as she recalled the story of the prince and the gates of Forlorn she'd been telling Gild. "I was just talking about you." Push Grola smacked her lips a couple of times, then leaned her head toward Meadowsweet. Serilda imagined she was going to whisper something to the maiden, but instead, Meadowsweet demurely turned to the old woman and began picking through her knotted white hair. After a second, she picked something out and flicked it away toward the water. Lice? Fleas? Nothing was said while Meadowsweet dutifully found 2 more bugs, and the rest of the maidens who had led Serilda to this place fanned out and claimed stones around the circle, leaving Serilda standing in the middle. Once they were settled, Push Grola sniffed and sat up straight again. She never took her gaze from Serilda. When she spoke, her voice was thin as watered-down milk.
"This is the girl who stuffed you into an onion cellar."
Serilda frowned. To say it that way made her sound like a villain rather than the hero.
"She is,"
said Meadowsweet. Push Grola sucked on her front teeth for a moment, and when she spoke again, Serilda noticed that a few of those teeth were missing, and the ones she did have didn't quite fit her mouth, or each other, as though they'd been borrowed and repurposed from a helpful mule.
"Is there a debt owed?"
"No, Grandmother," said Meadowsweet. "We were happy to show our gratitude, although—" Meadowsweet glanced at Serilda's throat, then down to her hand. "You do not wear our gifts." "I have hidden them away for safekeeping," she said, keeping her tone even. It wasn't entirely a lie. Behind the veil, they were most securely hidden. She knew Gild would keep them safe. Push Grola leaned forward, staring straight through Serilda in a way that reminded her of a hawk watching the skittering path of a mouse across the fields. Then she smiled. The effect was not so much jolly as disconcerting. It was followed by a loud, wheezing laugh as she pointed a crooked finger with swollen knuckles towards Serilda.
"You honor the god of lies with that clever mouth. But, child,"
her countenance dissolved into sternness,
"do not think to lie to me."
"I would not dare," said Serilda. She hesitated, not sure what to call her. "Grandmother?" The woman sucked her teeth again, and if she cared one way or the other what Serilda called her, it did not show.
"My granddaughters gave gifts worthy of your assistance, a ring and a necklace. Very old, very fine. You had them with you when Erlking summoned you on the Hunger Moon. And you have them with you no longer."
Her gaze turned sharp, almost hostile.
"What did the Alder King give to you in exchange for these trinkets?"
"The Alder King?" Serilda shook her head. "I didn't give them to him."
"No? Then how is it you have spent 3 moons in his care, and yet you remain alive?"
She looked briefly at Meadowsweet and the gathered maidens. There was not a friendly face among them. But she could not blame them for being mistrustful, especially knowing that the Dark Ones made a game of hunting them for sport. "The Erlking believes that I can spin straw into gold," she started. "A blessing from Hulda. That was the lie I told him when I was hiding Meadowsweet and Parsley. Yes, in an onion cellar. 3 times now he has summoned me to the castle in Adelheid and asked me to do just that, and threatened to kill me if I failed. But there is a ghost in the castle, a boy who is a true gold spinner. In exchange for that magic and for saving my life, I gave him the necklace and the ring." Push Grola was silent a long time, while Serilda shifted uncomfortably from foot to foot.
"And what did you give as payment on the 3rd moon?"
She stilled, holding the old woman's gaze. Memories flashed in her thoughts, searing kisses and caresses. But no, that wasn't what she was asking, and it certainly hadn't been payment for anything. "A promise," she answered.
God magic does not work on promises."
"Evidently it does." Testy surprise flashed through Pushkrola's eyes, and Serilda shrank back a bit. "It was a promise for something very valuable," she added, embarrassed to say more. She didn't think she could adequately explain what had led to such a deal being struck, and she didn't want Pushkrola to see her as the sort of person who would carelessly bargain away her firstborn child. Even if she was, evidently. She turned her attention to Meadowsweet. "I am sorry, though, if the necklace held special meaning for you. May I ask, who was the girl in the portrait?"
"I do not know,"
said Meadowsweet with no apparent regret. Serilda flinched. It had not occurred to her that the portrait could hold as little sentimental meaning for the Moss Maiden as it had for her. "You don't?"
"No. I had that locket for as long as I can remember, and do not recall where it came from. As to its special meaning, I assure you I value my life more."
"But it was so beautiful."
"Not as beautiful as snowdrop flowers in winter," said Meadowsweet, "or a newborn fawn taking its first shaky steps."
Serilda had no argument for this. What of Parsley's ring? It had a seal on it, a totzelworm entwined around the letter R. And I saw the seal on a statue in Adelheid Castle, too. And in the cemetery outside the city. What does it mean? Meadowsweet frowned and looked to Pushkrola, but the old woman's face was blank as slate as she studied Serilda.
"I don't know that, either," Meadowsweet answered. "If Parsley knew, she never said, but I don't believe she was any more sentimental over that ring than I was about the necklace. When we venture into the world, we all know to keep trinkets with us, in case payment is required. They are to us as your human coins are to—"
"This boy," interrupted Pushkrola, unnecessarily loud, "the one who spun the gold. What is his name?" It took Serilda a moment to change the direction of her thoughts. "He goes by Gild." "You say he is a ghost, not a dark one?" She shook her head. "Definitely not a dark one. The townspeople call him Vergoldetgeist, the gilded ghost. The Erlking calls him a poltergeist." "If he is one of the Alder King's dead, then the king controls him. He would not be fooled by this charade." Serilda swallowed, thinking of her conversations with Gild. He seemed proud to be known as the poltergeist, but it was clear to them both that he was not like the other ghosts in the castle. "He is a prisoner in the castle, like the other spirits who have been trapped by the king," she said slowly. "But he is not controlled by the king. He is not a servant like the others. He's told me that he doesn't know what he is exactly, and I believe he is telling the truth."
"And he claims to have been blessed by Hulda."
"He doesn't know where his magic came from, but that seems to be the most likely possibility." Pushkrola grunted. Serilda wrung her hands. "He is one of the many mysteries I've encountered during my time in Adelheid. I wonder if you might be able to shed light on one of the others." One of the maidens made a derisive sound.
"This is not a social call, little human."
Serilda felt her hackles rise, but she tried to ignore her. When Pushkrola had no response, she dared to plunge ahead. "I have been trying to learn more about the history of Adelheid Castle, to find out what happened there. I know it used to be home to a royal family, before the Erlking claimed it for himself. I've seen their graves, and a statue of a king and queen, but no one knows anything about them. And you, grandmother, are as old as this forest. Surely if anyone would remember something about the family who built the castle, or who lived there before the Dark Ones, it would be you. Pushgrola studied Serilda for a long moment. When she finally spoke, her voice was quieter than Serilda had yet heard it.
I have no memories of royalty in Adelheid, she said. It has always been the domain of the Erlking and the Dark Ones.
Serilda clenched her teeth. That wasn't true. She knew that wasn't true. How could even this woman, as old as an ancient oak, not remember? It was as if entire decades, perhaps centuries of the city's history had been erased.
If you uncover a different truth, Pushgrola added, you will tell me immediately.
Serilda sagged, wondering if she was imagining the troubled look in the woman's sharp eyes.
Grandmother,
said one of the Moss Maidens, her voice thick with concern.
What possible use could Erlkonig have for this spun gold, other than...
Pushgrola lifted a hand, and the maiden fell silent. Serilda glanced around the circle, at their fierce and beautiful faces shadowed with worry. Actually, she said slowly, I do have some idea what the king wants the gold for. Reaching into her pocket, she took out the bobbin full of gold thread. Stepping forward, she held it out to Shrub Grandmother. The old woman tipped her head toward Meadowsweet, who took the bobbin and held it up before the woman's eyes, turning it to catch the light. He's been taking these threads and braiding them together into ropes, said Serilda. Around her the maidens tensed, their concerned looks darkening. Last night, the Wild Hunt used these ropes to capture a Totzelwurm. Pushgrola's attention snapped back to her. The king told me that spun gold is perhaps the only material that can hold magical creatures like that. She opted not to mention how she had inadvertently told him where to find the beast.
Indeed,
said the woman, her voice brittle.
Blessed by the gods, it would be unbreakable.
And is it,
Meadowsweet asked hesitantly.
Blessed by Hulda, I mean.
Pushgrola looked like she'd bitten a lemon as she glared at the spool of gold.
It is.
Serilda blinked. So Gild really had been God-blessed. How can you tell?
I would know it anywhere, said Pushgrola. And I assure you, the Alder King will be using it to hunt more than the Totzelwurm.
It's this coming winter,
murmured Meadowsweet.
The endless moon.
It took Serilda a moment to understand what they were suggesting. The endless moon, when a full moon coincided with the winter solstice. She inhaled sharply. It had been 19 years since the last one, the night that, supposedly, her father had helped the trickster god and wished to have a child.
You think he means to go after one of the gods, she said. He wants to make a wish.
Pushgrola gave a loud snort.
A wish? Perhaps. But there are many reasons one might hope to capture a god.
Chapter 44.
Grandmother,
said Meadowsweet, gripping the golden thread in both hands.
If he does try to make a wish...
We all know what he would ask for,
muttered the maiden who had threatened Serilda before. We do? Said Serilda.
No, Foxglove. I would not give him so much credit, said Pushgrola.
But he might, said Meadowsweet. We cannot know what he would want, but it is possible.
We cannot know, said Pushgrola. Lest us not attempt to read his blackened heart.
Meadowsweet and Foxglove exchanged a look, but no one else spoke. Serilda looked between the three of them, her curiosity burbling. What would the Erlking wish for? He already had eternal life, an entourage of servants to do his bidding.
But the memory of her own made-up story whispered to her, answering the question. A queen. A huntress. If this were a fairy tale, that is what he would wish for. True love must be victorious, even for a villain. But this was not one of her stories, and while the Erlking might be a villain, it was difficult to picture him using a God-given wish to return his lover from the underworld. What else?
How much gold has this poltergeist spun for him? Asked Pushgrola.
Serilda considered, picturing all that straw, all those bobbins, stacks and stacks and stacks of them. The gold from the first 2 nights made enough rope to capture the Totzelwurm, she said, and he told me that what was done last night would be enough to capture and hold even the greatest of beasts. The greatest of beasts. Pushgrola's mouth twitched to one side. She took a hold of the walking stick beside her and thumped it on the ground.
He cannot be given any more.
Serilda clasped her hands in the same way she did when she was trying to speak patiently and practically with Madame Sour. I don't disagree. But what would you have me do instead? He has threatened my life if I don't do what he asks.
Then forfeit your life,
said one of the moss maidens. Serilda gaped at her. I beg your pardon?
Imagine what harm could come from Erlking claiming a god wish, the maiden said. It is not worth the life of one human girl.
Serilda glowered. Would you be so blithe if it were your life we were discussing? The maiden lifted an eyebrow.
I am not blithe. Erlking has been hunting us and the creatures of this world for centuries. If we were to be captured, he would attempt to torture us into confessing the location of our home.
She gestured around to the surrounding glen.
And we would die with honor before speaking a word.
Serilda glanced over at Meadowsweet, who met her gaze without flinching. The Erlking had been hunting her and Parsley. He had mentioned having their heads to decorate his wall, but never had it crossed her mind that he might have tortured them first.
The hunt threatens all living things, said Pushgrola. Human and forest folk alike. My granddaughter speaks true. That gold is a weapon in his hands. We cannot allow Erlking to capture a god.
Serilda looked away. She knew they wanted her to swear that she would not give the king any more of what he wanted, that she wouldn't ask Gilded to help her, that she would accept death over aiding the king again. But she didn't know if she could promise that. She glanced around the circle, taking in the assorted weapons propped against rocks and laid across laps. For the first time since coming here, she wondered if she was safe in the presence of the Moss Maidens. She did not believe they intended her harm, but what would they do if she did not promise what they wanted? She had the sudden, uncomfortable sensation that she'd unwittingly found herself caught in the middle of an age-old war. But if this was a war, what was her role to play in it? Shrub Grandmother muttered something to herself, too low for anyone to hear. Then she tipped her head toward Meadowsweet and gently knocked the end of her walking stick against her own scalp. Meadowsweet set to lousing her hair again, picking through for bugs while Pushgrola considered. After 4 more critters had been flicked away, Pushgrola straightened.
There is a rumor that he does not kill all the beasts he captures in the wood, that some are kept in his castle for added sport or breeding or to train his hounds.
Yes, said Serilda. I've seen them. Pushgrola's expression darkened with thinly veiled loathing.
Does he hurt them?
Serilda stared, considering the small cages, the untended wounds, the way some of the creatures trembled in silent fear when the dark ones walked past. Her heart squeezed tight. I think he might, she whispered.
Those creatures were our responsibility, and we failed them," said Pushgrola. "Anyone who aids Erlking and his hunters must be our enemy."
She shook her head. "I have no desire to be your enemy."
"I care little of your desires."
Serilda's hands clenched. That seemed to be a common theme among these age-old beings, regardless of which side of the war they fell on. Nobody cared for the mortals caught in the middle. "It doesn't matter," she said weakly. "I have nothing else to offer as payment for the magic. Gild cannot continue to spin gold to save my life, and he won't do the work for free." "He can't," said Meadowsweet. "Hulda's magic requires balance, and balance is obtained through reciprocity. Nothing taken for granted." "Fine then," said Serilda, with a shrug that was more nonchalant than she felt. "No doubt the king will summon me again on the awakening moon, and Gild will not be able to help me, and I will fail his task, and he will take my life. It seems I have already lost."
"Yes," said Pushgrola. "You are very much sitting in the ink." "We could kill her now," suggested Foxglove. She did not even bother to whisper it. "It would solve the problem." "It would solve a problem," Pushgrola countered. "Not the problem. This vergoldet Geist would still be within Erlkönig's grasp."
"But Erlkönig doesn't know that," said Meadowsweet.
Yes,"
said the old woman.
"Perhaps it would be best if the girl never returned to Adelheid."
Gooseflesh speckled Serilda's arms. "I've tried running from him. It didn't work."
"Of course you cannot run from him," said Foxglove. "He is the leader of the wild hunt. If he wants you, he will find you. Erlkönig relishes nothing more than tracking his prey, luring them into his grasp, and striking."
"I know that now. It's just, I'd thought maybe there was a chance. He can only leave the Vale under a full moon. My father and I had sought to travel far enough away that he would not be able to travel so far in one night."
"Do you think the boundaries of the Vale end at his castle walls? He can travel anywhere he wishes to, and you will have no idea that he is right there at your side, following your every move."
Serilda shuddered. "Believe me, I've realized my mistake. But you have been hiding from him for ages. He cannot find this place. Perhaps if I could—" She trailed off as the expressions darkened around her. Even Meadowsweet looked aghast at what Serilda was suggesting. "Could stay here?" she finished lamely.
"No,"
said Pushgrola, simply. "Why not? You don't want me returning to Adelheid, and despite the array of sharp weapons around here, I don't think you are prepared to murder me either."
"We do what we must,"
growled Foxglove.
"That is enough, Foxglove,"
said Pushgrola. The Moss Maiden lowered her head. Serilda couldn't help the burble of enjoyment she felt at seeing her chastised.
"I cannot offer you sanctuary," said Pushgrola.
"Cannot or will not?" Pushgrola's knuckles tightened around her staff.
"My granddaughters are capable of withstanding the call of the hunt. Are you?"
Serilda froze, her mind flooding with foggy memories. A powerful steed beneath her, the wind tossing her hair, laughter spilling from her own lips, blood splattered across the snow. Her father, there one moment, gone the next. Shrub grandmother nodded knowingly.
"He would find you even here. And your presence would be putting us all at risk. But you are correct. We will not be killing you. You once saved 2 of my granddaughters, and while that debt was paid, my gratitude remains. Perhaps I have another way."
She unbent her legs and used the walking stick to stand on top of her rock, so that she was nearly eye level with Serilda. She beckoned her closer. Serilda tried not to look afraid as she approached.
You understand the repercussions should Erlking amass enough golden chains to capture a god, do you not?
I believe I do, she whispered.
And you will never seek to implore this Gilded Geist to spin more gold for that monster.
She swallowed. I swear it.
Good, Pushgrola hummed. I am keeping this gold thread. In exchange, I will try to help you be free of him. I cannot promise it will work, and should it fail, we will rely on you to keep your promise. If you betray us, then you will not live to see another moon.
Despite her threat, hope fluttered in Serilda's chest. It was the first time in a long while she'd dared to think freedom might be possible.
I will speak with my herbalist to see if we can prepare a potion suitable for one in your condition. If it is possible, then I will send a message to you by sundown tonight.
Serilda's brow furrowed. My condition? The woman's mouth tightened into a thin smile. She lowered the staff and beckoned Serilda closer. And closer still, until Serilda could detect the scent of damp cedar and cloves on her breath. The old woman was silent a long time, studying Serilda, until the corner of her mouth lifted tauntingly.
Should we fail, and the king summons you again, you will tell him nothing of this visit.
You have my word. The woman cackled quietly.
One does not get to be as old and admired as me by trusting every brittle creature that dares to make a promise.
She tipped her staff forward, plucking it lightly against Serilda's forehead.
You will remember our conversation, but should you ever try to find this place again, or lead anyone to us, your words will turn to gibberish, and you will become as lost as a cricket in a snowstorm. If I wish to communicate with you, I will send word. Understand?
Send word how?
Do you understand?
Serilda gulped. She was not sure that she did, but she nodded anyway. Yes, Shrub Grandmother. Pushgrola nodded, then thwacked her stick on the side of her rock.
Meadowsweet, have the girl return to her home in Märchenfeld. We do not wish for her to come to any harm in the forest.
Chapter 45. She did not immediately realize what she had promised, or what it would mean. The truth, when it hit, was as startling as a thunderclap. She would never see Gild again, or Lena, Lorraine, Frida, everyone who had been so kind to her, who had accepted her more easily than almost anyone in Märchenfeld ever had. She would never know what had become of her mother. She would never know the secrets of Adelheid Castle and its royal family, or understand why the Dark Ones had abandoned Gravenstone, or why Druids seemed to be guarding a room with a tapestry and a cage, or figure out whether or not Gild really was a ghost, or if he was something else. She would never see him again, and she couldn't even say goodbye. She managed to hold her tears inside until the Moss Maidens abandoned her at the edge of the forest. In every direction she saw emerald green pastures. A herd of goats grazed on a hillside. There was a flurry of noise from a crop of fig trees, and a moment later, a flock of crows took to the skies, swirling in the air for a few long minutes before soaring over to a different field. She started down the road on her own, and the tears came flooding forward. He wouldn't understand. After what they had shared, she felt like she was abandoning him. An eternity of loneliness, of never again feeling warm embraces, gentle kisses. Her torment would eventually end. She would grow old and die. But Gild? He would never be free. And he would never know what had become of her. He would never know that she had started to love him. She hated that these were the thoughts clawing at her most, when she knew she should be grateful that Shrub Grandmother offered to help her. From the beginning, she'd known it was possible that she would either die at the Erlking's hand or be in service to him for the rest of her life, and perhaps even beyond. But now, there might be a different fate for her, one that didn't involve her desperate and foolish attempts to avenge her father and murder the Erlking, a fantasy that even she could not believe might actually happen. It was remarkable. It was a gift. She didn't like to give much credit to her godparent, but she couldn't help wondering if the wheel of fortune had finally turned in her favor. Though Pushgrola had not been sure that whatever she was planning would work. If it did not, if it failed, then nothing had been solved. She still could not escape. She was still a prisoner. And now she knew that. No matter what happened, she could never ask Gild to spin straw for her again. By asking Gild to help her, she was helping the Erlking. She'd known this. They'd both known this. But his reasons had seemed unimportant before. Certainly whatever he needed the gold for, it was worth saving her own life. She'd told herself that, and been convinced it was true. But now she knew better. What would the king do if he captured a god? If he claimed a wish? Would he return Pershta from Ferloren? This possibility was terrible enough. The stories of the Erlking and the Wild Hunt were wretched, stolen children and a trail of lost spirits. But the stories of Pershta were 1,000 times worse, tales she would never tell the children. Whereas the Erlking liked to give chase to his prey and brag of his conquests, Pershta had liked to play. They say that she enjoyed letting her prey think it had escaped, slipped away, only to stumble back onto her trap, over and over again. She liked to wound the beasts of the forests and watch them suffer. She was unsatisfied by a quick death, and no amount of torment seemed to slake her bloodlust. And those were animals. The way she toyed with mortals was no better. To the huntress, humans were just as viable prey as stags and boar. Preferred even, because they had enough sense to know they had no chance against the hunt. But they kept fighting anyway. She was cruelty incarnate, a monster through and through. She could not be unleashed on the mortal world again. But maybe the Erlking's wish would not be to summon Pershta from the underworld. What else might such a man long for? The destruction of the Veil? Freedom to reign over mortals, not only his dark ones? A weapon or dark magic or an entire army of the undead to serve him? Whatever the answer, she didn't want to find out. He could not get his wish. It might be too late. They might have already spun enough for him to hunt and capture a god on the endless moon. But she had to hope that wasn't the case. She had to hope. She crested a hill and saw the familiar roofs of Märchenfeld in the distance, tucked into its little valley by the river. Any other day, her heart might have lifted to be so close to home. But it wasn't truly a home. Not anymore. Not with her father gone. She glanced toward the sky. There was still a couple of hours until sunset, when Pushgrola had promised to send word and tell Serilda whether or not she would be able to aid her. A couple of hours until she might be given some idea of her fate. When the mill came into view, Serilda felt no sense of the joy and relief she had when she'd returned after the hunger moon. Except there was smoke curling up from one of the chimneys. She paused, and at first she thought that someone was in her house, that maybe Papa was in her home. But then she realized that the smoke was coming from the chimney behind the house, in the grist mill. And that flutter of hope sank back into the pain of loss. Only Thomas Lindbeck, she thought, working in her father's absence. As she made her way down the hill, she could see that the Sorge River was higher now than when she'd left, swelling from the melting snow in the mountains. The water wheel was churning at a good clip. If the mill wasn't already in demand from their neighbors, it would be soon. She knew that she should go talk to Thomas, thank him for keeping everything running while she was gone. Maybe she should even tell him the truth. Not that her father had been taken from the wild hunt and thrown from his horse, but that he had an accident, that he was dead, that he would never be coming back. But Serilda's heart was too heavy, and she didn't want to talk to anyone, least of all Thomas Lindbeck. Pretending that she hadn't noticed the smoke, she went into her home. Shutting the door behind her, she spent a moment looking around at the barren room. There was a chill in the air and dust on every surface. The spinning wheel, which they hadn't been able to sell before leaving for Monbrook, had thin lines of spiderwebbing on the spokes. Serilda tried to picture a future in which she could stay here. Was there any hope that Poosh Grola could help her in a way that she might actually be safe from the Erlking? That she could keep her childhood home? She doubted it. Probably she would have to run somewhere still, somewhere very far away. But this time, she would be alone. If it was possible at all. He was a hunter. He would come for her. He would never stop coming for her. Who was she to think that would ever change? With a heavy heart, she sank onto her cot, though there were no longer any blankets. She stared at the ceiling that she'd been staring up at her whole life, and waited for the sun to set and this mysterious messenger to come to her aid. Or to confirm her fears, that there was no hope at all. She had been wallowing in these thoughts for some time when she began to notice a strange noise. Serilda frowned and listened. Scuffling. Chewing. Probably rats had gotten into the walls. She made a face, wondering if she cared enough to try and set traps for them. Probably not. They would be Thomas's problems soon enough. But then she felt guilty. This was her father's mill, his life's work. And it was still her home, even if it no longer felt that way. She couldn't let it fall into disrepair, not so long as she could do something about it. She grumbled and sat up. She would need to go into town for the traps, and that would have to wait until tomorrow. But for now, she could at least try to figure out where they had gotten in. She shut her eyes and listened some more. At first, there was silence, but after a while she heard it again. Scratching. Gnawing. Louder than before. She shuddered. What if it was an entire family of rats? She knew the millstones and water wheel could be loud, but still, hadn't Thomas heard that? Was he already so derelict in the work her father had entrusted to him? She swung her legs over the cot. Crouching down, she inspected where the walls met the floor, searching for small holes that the vermin might have gotten in. She saw nothing. Must be on the mill side, she muttered, and again she wanted to ignore it, and again she chastised herself for those thoughts. At least if Thomas was still there, she could chastise him for his negligence. Rodents were drawn to mills, to the scraps of wheat and rye and barley left behind in the process. It was imperative that they were kept clean. She supposed he ought to learn this now if he was going to become the new miller of Märchenfeld. With a huff, she rebraided her hair, still filthy from the trek through the underground tunnel in the forest, and headed out, rounding the corner toward the mill. The millstones were not in operation when she pulled open the door, and from this side of the wall, she could hear the noises much louder. She strode in. The room was sweltering hot, as if the fire had been roaring for days. A figure was bent over near the fireplace. "Thomas!" she shouted, angry hands on her hips. "Can't you hear that? There are rats in the walls!" The figure stiffened and stood tall, his back to Serilda. Apprehension shot through her. The figure was shorter than Thomas Lindbeck, broader in the shoulders, wearing clothing that was filthy and tattered. "Who are you?" she demanded, gauging how close she was to the tools that hung on the wall in case she needed to grab a weapon. But then the figure started to turn. His movements were jerky and stiff, his face pale. But his eyes met hers, and suddenly her head was spinning, her chest tight with disbelief. Papa. Chapter 46. He shambled a couple of steps toward her, and though Serilda's first instinct was to sob and throw herself into his arms, a second, stronger instinct kept her feet rooted to the ground. This was her father. And not her father. He was still wearing the same clothes as when he'd been lured away by the hunt, but his shirt was little more than dirt-crusted and blood-stained tatters. His shoes were missing entirely. His arm was... It was... Serilda didn't know what to make of it, but her stomach turned at the sight, and she thought she might heave onto the gristmill floor. His arm looked like a haunch of pork strung up over the butcher's table in the market. Most of the skin was gone, revealing flesh and gristle beneath. Near his elbow, she could see all the way to the bone. And his mouth, his chin, the front of his chest, covered in blood. His own blood? He took another step toward her, running his tongue along the edges of his mouth. "Papa," she whispered. "It's me, Serilda." He had no reaction, other than a spark of something in his eyes. Not recognition. Not love. Hunger. This was not her father. "Noxera," she breathed. His lips pulled back, revealing bits of flesh stuck in his teeth, as if he despised the word. Then he lunged for her. Serilda screamed, yanking open the door. She ran out into the yard. She would have thought him to be slow, but the promise of flesh seemed to have awoken something in him, and she could feel him at her back. Fingernails grabbed the cloth of her dress. She was thrown to the ground. The breath was knocked from her, and she rolled away a few feet before stopping on her back. Her father's mutilated body stood over her. He was not breathing hard. There was no emotion at all in his eyes, beyond that dark craving. He dropped to his knees and grasped her wrist in both arms, eyeing it like a blood sausage. Serilda's other hand flailed around until her fingers landed on something hard. As her father bent his head toward her flesh, she swung the rock at the side of his head. His temple caved in easily, like a rotten fruit. He dropped her arm and snarled. With a yowl, Serilda swung again, but this time he dodged back and scampered from her reach, reminding her of a feral animal. His expression was more wary now, but no less eager, as he crouched a few feet away, trying to determine how to get at his supper. Serilda sat up, trembling, gripping the rock, bracing for him to come at her again. He seemed distressed as he stared at her, afraid of the rock, but not willing to let his prey go. He lifted his hand and gnawed absently on his pinky finger, until she heard the bone snap and the tip of the finger disappeared between his teeth. Serilda's stomach kicked. He must have decided that her flesh would be better than his own, because he spit out the digit and lurched at her again. This time, she was more prepared. This time, she remembered what to do. She curled her legs closer so that he would not try to grab her feet, then lifted her arms in front of her face like a shield. And as soon as he was close enough, she jabbed her hand forward and shoved the stone into his open mouth. His jaw locked around it, the end of the rock jutting a few inches beyond his bloodied lips. His eyes widened, and for a moment his jaw continued to work, his teeth grinding against the stone, as if he meant to try and devour it. But then his body slumped, the energy draining away, and he collapsed onto his back, arms and legs hitting the earth with soft thuds. Serilda scrambled to her feet. She was covered in sweat. Her pulse was racing, her breaths ragged. For a long time she couldn't bring herself to move, afraid that if she took a single step in any direction, this monster would rear back to life and come at her again. He looked dead now, a corpse with rotting flesh and a rock stuck in its jaw. But she knew she had only paralyzed him. She knew that the only way to truly kill a Noxerer was... She shuddered. She didn't want to think about it. She didn't want to do it. She didn't think she could. A shadow appeared in the corner of her vision. Serilda cried out as a square-headed shovel swung overhead. It landed with a sickening thump, the shovel's edge being driven through the monster's throat. The figure stepped forward, placed a foot on the shovel's head for leverage, and shoved, severing the head clean through. Serilda swayed on her feet. The world darkened around her. Madame Sour turned and shot her a disgruntled look. "All those disgusting stories you tell. And you don't know how to kill a Noxzerer?" Together, she and Madame Sour had carried the body to the river, filled his clothes with stones, and let it and the disembodied head sink to the bottom. Serilda felt like she was living in a nightmare, but she hadn't yet woken up. "He was my father," Serilda said despondently, once some of the shock had passed. "That was not your father." "No, I know. I would have done it. I just needed a moment." Madame Sour snorted. Serilda's heart was heavy as one of the rocks that had dragged her father's body to the bottom of the river. She had known he was gone for months now. She had not expected him to come back, and yet there had always been a slim hope, a tiny chance that he might still be alive and trying to make his way back to her. She had never given up on him completely. Yet somehow, the truth had been even worse than her nightmares. Not only had her father been dead all this time, he'd been a monster. An undead thing, feasting on his own flesh, making his way back to his daughter, not out of love, but hunger. Noxzerer came back from the dead so they could devour their own family members. To think that her simple, shy, warm-hearted father had been reduced to such a fate made her stomach roil. He hadn't deserved such a fate. Serilda wished she could have a moment alone. She needed quiet and solitude. She needed a good, long cry. But as she trudged back to the cottage, Madame Sour followed stubbornly behind. Serilda spent a moment looking around and wondering if she should offer food or drink, but she didn't have anything to offer. "Would you go change?" Madame Sour snapped, making herself comfortable on Serilda's cot, which was the only remaining piece of furniture beside the spinning wheel's stool. "You smell like a slaughterhouse." Serilda looked down at her muck-covered dress. "I have nothing to change into. I have one other dress, but it's an Audelhide. The rest of my clothes were taken to Mondbrook." "Ah, yes. When you tried to run." Her tone was derisive. Serilda blinked at her and sat on the other side of the cot. Her legs were still shaky from the ordeal. "How did you know?" Madame Sour raised an eyebrow at her. "It's what you told Push Growler, isn't it?" At Serilda's perplexed look, Madame Sour heaved a drawn-out sigh. "Shrub grandmother did tell you to expect aid, did she not?" "Yes, but you're—" The old woman stared at her, waiting. Serilda gulped. "You know Shrub grandmother?" "Of course I do. The Moss Maidens came to me this evening and explained your difficult situation. I've been trying to keep an eye on you since the snow moon, but you just had to run off to Mondbrook, then Audelhide. If you would ever deign to listen to me—" "You know the Moss Maidens?" Madame Sour balked. "Great gods! And you were my pupil. Yes, I know them. Also keep your voice down." She glanced toward the windows. "I do not think his spies yet know of your return to Märchenfeld, but we cannot be too careful." Serilda followed her look. "You know about the Earl—" Yes, enough of that." Madame Sour impatiently flicked her hand through the air. "I sell them herbs. The forest folk, obviously, not the dark ones.
Also poultices, potions, and the like. They have good healing magic, but not much grows in Asiltal. Not enough sun."
"Wait," whispered Serilda, astonished. "Are you telling me that you're actually a witch? A real one?"
Madame Sour gave her a look that could curdle milk. Serilda clasped a hand over her mouth.
"You are!"
"I have no magic in me," she corrected. "But there is magic in plants, and I am quite good with them."
"Yes, I know. Your garden. I just never thought—" Except she had thought. 100 times she'd thought of her as a witch. Called her as much behind her back. She gasped. "Do you have an alpine newt for a familiar?" The woman's expression turned baffled.
"What are you— No, of course not!"
Serilda's shoulders sank, more than a little disappointed.
"Serilda!
Is that why the Moss Maidens were here?"
Hush!
"Sorry. Is that why the Moss Maidens were here on the snow moon last winter?"
Madame Sour nodded. "And I understand that Shrub Grandmother was grateful for your involvement in seeing 2 of her granddaughters returned unharmed, which is why she has sent me to see if I might be able to help you."
"But how can you help me? I can't run away from him. I already tried that."
"Of course you can't, at least not alive." Serilda's heart skipped.
"What does that mean?"
"It means you're lucky. A death draft takes time to prepare, but we have until the awakening moon. It's a desperate solution, a bit like trying to milk the mice, but it just might work." She pulled a stiletto knife from her skirts. "To start, I will need some of your blood." The Awakening Moon. Chapter 47. The sun was bright overhead. A cool breeze made the air comfortable and sweet. Serilda stood in the garden that normally would be starting to flourish with peas and asparagus, beans and spinach, but this year, in her absence, had mostly gone to weeds. At least the cherry and apricot trees were growing heavy with fruit. The fields in every direction were bright green, and far off to the south, Serilda could see a herd of sheep in their fluffy coats grazing on one of the hills. The river was running strong, and she could hear the constant creaking and splashing of the water wheel behind the mill. Altogether, it was as perfect as a painting. She wondered if she would ever see it again. Sighing, she glanced toward her mother's hazelnut tree. The knot crop was there again, in its favorite spot among the boughs, always watching through those empty eyes. "Hello again, good Sir Raven," Serilda called. "Found any plump mice this morning?" The knot crop turned its head away, and Serilda wondered whether she was just imagining the haughty snub. "No? Well, just be sure to leave the hearts of the local children alone. I'm rather fond of them." It ruffled its feathers in response. Sighing, Serilda let her gaze linger on the house a moment longer. She didn't have to feign her sorrow. It was easy enough to pretend this was the last time she would be seeing it. Turning away, she passed through the little gate and, barefoot, made her way down to the river, to her favorite spot, where a little pool of calm water split off from the shallower rapids. As a child, she had spent hours here, building castles out of mud and rocks, catching frogs, lying in the shade of a whispering willow tree and pretending to see sprites dancing among its boughs. Now, she questioned if it had all been pretend. There were times when she'd been convinced that she really had seen magic. Papa would laugh when she told him, swinging her up into his arms. "My little storyteller, tell me what else you saw." She sat down on a rock that jutted from the side of the shallow bank, where she could dip her toes into the water. It was refreshingly cool. Silver minnows darted in and out of the dappled sunlight, and a cloud of tadpoles gathered between 2 moss-covered rocks. Soon, there would be a chorus of toads every night, which usually lulled her to sleep, though her father had liked to complain about the racket. She took in everything, the clusters of spiny quillwort sprouting up from the shallow water, the ruffled mushrooms that had sprung up against a fallen tree trunk. She waited until she could feel their presence. She was becoming good at spotting them now, and with a glance around, she spied 3 Nachtkrop tucked into the shadows around her. She rested her palms behind her on the sun-warmed stone. "You can come out. I'm not afraid of you. I know you're here to keep track of me, to make sure I don't try to run away. Well, I'm not running away. I'm not going anywhere." One of the Nachtkrop cawed softly, its wings bristling. But they did not come closer. "How does it work? I've wondered all year. Can he see me through your eyes? Or your eye sockets, as it may be? Or are you always having to fly back to the castle and report to him like carrier pigeons?" This time, a louder, unruly cry from the bird highest up in the tree. Serilda smirked. Sitting up, she slipped one hand into her pocket, feeling the smooth sides of the vial, how it fit perfectly into her palm. "Whichever it is, I have a message for Erlking. I hope you'll pass it along." Silence. Serilda licked her lips and tried to sound rebellious. No, she felt rebellious, and she meant every word. "Your darkness. I am not your servant. I am not a possession for you to claim. You have stolen from me my father and my mother. I will not let you have my freedom, too. This is my choice." She pulled the vial from her pocket. She was not afraid. She'd been preparing for this all month. A caw, almost a shriek, echoed through the trees, so loud it startled a flock of woodlarks farther down the river. They took to the sky in a frantic escape. Serilda uncorked the vial. Inside shimmered a liquid the color of ruby wine. It gave her hope that it might even taste good. It did not. As the potion hit her tongue, she tasted rot and rust, decay and death. A night raven dove for her, knocking the vial from her hand, its talons leaving 3 deep scratches across her palm. Too late. Serilda stared at the blood rising on her hand, but already her vision was starting to blur. Her pulse slowed. Her thoughts grew thick and heavy, filling up with an uncanny sense of dread, coupled with peace. She lay back, her head sinking into the patch of moss that clung to the bank. She was surrounded by the smell of earth, and she distantly thought how odd that it could be, both the smell of life and the smell of death. Her lashes fluttered. She gasped then, or tried to, though air wasn't coming into her lungs like it should have been. Blackness was edging across her vision. But she remembered. She only just remembered. She'd nearly forgotten. Her hands scrabbled through the mud, searching. She felt like her limbs were trapped in molasses. Where was it? Where was... She'd almost given up when her fingers found the branch from the ash tree she'd left here last week. Madame Sauer had insisted it be ash. "Don't let go," she'd insisted. This had been important. Serilda didn't know why. Nothing seemed important anymore. The scratches on her palms stung dully as she tried to hold on tight, but she no longer had control over her fingers. She no longer wanted control. She wanted release. She wanted freedom. Visions of the hunt sped through her vision. The wind stinging her eyes, the raucous cheers in her head. Her own lips pursed as she howled at the moon. The bellows of the night raven sounded far away now, angry but fading into nothing. She had started to close her eyes when she saw it through the trees. An early moon rising in the east, though dusk was still hours away, competing for attention with the guileless sun not to be ignored. The awakening moon.
How fitting. Or, if this did not go well, how ironic. She wanted to smile, but she was too tired. Her heartbeat was slowing. Too slow. Her fingers went cold, then numb. Soon she would feel nothing at all. She was dying. She might have made a mistake. She wasn't sure she cared. "Hold tight," the witch had told her. "Don't let go." The silhouette of a black bird flashed through her vision, soaring northwest, toward the ashen wood, toward Adelheid. Serilda closed her eyes and sank into the ground. She let go. Chapter 48. Serilda lay on her side, staring at her own face, watching herself die. The wisps of dark hair that curled around her ears, the eyelashes against pale cheeks. Quite dark, quite pretty, but never noticed because all anyone ever saw were the wheels in her eyes. She had never thought of herself as pretty, because no one else had ever told her she was. Other than Papa, and that hardly counted. All she ever heard was that she was odd and untrustworthy. But she was sort of pretty. By no means a breathless beauty, but lovely in her own way. Even as the last bits of color drained from her cheeks, even when her lips began to turn blue, even when her limbs began to spasm, her fingers twitching against the branch at her side, before they finally stilled and sank into the grass and mud. Unlike all those lost souls in Adelheid Castle, hers was a soft death, peaceful and quiet. She felt the moment the last breath left her. Serilda looked down, pressing a hand to her body's chest. Her eyes widened as she noticed that the edges of her hand were wisping into the air like morning dew struck by the first ray of sunlight. Then she started to fade. Her body was pulling apart. There was no pain, just dissolving, returning to the air and to the earth, her spirit fading into everything and nothing. Ahead of her, across the river, she spied a figure in emerald green robes, a lantern lifted high in one hand, beckoning her. Their presence was a comfort, a promise of rest. Serilda took a step forward and felt something solid beneath her heel. She looked down. A stick, nothing more. But then she remembered. "Hold tight. Don't let go." She gasped and bent down, reaching for the branch that had been stolen from an ash tree at the edge of the ashen wood. At first, her fingers wouldn't take hold. They slipped right through. But she tried again, and this time she felt the roughness of the bark. On the third attempt, her hand wrapped around the limb, clutching it with the little bit of strength left to her. Her spirit slowly came back together, tethered to the land of the living. She looked up again and wondered if that was a smile worn by the god of death, before Velos and the lantern faded away. This time, she did not let go. In the hours that passed, Serilda found that she very much disliked being dead. She was gravely bored. That's precisely how she would describe it, she thought, when she told this story to the children. Gravely bored. They would find it funny. It was funny. Except that it was also true. There were no people about, and even if there were, she doubted they would be able to see or communicate with her, not so long as there was daylight. She didn't know for sure. She'd never been a spirit before, but she didn't think she was the sort of traumatized, half-corporeal spirit like those that haunted the castle. She was just a wisp of a girl, all mist and rainbows and starlight, wandering along the riverbank and waiting. Even the frogs and the birds paid her no heed. She could scream and wave her arms at them, and they went right on chirping and croaking and ignoring her. She had no jobs to complete, no one to talk to, nothing to do but wait. She wished she had taken the potion at sundown. If only she'd known. The waiting was almost as tedious as spinning. Finally, after an age and a year had seemingly passed, the sunset lit the horizon on fire. Indigo blue stretched across the sky. The first stars winked down upon the village of Märchenfeld. Night descended. The awakening moon shone bright overhead. Called such because the world was finally growing lush with life once more. Except for her. Obviously, she was dead or dying or something in between. Hours passed. The moon painted the river with streaks of silver. It alighted on the tree boughs and kissed the slumbering mill. The frogs began their concert. A colony of bats, invisible against the black sky, squeaked overhead. An owl cooed from a nearby oak. She tried to guess at the time. She kept yawning, but that seemed to be mostly out of habit. She was not really sleepy, but she couldn't tell if that was merely because of her nerves keeping her awake, or if wandering spirits had no need of rest. The night must be half through, she thought, halfway until morning. Soon, the awakening moon would be over. What if the hunt didn't come tonight? Was it enough that the Nachtkrop had witnessed her demise? Would that convince the Erlking that he had lost her forever? Would it keep him from ever looking for her again? Though she thought she should be growing more confident as time ticked on, she felt the opposite. Anxiety clutched at her. If this didn't work, then by morning, nothing would be changed. And if the hunt didn't come, how would she know whether or not this had? A howl crept across the fields. Serilda stilled. The owl, the bats, the frogs all fell silent. She hurried to the hiding place she'd decided on while the sun was still high, climbing up into the boughs of the oak tree. She did not know if the Erlking would be able to see her, and Madame Sauer had not known either. But collector of souls that he was, she dared not risk it. It would have been a difficult climb, made more so by the fact that she could not let go of the ash branch even for a second. But her spirit form was almost weightless, and she no longer had to worry about scrapes or bruises or falling to her death. Soon she was tucked into the branches, lush with leaves. Once settled, she did not have long to wait. The howls grew closer, soon joined by the cacophony of hooves. This was no aimless search for prey. They were coming for her. She spotted the hounds first, their bodies alight with embers. They must have been able to track her scent, for they did not hesitate at the cottage, but raced straight toward the riverbank and Serilda's lifeless body lying in the mud. The hounds formed a ring around the figure, growling and pawing at the ground, but none of them touched her. The Erlking and his hunters arrived moments later. The horses halted. Serilda held her breath, needlessly, as there was no breath to hold. Her fingers grasped the limb of the ash tree. The Erlking nudged his steed closer, so that he was looking down upon Serilda's body. She wished she could read his expression, but his face was turned toward the ground, his curtain of black hair hiding what little she might have seen. The moment drew out. She could sense the hunters growing restless. Finally, the king dismounted his horse and knelt over the body. Serilda craned her neck, but she could not see what he was doing. She thought he might have picked up the empty vial. Perhaps he traced her cheek with the pad of his thumb. He might have put something into her palm. Then he rejoined the hunt. With a single wave of his arm, they disappeared back into the night. Afraid that they would return, Serilda stayed in the oak tree while the howls faded away. As the first hints of light emerged in the east, she finally made her way back to the ground. She approached her body with both curiosity and dread. Watching herself die had been strange, but seeing herself dead seemed like a different matter entirely. But it was not her colorless skin or utter stillness that she took notice of first. It was the gift that the Erlking had left behind. In her corpse's hand was one of the king's arrows, tipped with shining
gold.
Chapter 49. Madame Sour arrived just past dawn. Serilda was waiting, standing barefoot in the river, and marveling at how the water passed right through her without so much as a ripple. When she saw the witch approaching over the hill, she broke into a grin and started to wave, but evidently not even a witch could see her. Trudging through the mud, she sat down beside her body and waited, watching curiously as Madame Sour crouched over her body and felt for a pulse at her throat. Then she noticed the arrow. The witch stilled, a scowl creasing the corners of her lips. But she soon gave herself a shake and took a new vial from the folds of her skirts. Uncorking it, she lifted the body's head and let the liquid dribble between her parted lips. Serilda could almost taste it. Clover and mint and peas fresh from the vine. She closed her eyes, trying to discern more of the flavors, and when she opened them again, she was lying on her back, staring up at a lavender sky. Her gaze slid over to Madame Sour, who gave her a satisfied smirk. "It worked," she said, or tried to say, but her throat was dry as parchment, and the words came out as little more than a raspy breath.
"Take your time," said Madame Sour. "You've been dead nearly a full day."
As feeling returned to her limbs, Serilda tightened her fingers around the shaft of the arrow.
"A parting gift?" asked the witch.
Still unable to speak, Serilda smiled weakly. With the older woman's help, she managed to sit up. Her backside was soaked through, her cloak and the hem of her dress caked with mud. Her skin was cold to the touch. But she was alive. After some coughing and a lot of throat clearing and drinking some water from the river, finally, Serilda found her voice. "It worked," she whispered. "He thinks I'm dead." "Do not praise the day before the evening," warned Madame Sour. "We will not know for sure that the ruse was successful until the next full moon. You should hide until then, and have wax for your ears, perhaps even chain yourself into bed. And I would advise that you never return to this place again." The thought of it made Serilda dizzy with sadness, but also a fair amount of hope. Was she really free? It seemed almost possible. The rest of her life was before her. Without her father, without the mill, without Gild, but also without the Erlking. "I will help you." She glanced up, surprised at the expression of softness on Madame Sour's face. "You are not entirely alone." Serilda could have wept with gratitude for such simple words, even if she wasn't yet sure that she believed them. "I feel I owe you an apology," she said, "for all those mean-hearted stories I told about you over the years." Madame Sour huffed. "I am not some weak-willed daisy. I care nothing for your stories. If anything, I rather like knowing that the children are afraid of me. As they well should be." "Well, I find it rather heartening to know that you are a witch. I like it when my lies turn into truths." "I would tell you to keep that to yourself, but, well, no one will believe you even if you do tell them." The loud, rapid clop of a galloping horse drew their attention toward the road. To the north of the mill, a little bridge passed over the river, and they could see a single rider on a horse racing across. Serilda climbed to her feet, and for a short, gleeful moment, she imagined her father returning with Selig. But no, Selig had been left behind in Adelheid, and her father was never coming home. It wasn't until the man started yelling that Serilda recognized him. Thomas Lindbeck. "Hans! Goodman Mahler!" he called, breathless, panicked. "Serilda!" With a quick glance to the witch, Serilda lifted her heavy, wet skirts and climbed up the riverbank toward him. She didn't relish the idea of having to explain such an early visit from the schoolmistress, or why she was covered in river filth, but what did it matter? Everyone already thought she was odd. Thomas stopped his horse by the garden gate, but did not dismount. He cupped his hands together and yelled again. "Hans! Cyril!" I'm here, she said, startling him so badly he nearly toppled off his horse. Father is still in Monbrook. She and Madame Sour had thought it best to continue that lie. Soon, she would tell everyone that her father had gotten sick, and she needed to travel to Monbrook to care for him. From there, Madame Sour would spread the rumor that he had died, and Serilda, in her grief, had decided to sell the mill and never return. And Hans certainly isn't here. Whatever is the matter? Have you seen him? Thomas asked, trotting the horse closer. By all accounts, it was almost unforgivably rude for him to stay perched on his horse, staring down at her, but his expression was so harried, Serilda hardly noticed. Have you seen Hans? Has he been here this morning? No, of course not. Why would he? But Thomas was already yanking on the reins, swerving the horse around in the other direction. Wait, Serilda cried. Where are you going? Into town. I have to find him. His voice started to break. Lurching forward, Serilda grabbed for the reins. What's going on? Thomas met her eyes and, to her astonishment, did not flinch away. He's gone. Went missing from his bed last night. If you see him... Last night? Serilda interrupted. You don't think... The haunted look that twisted his face was answer enough. When children went missing on the night of a full moon, it was easy to guess what had become of them. She set her jaw. I'm coming with you. I can help look. Drop me off in town, and I'll go to the Weber farm to see if they've heard anything. And you can check with the twins. He nodded and lent his elbow as she leaped up into the saddle behind him. Serilda, she jolted. She'd almost forgotten about the witch. Madame Sour, exclaimed Thomas. What are you doing here? Consulting with my assistant over this week's lessons, she said quite easily, as if lying was not a punishable offense after all. In different times, Serilda might have pointed out her hypocrisy. Madame Sour fixed a stern gaze on Serilda, one that had often made her feel as if she were barely an inch tall. You should not be riding. Serilda frowned. Riding? The horse? Why ever not? Madame Sour opened her mouth but hesitated, then shook her head. Just be careful. Don't do anything rash. Serilda exhaled. I won't, she said. Madame Sour's expression darkened. Just one more lie. Thomas dug his heels into the horse's sides and they dashed off. He did as Serilda had suggested, dropping her off at the crossroads so that she could run the rest of the way to the Weber farm while he went to look for Hans at the twins' home. Serilda refused to think the impossible. Would the hunt have taken Hans to punish her? To send her a warning? If the Erlking had taken him, if the hunt had done this and Hans was gone, killed or stolen behind the veil, then it was her fault. Maybe not, she tried to tell herself. They had only to find him. He was hiding, playing a prank, which was out of character for the stalwart boy, but maybe Fricks had set him up to it? But all those desperate pleas shattered as soon as the Weber cottage came into view. As idyllic as always, surrounded by pasture land and grazing sheep, Serilda felt an ominous chill sweep over her. The Weber family were all gathered on their front stoop. Little Marie was clutching at her grandmother. Baby Alvy was swaddled in his mother's arms. Anna's father was trying to saddle their horse, a speckled gelding that Serilda had always thought was one of the finest-looking horses in town. But the man's movements were clumsy, and as she approached, she could see that he was trembling. Her eyes searched their faces, all gripped with terror. The elder Mother Weber had a handkerchief pressed against her mouth. Serilda searched and searched, the garden, the front door left open, the roads and the fields. All the family was there, except for Anna. As Serilda got closer, they all startled and turned toward her with flitting hope that immediately came crashing back down. Miss Mauler, cried Anna's father, tightening the bridle. Do you have word? Have you seen Anna? She swallowed hard and slowly shook her head. Their expressions fell. Anna's mother buried her face into her daughter's hair and sobbed. We woke up and she was just gone, said Anna's father. I know she's headstrong, but it isn't like her to just... Hans is missing too, Serilda said. And I worry, her voice caught, but she forced out the words. I worry they aren't the only ones. I think the hunt—
No, bellowed Anna's father. You can't know that. She's just— A black shape in the sky drew Serilda's eye upward to a patchy pair of wings, showing glimpses of blue sky between the feathers. The knocked crop circled lazily above the field. The king knew. His spies had been watching all year, and he knew. He knew precisely which children Serilda taught, the ones she adored, the ones that would hurt her the most. Goodman Weber, said Serilda. I'm so very sorry, but I must take this horse. He jolted. What? I need to go find her. My daughter was taken by the wild hunt, she snapped. While he was stunned speechless, she snatched the reins and sprang up into the saddle. The family cried in outrage, but Serilda ignored them. Forgive me, she said, trotting the horse far enough away that Anna's father couldn't grab her. But he didn't make a move, just gawked, speechless. I will bring him back as soon as I can, and if I can't, then I will leave him at the Wild Swan in Adelheid. Someone will return him, I promise, and I hope. I will try to find Anna. I will do everything I can. What in all of Forloren are you doing? Anna's grandmother hollered, the first to find her voice. You say she's been taken by the wild hunt, and now you think, what, that you're going to get her back? Precisely, said Serilda, pressing her foot into the stirrup. She cracked the reins. The horse bolted from the yard. As she passed through Märchenfeld, she saw that nearly everyone had emerged from their homes and were gathered near the linden tree at the town center, talking in frightened whispers. She spied Gerdrut's parents, her mother's belly round with child, crying while her neighbors tried to comfort her. Serilda's lungs squeezed until she thought she would not be able to breathe at all. This road did not travel past the twins' home. But she did not have to see their family to know that Fricks and Nickel would be missing too. She lowered her head and urged the horse to run. No one tried to stop her, and she wondered if any of them would guess at her guilt. This was her fault. Coward. Fool. She wasn't brave enough to face the Erlking. She wasn't smart enough to trick him out of this game. And now 5 innocent children had been taken. The road blurred beneath the horse's hooves as she left the town behind. The morning sun glistened off fields of wheat and rye. But ahead of her, the ashen wood loomed, dense and unwelcoming. But she wasn't afraid of it anymore. There might be monsters and forest folk and creepy Selige, but she knew the true dangers lurked beyond the wood, inside a haunted castle. She was nearly to the woods when the birds caught her eye. At first, she thought it was more knocked crop, an entire flock of them swarming above the road. But as she drew closer, she could see it was just crows, cawing and screeching at her as she approached. Her gaze fell. Her lungs sputtered. A figure lay half across the road and half in the ditch. A child with 2 dark braids and a pastel blue nightgown streaked with mud. Anna, she breathed. The horse had barely slowed before she was jumping out of the saddle and racing toward the figure. The girl was lying on her side, facing away, and she might have been merely sleeping or unconscious. That was what the wild hunt did, she told herself, even as she was falling to her knees at Anna's side. They lured people from their homes, tempted them with a night of wild abandon, left them cold and alone on the edge of the ashen wood. So many had woken up disoriented, hungry, maybe embarrassed, but alive. It had been a threat, that was all. Next time would be worse. The king was toying with her, but the children would be all right. They had to be— She grabbed Anna's shoulder and rolled her onto her back. Serilda cried out and fell backward, pushing herself away. The image seared into her mind. Anna, skin too pale, lips faintly blue, the front of her nightgown painted red. There was a ragged hole where her heart had been, muscle and sinew gaping open, bits of cartilage and broken rib bone visible in the thick,
drying blood. This was what the scavenger birds had been feasting on. Serilda staggered to her feet, backing away. Turning, she braced herself on her knees and heaved into the ditch, though there was little to come up but bile and whatever remained of the witch's potions. "Anna," she gasped, swiping at her mouth with the back of her hand. "I'm so sorry." Though she didn't want to see it again, she forced herself to look Anna in the face. Her eyes were wide open, her face frozen in fear. She had never stopped moving, always with her acrobatics and her tricks, always dancing, fidgeting, rolling through the grass. Madame Sauer had chastised her non-stop, while Serilda had loved it about her. And now she was this. It wasn't until she palmed the tears from her eyes that she saw the second body, a little farther up the road, half buried in the brambles that grew wild in the summer. Bare, muddied feet and a linen nightshirt down to his knees. Serilda stumbled closer. Fricks was on his back, his chest as cavernous as Anna's had been. Silly Fricks. Always laughing, always teasing. Tears streamed fast down her cheeks now. Serilda dared to look past him, to take in the full stretch of road between these two murdered children and the ashen wood. She saw Hans next. He had grown so tall this spring, and she'd barely been around to notice. He had always idolized Thomas and his other brothers. He had so yearned to grow up. His heart had been ripped clean out of him. Or eaten out of him, for Serilda wondered if this was the work of the Nachtkrab. Perhaps a gift for their loyal service to the hunt. It took longer, but finally she found Nickel too. He was lying on his stomach in a tiny creek that would eventually meet up with the Sorge. His honey-colored hair was dark and matted with blood. He had lost so much of it that the downstream current was tinted pink. Sweet Nickel. More patient, more empathetic than any of them. Weary and heartbroken, Serilda returned for the horse before she continued her search. She held it by the rein so it wouldn't run off as she walked slowly along the road, searching as far as her eyes could see. But she reached the shadows of the trees, having found no one else. Little Gertrude was not there. Chapter 50. She blindfolded the horse so it would not spook as they entered the ashen wood. To take the long path around the forest was unthinkable. And besides, this was clearly the way the hunt had gone. In the daylight, they would have vanished back behind the veil. But what if Gertrude was still here in the woods? Serilda's eyes darted back and forth along the edges of the road, searching the brambles and weeds, the thick overgrowth crowding onto the dirt path, looking for signs of scavengers and blood and a tiny, crumpled body abandoned in the wild. For once, the forest held no allure for her. Its mystery, its dark murmurs. She paid them no heed. She did not search the distant trees for signs of forest folk. She did not listen for whispers calling to her. If any apparition waited to dance upon a bridge, if any beast wished to coax her into their realm, they were disappointed. Serilda had thoughts only for little Gertrude, the last missing child. Could she still be alive? She had to believe. She had to hope. Even if that meant the Erlking was holding her, a treasure to coax Serilda back to his domain. She emerged from the trees with no answers to her questions. There was no sign of the child, not in the woods, not at the edge of the forest as Adelheide's wall came into view. By the time she was riding through the city, Serilda was certain that she would not find Gertrude, not on this side of the veil. The Erlking had kept her. He wanted there to be a reason for Serilda to come back. And so, here she was, terrified, desperate, full of a guilt almost too painful to bear. But more than that, a rage had begun to simmer from her fingertips to her toes, building inside her with suffocating force. He had killed them, as if it was nothing. Such brutal deaths. And what for? Because he felt slighted? Betrayed? Because he wanted to send Serilda a message? Because he needed more gold? He was a monster. She would find a way to rescue Gerdrut. That was all she could care about right now. But someday, somehow, she would avenge the others. She would find a way to repay the Erlking for what he had done. The horse reached the end of the main thoroughfare, the castle looming before her. She turned and headed toward the inn, ignoring the curious glances that followed her. Always her appearance made such a stir in this town, even if many of the townspeople had grown familiar with her. But today, her expression must have been its own warning. She felt like she was a dark cloud rolling along the shore, full of thunder and lightning. No one dared speak to her, but she could feel their curiosity at her back. Serilda alighted from the horse before it had come to a complete stop, and hastily tied it to a post in front of the inn. She barged in through the doors, her heart choking her. She ignored the faces that turned toward her and marched straight to the bar, where Lorraine was putting a cork back into a bottle. "Whatever's got into you?" she asked, looking like she was tempted to tell Serilda to go back outside and try coming back in with a better attitude this time. "And why is your dress covered in mud? You look like you slept in a pigsty. Is Lena all right?" Lorraine froze, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in her eyes. "Of course she's all right. What happened? You're sure? She wasn't taken last night?" Lorraine's eyes widened. "Taken? You mean—" The door to the kitchen swung open, and Serilda exhaled sharply when Lena burst through, a tray of cured meats and cheeses in her hands. She broke into a smile at the sight of Serilda. "Another night at the castle?" she said, her eagerness for more stories brightening her eyes. Serilda shook her head. "Not exactly." She turned back to Lorraine and, suddenly conscious of the silence of the restaurant, lowered her voice. 5 children went missing from Märchenfeld last night. 4 of them are now dead. I think he still has the 5th. "Great gods," Lorraine whispered, pressing a hand to her chest. "So many. Why?" "No one went missing from Adelheid?" she asked hurriedly. "Not that I... No, I'm sure I would have heard." Serilda nodded. "I have a horse posted outside. Will you stable it for me and—" She gulped. "If I don't come back, could you please send word to the Weber family in Märchenfeld? The horse belongs to them." "If you don't come back?" asked Lorraine, setting down the bottle. "What are you—" "You're going to the castle," said Lena. "But it isn't the full moon. If he took someone behind the veil, you can't reach them." As if by instinct, Lorraine wrapped an arm around Lena and tugged her against her side, squeezing her, protecting her. "I heard something," she whispered. Serilda frowned. "What?" "This morning, I heard the hounds, and I remember thinking it was so late. The hunt doesn't usually come back so close to dawn, and I heard them crossing the bridge." She swallowed hard, her brow tight with sympathy. "For a second, I thought I heard crying. It sounded like Lena." She shuddered, wrapping her second arm around her daughter. "I had to get up and go check on her to be sure she was still asleep, and of course it wasn't her, so I started to think it might have been a dream, but now—" A cold lump settled in the pit of Serilda's stomach as she started to back away from the bar. "Wait," said Lena, trying unsuccessfully to wriggle out of her mother's hold. "You can't get behind the veil, and the ghosts—" "I have to try," said Serilda. "This is all my fault. I have to try." Before they could try to talk her out of anything, she rushed from the inn, down the road that curved along the shore of the lake. She didn't hesitate as she stepped onto the bridge facing the castle gate. Anger sparked inside her, coupled with that twisting, sickened feeling. She imagined Gerdrut crying as she was carried across this very bridge. Was she crying even now? Alone but for the specters and the Dark Ones and the Erlking himself. She must be so afraid. Serilda stormed across the bridge, fists clenched at her sides, her body burning from the inside out. The castle ruins loomed ahead, the leaded and oft-broken windows clouded and lifeless. She passed through the gate, uncaring if there were an entire army of ghosts waiting to scream at her. She didn't care if she came across headless women and ferocious druids. She could ignore all the cries of every victim this castle had ever devoured, so long as she got Gerdrut back. But the castle stayed silent. The wind shook the branches of the wayfaring tree in the bailey, now full of vibrant green leaves. Some of the brambles that had sprouted like weeds now held red berries that would ripen to purple-black by the end of the summer. A bird's nest had been built in the overhang of the half-collapsed stables, and Serilda could hear the trill of hatchlings calling for their mother. The sound enraged her. Gerdrut. Sweet, precocious, brave little Gerdrut. She entered the shadow of the entryway. This time, she did not waste time ogling the state of things, the utter devastation that time had wreaked here. She kicked her way through the brush and debris of the great hall, startling a rat who squealed and dove out of her way. She tore down the cobwebs that hung like curtains, through one doorway and then another, until she reached the throne room. "Erlking!" she shouted. Her hatred echoed back to her from a dozen chambers. Otherwise, the castle was still. Stepping over a patch of broken stone, Serilda approached the center of the room. Before her stood the dais and the two thrones, held in whatever spell protected them from the destruction that had claimed the rest of the castle. "Erlking!" she yelled again, demanding to be heard. She knew he was here, shrouded behind the veil. She knew he could hear her. "It's me you wanted, and I'm here. Give back the child, and you can keep me. I'll never run again. I'll live here in the castle if you want. Just give Gerdrut back." She was met with silence. Serilda glanced around the room, at the shards of broken glass that littered the floor, the sprouts of thistles claiming the far corner, driven to life despite the lack of sunlight, at the chandeliers that had not lit this room for hundreds of years. She looked back at the thrones. She was so close. The veil was here, pressing against her. Something so ephemeral. It took nothing more than the light of a full moon to tear it down. What might be happening to Gerdrut just beyond her reach? Could she see Serilda? Was she listening, watching, begging Serilda to save her? There had to be a way through. There had to be a way to get to the other side. Serilda pressed her palms above her ears, urging herself to think. There must be a story, she thought. Some hint in one of the old tales. There were countless fairy stories of well-meaning girls and boys falling into a well or diving into the sea only to find themselves in enchanted lands. In Verloren, in the realms beyond. There had to be a clue as to how one could slip through the veil. There was a way. She refused to accept otherwise. She squeezed shut her eyes. Why hadn't she thought to ask Madame Sauer? She was a witch. She probably knew a dozen ways to... She gasped, her eyelids flying open. Madame Sauer was a witch. A witch. How many times had she told the children this very thing? It had been a lie then. A silly story, even a cruel-hearted one at times, but nothing serious. She had merely been poking fun of their grumpy teacher, whom they all shared a mutual dislike for. But it hadn't been a story. It had been real. She had spoken the truth. And how many times had she told the once ridiculous tale that she had been marked by the god of lies? But Her father really had made a wish upon one of the old gods. She really was marked by Virdith. Shrub grandmother had confirmed it. Serilda had been right all along. She was the godchild of the god of lies, and yet, somehow, all her lies were coming true. Could she do it on purpose? Could she tell a story and make it true? Or was this part of the magic of her gift, part of the wish granted to her father all those years ago? She might be marked a liar, but there would be truths in her words that no one could see. Maybe she wasn't a liar after all, but more like a historian. Maybe even an oracle, telling stories of the past that had been buried for too long, creating stories that might yet come to be, spinning something out of nothing. Straw into gold. She imagined the audience before her, the Erlking and his court, all his monsters and ghouls, his servants and attendants, those battered spirits who on this side of the veil had to endure their deaths over and over again. Gild was there too, trapped somewhere in these walls, as lost as any of them. And Gerdrut, watching her, waiting. Serilda inhaled deeply and began. There was once a young princess, stolen by the wild hunt, and a prince, her elder brother, who did all he could to rescue her. He rode through the forest as fast as he could, desperate to catch the hunt before she was taken forever. But the prince failed. He could not save his sister. He did, however, manage to vanquish Pershta, the great huntress. He shot an arrow through her heart and watched as her soul was claimed by the god of death and dragged back to Forloren, from whence all the Dark Ones had once escaped. But Pershta had been loved, adored, almost worshipped, and the Erlking, who had never known true loss until that day, vowed that he would have vengeance on the human boy who had stolen his lover from the world of the living. Weeks passed as the prince healed from his wounds, tended to by the forest folk. When he finally returned home to his castle, it was under the bright silver light of a full moon. He walked across the bridge and through the gates, surprised to find them unguarded, the watchtowers abandoned. As the prince stepped into the courtyard, a stench engulfed him, one that nearly stopped his heart. The unmistakable smell of blood. The prince reached for his sword, but it was too late. Death had already come to the castle. No one had been spared, not the guards, not the servants. Bodies were sprawled across the courtyard, broken, maimed, torn to pieces. The prince ran into the keep, shouting to anyone who might hear him, desperately hoping there might be someone who had survived. His mother, his father, the nursemaid who had often comforted him, the swordmaster who had trained him, the tutors who had taught and scolded and praised him into adulthood, the stable boy who had sometimes joined in his childhood mischief. But everywhere he went, he saw only the echo of violence, brutality, and death. Everyone was gone. Everyone. The prince found himself in the throne room. He felt ripped to shreds at the extent of the massacre. But when his eyes fell on the dais, it was rage that overtook him. The Erlking sat on the king's throne, a crossbow on his lap and a smile on his lips, while the bodies of the king and queen had been strung up like tapestries on the wall behind him. With a wail of fury, the prince raised his sword and began to charge the villain. But in that same moment, the Erlking fired an arrow tipped in pure gold. The prince screamed. He dropped the sword and fell to his knees, cradling his arm. The arrow had not gone completely through, but remained lodged in his wrist. With a snarl, he looked up and staggered back to his feet. "You should have aimed to kill," he told the Erlking. But the villain merely smiled. "I do not want you dead. I want you to suffer. As I have suffered, as I will continue to suffer for the rest of time."
The prince claimed the sword with his other hand, but when he again went to charge for the Erlking, something tugged on his arm, holding him in place. He looked down at the bloodied arrow shaft trapped in his limb. The Erlking rose from the throne. Black magic sparked in the air between them. "That arrow now tethers you to this castle," he said. "Your spirit no longer belongs to the confines of your mortal body, but will be forever trapped within these walls. From this day into eternity, your soul belongs to me." The Erlking lifted his hands, and darkness cloaked the castle, spreading through the throne room and out to every corner of that forsaken place. "I lay claim to all of this, to your family's history, your beloved name, and I curse it all. The world will forget you. Your name will be burned from the pages of history. Not even you will remember the love you might have known. Dear Prince, you will be forever alone, tormented until the end of time, just as you've left me. And you will never understand why. Let this be your fate, until your name, forgotten by all, should be spoken once more." The prince slumped forward, crushed beneath the weight of the curse. Already the words of the spell were stealing through his mind. Memories of his childhood, his family, all that he had ever known and loved, were pulling apart like threads of spun yarn. His last thought was of the stolen princess, bright and clever, the keeper of his heart. While he could still remember her, he looked at the Erlking with tears gathering in his eyes and managed to choke out his last words before the curse claimed him. "My sister," he pleaded, "have you trapped her soul in this world? Will I ever see again?" But the Erlking merely laughed. "Foolish prince." "What sister?" And the prince could only stare, dumbfounded and hollow. He had no answer. He had no sister, no past, no memories at all. Serilda exhaled, shaken by the story that had spilled out of her and the lurid visions it had conjured. She was still alone in the throne room, but the smell of blood had returned, thick and metallic. She looked down to see the floor awash with it, dark and congealed, its surface the sheen of a black mirror. It pooled at her feet to the base of the throne's dais, covering the broken stones splattered across the walls. But there was one place, only a few steps in front of her, that was untouched. A perfect circle, as if the blood had struck an invisible wall. Serilda swallowed hard against the lump that had begun to clog her throat as she told the story. She could see it all clearly now. The prince standing amid the bloodshed in this very room. She could picture his flame-red hair, the freckles on his cheeks, the flecks of gold in his eyes. She could see his fury and his sorrow, his courage and his devastation. She had seen it all herself, how he wore these emotions in the set of his shoulders and the quirk of his lips, and the vulnerability in his gaze. She had even seen the scar on his wrist, where the arrow had pierced him, where the Erlking had cursed him. Gild was the prince. This was his castle, and the stolen princess was his sister, and he had no idea. He didn't remember any of it. He couldn't remember any of it. Serilda inhaled a shaky breath and dared to finish the story, her voice barely a whisper. The Erlking's wicked spell was cast, his gruesome revenge complete, but the massacre that happened in that castle. She paused with a shudder. The massacre that happened here was so horrific that it tore a hole into the veil that had long separated the Dark Ones from the world of the living. In response to her words, the blood on either side of that untouched circle began to flow upward. 2 thick rivulets, the color of burgundy wine and thick as molasses, crawled toward the ceiling. When they were not much taller than Serilda herself, they moved inward and drew together, forming a doorway in the air. A doorway framed in blood. Then, from the center of the doorway, the blood dripped upward, in slow, steady drops, climbing toward the rafters. Serilda followed its trail up, to a body hung from the chandelier. Her stomach lurched. A child, a little girl. For a moment she thought it was Gerdrut, and she opened her mouth to scream. But the rope turned with a creak, and she could see that it was not Gerdrut. The girl's face was almost unrecognizable. Almost. But she knew it was the princess she'd seen in the locket. The kidnapped child. Gild's sister. Serilda wanted to rail, to howl, to tell the old gods and whoever was listening that this was not how the story was meant to end. The prince should have defeated the wicked king, saved his sister, saved them all. He should never have been trapped in this horrid place. He should never have been forgotten. The Erlking was not supposed to win. But even as her tears built up, Serilda clenched her teeth and refused to let them fall. There was still one child who might be saved tonight, one heroic deed to perform. With tightened fists, she stepped through the tear in the veil. Chapter 51. The blood was gone. The castle returned to its splendor. Serilda had only ever seen the throne room as part of the castle ruins. This was where the pool of blood had leaked between the brittle weeds and clung to her footsteps, where the two thrones on the dais alone seemed to have been preserved in time, untouched by the centuries of neglect. They looked the same now as they did on the mortal side of the veil, but now the rest of the room was as pristine to match them. Vast chandeliers lit with dozens of candles, thick carpets and fur skins and black velvet drapes hung behind the dais, framing the thrones. Pillars carved from white marble, each one depicting a totzelwurm climbing toward the ceiling, its long serpentine tail spiraling all the way to the floor. And there was the Erlking, waiting for her upon his throne. Beside him, a sight that brought a shuddering gasp from Serilda's lips. Hans, Nickel, Fricks, Anna. Their little ghosts standing to either side of the throne, holes in their chests, and their nightgowns stained with blood. "Serilda!" Anna cried. She started to run off the dais, but was blocked by the king's crossbow. She whimpered and fell back, clutching at Fricks. "How miraculous," the Erlking drawled. "You've returned from the dead, though looking rather unkempt. Why, one might think you spent the night dead by the side of a river." Hatred burbled like a sulfur spring inside of her. "Why would you take them? Why would you do this?" He shrugged mildly. "I think you know the answer to that." His fingers drummed against the crossbow handle. "I told you to stay close, to be present in Adelheid when I summoned you. Imagine my disappointment to find you were not in Adelheid. I was forced to search for you, yet again. But no one was home at the mill in Märchenfeld." His eyes crystallized. "How do you think that makes me feel, Lady Serilda? That you could not be bothered to bid farewell? That you would rather die than assist me with one simple favor?" A haughty smile touched his dark-tinted lips. "Or at least pretend to." "I'm here now," she said, trying to keep the tremor from her voice. "Please let them go." "Who? Them? These darling little ghouls. Don't be absurd. I've claimed them for my court, now and forever. They're mine." "No, please." "Even if I could, let them go. Have you considered what that would mean? Let them go home. I'm sure their families would be thrilled to have sad little ghosts haunting their sad little cottages. No, best they stay with me, where they can be made useful." You could free their spirits, she said around a sob. They deserve peace. They deserve to go to Forlorn to rest.
Speak not of Forlorn, he growled, sitting taller. When Velos gives me what is mine, then I will consider releasing these souls, and not a moment sooner.
His rush of anger passed as quickly as it had risen, and he leaned against one arm of the throne, resting the crossbow in his lap. Speaking of what is owed to me, I have another task for you, Lady Serilda. She thought of her promise to Pushkrola. She had sworn that she would not help the Erlking anymore. But she was a liar, through and through. You took one more child, she said through gritted teeth. If you want any more gold from me, then you will let her go. You will return her to her family unharmed. You are hardly in a position to be making demands, he sighed, almost melodramatically. She is a pretty thing, for a human, not as pretty as the Adelheid princess. Now, she was a gift my love would have doted on like no other. Sweet, charming, talented. They say she was blessed by Hulda, just like you, Lady Serilda. Her death was such a waste, as will yours be if it comes to that. You're trying to goad me, said Serilda through her teeth. The Erlking smiled quite viciously. I take my enjoyment where I can. Serilda swallowed and glanced behind her, unsure how she should feel to see that the doorway back to the mortal world was still there. She could leave. Could he follow her? She suspected not. If it was so easy, surely he would not have stayed confined to the veil, allowed freedom but one night each cycle of the moon. But she couldn't leave, not without Gerdrut. Her gaze traveled up toward the rafters, but the princess who had been hung from the chandelier was gone. Her body would have been disposed of long ago, buried or tossed into the lake. Serilda knew her ghost was not here in the castle. Either she'd been left behind in Gravenstone, or sent on to Forlorn. Otherwise, she was sure she would have noticed her among the ghostly servants, and Gild would have known immediately who the portrait depicted. Gild. Where was Gild? Where were any of the ghosts? The castle felt eerily quiet, and she wondered if the Erlking could force their silence when it pleased him to do so. She fixed her gaze on the king again, trying hard not to think about the 4 trembling children beside him, the ones she had already failed. She would not fail Gerdrut, too. Why did you abandon Gravenstone? She asked, and was pleased at the surprise that flashed over his face. Was it truly because you couldn't stand to be in the place where Pershta had fallen? Or did you choose to claim this castle as another layer of revenge against the prince who killed her? It must have felt quite satisfying at first. Do you sleep in his quarters and listen to the moans and cries of the ones you murdered all night long? Does that please you? You enjoy a mystery, Lady Serilda. I like a good story. I like when one takes an unexpected turn. What's interesting to me is that I don't think even you have figured out the final twist in this tale. The Erlking's lips curled with amusement. That the little mortal girl will be saving everyone? Serilda clicked her tongue. Don't spoil the ending for yourself, she said, proud of how brave she sounded, though in reality she hadn't been thinking of her own role in this tale at all. They say she was blessed by Hulda. That was it, the real reason the Erlking had wanted the princess. Not just for Pershta to dote on, not just because the child was so beloved among her people. He had believed that she was the gold spinner. He had taken her for her magic, probably so she could spin gold chains for his hunts. To this day, centuries later, he still didn't know. He'd taken the wrong sibling. Of course, Serilda wasn't about to tell him that. The story still hasn't revealed whether or not you kept the princess's ghost, she said. Did you release her to Forlorn, or is she still in Gravenstone?
I understand why you couldn't bring her back here, of course. The love the prince felt for her was so strong. Surely if he saw her, he would know that she was his sister, and that he loved her very much. I think that's why I haven't seen the king and queen either. You didn't keep their ghosts. You couldn't risk them recognizing each other, or their son. Maybe it wouldn't break the curse entirely. Maybe their family and their name would still be forgotten by everyone, even themselves, but that wasn't the point, was it? You wanted him to be alone, abandoned, without love, forever. The Erlking's face was that cold mask he favored, but she was coming to know his moods, and she could see the tension in his jaw. How do you know the things you do? He finally asked. Serilda had no answer for him. She could hardly tell him that she'd been cursed by the god of lies, who, somehow it seemed, was as much the god of truths. No, not the god of lies, the god of stories. And every story has two sides. You brought me here, she said. A mortal in your realm. I've been paying attention. His mouth quirked to one side. Tell me, do you know the family's name? Have you solved that mystery? She blinked. The family's name. The prince's name. Slowly, she shook her head. No, I don't. She wasn't sure, but she thought he might have seemed relieved at this. Unfortunately, he said, I am not a fan of fairy stories. That is unfortunate, as you are in so many of them. Yes, but I am always cast as the villain, he craned his head. Even you cast me as the villain. It's hard not to, my lord. Why, just this morning you abandoned 4 children by the side of the road, their hearts devoured by Nachtkrop, and their bodies left to the rest of the scavengers. Her chest squeezed, and she dared not look at the spirits standing at the king's side, knowing she would dissolve into tears if she did. I think you rather like playing the villain. Finally, a real smile graced his features, down to the sharp points of his teeth. And who is the hero of this story? I am, naturally. Serilda hesitated a moment before adding. At least, I hope to be. Not the prince? It felt like a trap, but Serilda knew better. She laughed lightly. He's had his moments, but no, this is not his story. Ah, he clucked his tongue. Perhaps you are trying to save him, then. Her smile wanted to fade, but she clung to it. Of course she wanted to save Gild. She desperately wanted to save him from the torment he'd endured these hundreds of years. But she could not let the Erlking know that she had met the poltergeist, or that she finally knew the truth of who and what he was. Once I've met him, I will let you know, she said, keeping her tone light. She made a show of looking around the throne room. Is he here? You tethered him to this castle, so he must be around somewhere. Oh, he is, said the Erlking, and I regret it more days than not. He is a constant thorn in my side. Then why not release him from the curse? He deserves every bit of suffering he's been given, and more. Serilda gritted her teeth. I will keep that in mind when I finally cross his path. She lifted her chin. If we have a deal, then I am ready to complete your task. His pale eyes glinted in the torchlight. Everything is already prepared for you. Chapter 52. As the king strode past her, Serilda ushered the children to her sides. Touching them, she remembered how it had first felt when Manfred had helped her into the carriage so many months ago. They were real, they were solid, but their skin was brittle and delicate and cool to the touch. They felt like they would crumple to ash, but that didn't prevent her from squeezing them into a giant hug in a hasty attempt to give some comfort. The Erlking cleared his throat impatiently. She gripped Anna's and Nikel's hands and followed after him, ignoring how the sensation made her skin crawl. Fricks and Hans huddled at their sides. The king led them to the courtyard.
Emerging into daylight was bewildering enough. The castle was not ruins. She really had forced her way to this side of the Vale, and now she was in the bailey beneath the bright sun. Her feet stalled. A spinning wheel sat in the center of the yard, beside a cart laden with straw. It was a small pile, not much larger than a barrel of wine. And all around it, gathered within the looming stone walls, were the residents of Adelheid Castle. The hunters, the servants, the bruised stable boy, the one-eyed coachman, the headless woman, hundreds of undead humans, and at least as many kobolds, all silent and still, their eyes upon her as she stepped into their midst. As a group, their ephemeral figures were more pronounced, their cumulative silhouettes wisping upward like smoke off the last remnants of a bonfire. They seemed so tenuous, as though a breath could blow them away. She could not keep herself from scanning their faces, searching for a woman who might look a little bit like her, hoping that one of these ghostly women might recognize the child she'd once loved, now full grown. But if her mother was there, Serilda did not recognize her. Her attention drifted toward the dark ones, their graceful forms and cunning eyes, all dressed in the finest of furs and leather armor and hunting gear. They were the nobles of this castle, and as such, they stood apart from the ghostly entourage, their expressions unreadable. The contrast between the two groups was stark. The dark ones in all their pristine, unearthly beauty, the ghosts with their battered bodies and bleeding wounds. Then, there were the creatures, nightmare droods, snarling goblins, the soulless Nachtkrop. All the court was there, and they were waiting for her. Serilda's stomach dropped. No, this would not work. There would be no more dungeons, no locked doors. The king intended for her to give a demonstration. She was his prize, and he was ready to show her off to his kingdom, just as he'd once showed off the Totzelwurm to her. She swallowed hard and glanced around again. She didn't realize she was looking for Gild until disappointment at his absence clawed at her. Not that it mattered. He could not spin for her, not in front of everyone. And even if he could, she'd promised herself that she would not allow him to. Not again. But that was before the children had been taken, before she'd realized he still had Gerdrut, that she could still save her. "Behold," said Erlking, the Alder King, his eyes locked on Serilda's, but his voice raised for the gathered crowd. "The Lady Serilda of Märchenfeld, godchild of Hulda." She did not look away. "On the snow moon, this girl told me that she had been blessed with the gift of gold spinning, and these past months she has proven her worth, to me and to the hunt." His lips curled upward. "As such, I thought that tonight, in celebration of our victorious hunt of the Totzelwurm, I would invite Lady Serilda to honor us all with the splendor of her gift." Serilda tried not to fidget under his stare and the curious silence around her, though her insides were roiling. She signaled to the children to wait on the steps and approach the king, trying not to let him see how she was trembling. "Please, your Grim," she whispered, angling her face away from the crowd. "I have never spun before an audience. I am not accustomed to such attentions, and would far prefer—" "Your preferences mean little here," said the Erlking, one slender eyebrow arched. "Dare I say, they mean nothing at all." One of the ravens squawked, as if laughing at her. She exhaled slowly. "And yet, I am sure that I will be more efficient if I could just have some peace and solitude." "I should think you would be adequately motivated to impress me." She held his gaze, searching for another excuse, any excuse. "I'm not sure my magic will work if people are watching." He looked as though he were tempted to laugh. Leaning toward her, he whispered with careful enunciation, "You will persuade it
to work, or the child will be mine."
She shuddered. Her brain turned, grasping at anything. But she could see that the king would not be moved. Panic set in as she faced the spinning wheel. She thought of that first night beneath a snow moon and how she had managed, at least temporarily, to persuade the Erlking that she could spin straw into gold. She thought of the first night in the castle, when Gild had appeared so suddenly, as if summoned by her very desperation. She wondered how many miracles one girl was allowed. Her footsteps felt leaden as she cast another look around the bailey, silently pleading for anyone, anything that could help her. But who could help her but Gild? Where was Gild? It didn't matter, she told herself. He could do nothing here, not before all these witnesses. No help was coming. She knew that. But it didn't keep her from hoping. Maybe he had some prank planned. Maybe she'd lied before. Maybe she did want to be rescued. Maybe she was never meant to be the hero at all. She glanced back at the children on the steps to the keep, her heart in agony over all that had happened. Then she froze, finally spotting him. Her mouth fell open, and she barely bit back the cry that wanted to escape. He was strung up on the outer face of the keep, just beneath the 7 stained glass windows depicting the old gods. Gold chains bound his arms from wrist to elbows, attached to anchors somewhere over the parapets. He was not struggling. His head was drooped forward, but his eyes were open. His expression was shattered as he met Serilda's gaze. She didn't realize that she'd taken a step toward him until the king's voice startled her back to herself. "Leave him be." She froze. "Why?" Then, remembering that she was not supposed to have met Gild before, she cleared the hurt from her brow and faced the king. "Who is he? What has he done to be chained up like that?" "Only our resident poltergeist," the king said mockingly. "He dared to steal something that was mine." "Steal something?" "Indeed, a bobbin was missing from your previous night's work. Disappeared before my servants could even collect the gold. I am sure it was the poltergeist, as he has a habit of causing trouble." Serilda's stomach dropped. "But I will not tolerate his mischief on such an occasion. Besides, you see, my lady, your labors have already served me well. Not many things can hold him, but chains crafted from magicked gold. They have worked just as I'd hoped." She swallowed hard and looked back. Gild's jaw was locked, misery mixed with anger across the planes of his face. It was too far for her to see the chains clearly, but Serilda had no doubt they were crafted of strands of pure gold, woven into an unbreakable chain. Her heart ached. He had made his own prison, and he had done it for her. But to stare a second longer would lead to suspicions, and the king could not know that it was Gild who had the gift of spinning, not her. If he knew what the cursed prince was truly capable of, he would no doubt find new ways of torturing him until Gild agreed to spin all the gold he wanted. And if she knew Gild at all, she knew that he would endure the torture rather than do anything this monster demanded of him. For eternity. She forced herself to turn away, to face the spinning wheel. "A story," some sneaky voice whispered as she took a seat on the stool. What she needed was a great lie, something convincing, something that would get her out of this predicament, and also let her keep her head and rescue Gerdrut. That was a lot to ask of a simple fairy tale, and her mind was blank. She doubted she could have recited a nursery rhyme in that moment, much less spun a story as grand as she needed. She gave the wheel a turn with her fingers, as if testing it. She pressed her foot against the treadle. She tried to appear contemplative as her fingers skimmed across the empty, waiting bobbin. What a picture she must make, the charming peasant girl at her spinning wheel. She had become a spectacle. She reached into the cart for a handful of straw, taking the opportunity to glance around once more. Some of the ghosts were leaning forward, craning their necks to see. She pretended to inspect the straw in her hands. A lie. I need a lie. Nothing came. Verdith, god of stories and fortune, she pleaded silently. I have never asked you for anything, but please hear me now. If my father did help you, if you did give me your blessing, if I am truly your godchild, then please spin your fortune's wheel. Let it land in my favor. Serilda's hand shook as she picked out the longest piece of straw and took in a staggered breath. She had seen Gilded do this so many times. Was it at all possible that his magic might have transferred into her? That one could learn to be a gold spinner? She gave the wheel another spin. Whirr. Her foot pressed against the treadle, increasing its speed. Whirr. She moved the straw toward the maiden hole, as she had moved countless knots of fresh sheared wool since she was a child. The straw scratched at her palms. Whirr. It did not wrap around the bobbin. Of course it didn't. She'd forgotten to tie the leader yarn. Face heating with embarrassment, she fumbled to secure one end of the straw onto the bobbin. She could hear rustling in the audience, but from the corner of her eye, the Erlking stood perfectly still. He might have been a corpse himself. With the leader yarn attached as well as she could get it, and knotted to the next strand of straw, she tried again. Whirr. One only had to feed it through. Whirr. The wheel would twist the wool. Whirr. The yarn would wrap around the bobbin. But this was straw, and it quickly frayed and snapped. Her heart pounded as she looked down at the remaining strands, dry and worthless in her unmagical grip. She could not keep herself from glancing up, though she knew it was a mistake. Gilded was watching her, his face full of anguish. Funny how that look made so many things pristinely clear. There had remained a number of treacherous doubts these past weeks, after she had given so much to him and taken so much in return. Everything he did came with a price. A necklace, a ring, a promise. But he couldn't have looked at her like that if she meant nothing to him. A spark of courage ignited in her chest. She had told Gilded that she would stay alive long enough to deliver to him the payment she owed, her firstborn child. The bargain had been made with magic, binding and unbreakable. You have my word, she murmured to herself. Is something wrong? Said the Erlking, and though his words were subdued, they had an unmistakable sharpness beneath them. Her gaze snapped back to him. She blinked, startled, not so much by the presence of the Erlking, but by the cool shiver traipsing down her spine. Her firstborn child. She dropped the straw. Both hands went to her stomach. The Erlking frowned. She and Gilded had made love on the night of the chaste moon. An entire moon cycle had passed, and she'd been so caught up in her worries and planning that she hadn't realized until that moment. She'd missed her blood cycle. What is the matter? Growled the Erlking. But Serilda barely heard him. The words were turning through her mind, a spinning wheel of blurring, impossible things. Your condition. You should not ride. Firstborn child. Firstborn child. The progeny of a girl cursed by the god of lies and a boy trapped behind the veil. She couldn't picture such a creature. Would it be a monster? An undead thing? A magicked thing? It wouldn't matter, she tried to tell herself. She had struck a deal with Gilded. Though she knew he had accepted the offer with as much dismay as she'd made it, both of them thinking it would never come due. She also knew that Gilded had meant it when he'd said their bargain was unbreakable. She had no claim to this being inside her. No more than a cask can claim the wine, or a bucket can claim the milk. And yet, a feeling she had never known rose up in her as her fingers pressed softly into her abdomen. A child. Her child. An icy hand snatched her wrist. Serilda gasped and looked up into the Erlking's frosted eyes. "You are testing my patience, Miller's daughter." And that was when it came. The story. The lie. That was not entirely a lie. "My lord, forgive me," she said, not having to feign her breathlessness. "I cannot spin this straw into gold." One lip curled upward, revealing a sharp canine tooth that reminded her too much of the hounds he cherished. "And why is that?" he asked, his tone a promise of regret if she dared to defy him. "I fear it isn't proper to say." His eyes flashed murderous. Serilda leaned toward him, whispering so that only he could hear. "Your darkness, the God-given magic that flowed through my veins, is gone. I can no longer summon it to my fingers. I am no longer a gold spinner." Shadows eclipsed his face. "You play a dangerous game." She shook her head. "I swear this is no game. There is a good reason for the loss of my magic. You see, it seems that my body now harbors a gift far more precious than gold." He squeezed her wrist until it hurt, but she didn't yelp. "Explain." Her other hand had never left her stomach, and now she looked down, knowing that his gaze would follow. "I am no longer a gold spinner, because that magic now belongs to my unborn child." His grip loosened, but he did not let go. She waited a few seconds before daring to meet his gaze again. "I am sorry to have disappointed you, my lord." Skepticism still clung to his porcelain features, but they were quickly overshadowed by a fury unlike anything she'd ever seen. Serilda tried to shrink away, but he did not let go. Instead, he yanked her to her feet and started toward the castle keep, all but dragging her in his wake. "Redmond!" he bellowed. "You are needed in the throne room. Now!" Chapter 53. The Erlking threw Serilda down into the center of the throne room and marched onto the dais. She pushed back her hair to look up at him. Fear thrumming through her, she swallowed hard and rose to her knees. "Your darkness!" "Silence!" he roared. He looked like a different creature altogether, his face contorted into something decidedly unlovely. It hardly looked like him, who was usually so full of elegant composure. "This is a great disappointment, Lady Serilda." Her name sounded like a snake's hiss on his tongue. "With all due respect, most people see babies as a gift." He snarled at her. "Most people are idiots." She clasped her hands pleadingly. "I could not have foreseen this. It was—" She shrugged. "It was only one night." "You spun the gold not a month ago." She nodded. "I know. This happened not long after." He glared at her, looking like he wished he could reach straight into her womb and rip the alien creature out with his fist.
"You summoned your Grim?"
She glanced over her shoulder to see a ghostly man in a long-sleeved tunic. Half his face was bloated, his lips fat and tinged purple. Poison? Drowning? Serilda wasn't sure she wanted to know. Removing the hunting crossbow from his back, the Erlking sank onto his throne and used the weapon to gesture carelessly at Serilda, still on her knees. "The wretched girl is with child." Serilda flushed. She knew she shouldn't have expected the king to respect her privacy, but still, this was her secret to tell. And for now, she was only interested in telling it in order to save Gerdrut. And, she thought, her child. Her child. Again, her fingers went to her stomach. She knew it was far too early to feel anything. There was no rounding of her belly, and certainly no movement within. She longed to run home, to talk to her father and ask him everything he could remember about her mother's pregnancy. Until she remembered that he was not there, and unspeakable sorrow crashed over her. Papa would have been a wonderful grandfather. But she couldn't think of that now, even if the man responsible for her father's death was standing before her, even if she despised him with every bone of her body. Right now, she needed to think only of saving herself. If she could survive this, then someday she would have a beautiful child to dote on, to love, to raise. She would be a mother. She'd always loved children, and now to be able to care for this innocent baby, to rock them to sleep and tell bedtime stories long into the night. But no, she reminded herself, the child would have to be given to Gild. What would he think when she told him? It was all so surreal, so impossible. What would he do with a baby? She almost laughed. The idea was simply too preposterous. Lady Serilda! She snapped her head up, lurching back into the throne room. Yes. To her surprise, the Erlking's cheeks were actually flushed. Not pink, so much as a subtle grayish blue against his silvery skin, but still, it was more emotion than she would have thought he was capable of. His right hand was gripping the arm of the throne. His left held the crossbow, its tip rested against the floor. Unloaded, thankfully. How long exactly? He said slowly, as if speaking to a simpleton. Have you been in this condition? Her lips parted with, finally, an actual lie. 3 weeks. His sharp gaze darted to the man. What can be done? The man, Redmond, inspected her with arms crossed. He pondered for a moment before offering the king a shrug.
This early should be but a tiny thing, maybe the size of a pea.
Good, said the Erlking. With a long, annoyed breath, he sat back against the throne. Remove it. What? Serilda launched herself to her feet. You can't! Surely I can. Well, he can. The Erlking's fingers danced in the man's direction. Can't you, Redmond? Redmond grumbled to himself for a moment as he opened a brown sack at his waist and pulled out a small bundle of fabric.
Never have before, but I don't see why I couldn't.
Redmond was a barber by trade, said the Erlking, and a surgeon as required. Serilda shook her head. It will kill me. We have very good healers, said the Erlking. I will ensure that it doesn't.
Probably won't ever carry a babe again, added Redmond.
He looked at the king, not Serilda. Suppose that's all right? Yes, fine, said the Erlking. Serilda let out a dismayed cry. No, that is not fine! Ignoring her, Redmond paced to a nearby table and unspooled the fabric, revealing a series of sharp tools. Scissors, scalpels, wrenches, and pliers, and terrifying things that Serilda didn't know the names for. Her knees quaked as she stepped back. Her eyes darted around, and for the first time she realized that the bloodied gateway was gone. Her path to the other side of the veil. Surely it was still there. She had opened it once. She could open it again, but how? Then, another sobering thought. Gerdrut. She still hadn't saved Gerdrut. Where was he keeping the child? She couldn't leave her, not even to save herself, not even to save her baby.
It's been a while, mused Redmond, holding up a tiny blade. But this should do it.
He glanced at the king.
Is it to be done here?
No! Serilda screeched. The Erlking looked irritated with her outburst. Of course not. You can use one of the rooms in the north wing. With a nod, the man started gathering up his tools again. No! She shouted again, louder this time. You can't do this! You are not at liberty to tell me what I can and can't do. This is my kingdom. You and the gifts of Hulda belong to me now. The words might have been a slap for how they left her speechless. She drew herself up, solidifying her legs beneath her. She had one chance to persuade him, one chance to save this unborn life inside of her. No, my lord, you can't do this because it won't work. It won't bring my magic back. His eyes narrowed. If that is true, then best slit your throat and be done with the both of you. She tried to hide her shudder. If that is your will, I cannot stop you. But do you not think that Hulda might have an intention for this child? To take its life so soon, you are interfering with the will of a god. I care little for the wills of gods. Be that as it may, she said, taking a step forward. You and I both know that they can be powerful allies. If it wasn't for the gift of Hulda, I never would have spun that gold for you. She paused before continuing. What might the blessing be for my child? What power might be growing inside me even now? And yes, I know I'm asking you for your patience, for not just the next 8 months, but for years potentially, before we know what gift this child carries. But you are eternal. What is a few years? A decade? If you kill me, if you kill this baby, then you are squandering a great opportunity. You told me the young princess was also blessed by Hulda, that her death was a waste. But you are not a wasteful king. Don't make that mistake again. He held her gaze for a long time, while Serilda's heart thumped erratically and her breaths threatened to choke her. How do you know, he said slowly, that your gift of spinning will not return once the parasite is removed? Parasite. She shivered at the words, but tried not to let her disgust show. She spread her palms, a sign of open honesty that she knew well. I felt it, she lied. The moment I conceived, I felt the magic leaving my fingers, pooling in my womb, cradling this child. I cannot say for certain that he or she will be born with the same gift as I've had. But I do know that Hulda's magic now resides in them. If you kill this child, this blessing will be gone forever. Your eyes have not changed. He said this as if it were proof that she was lying. Serilda merely shrugged. I do not spin with my eyes. The king leaned to one side, pressing a finger against his temple, massaging it in slow circles. His gaze slid to the barber, waiting with his tools wrapped again in their pouch. After a long moment, the Erlking lifted his chin and asked, Who is the father? She stilled. It had not occurred to her he might ask this, that he might care. She doubted that he did care, but what purpose might he have to wonder? No one, she said. A boy from my village, a farmer, my lord. And does this farmer know that you carry his offspring? She slowly shook her head. Good. Does anyone else know? No, my lord. Again he leaned forward, mindlessly tracing his fingers along the edges of his mouth. Serilda held her breath, trying not to shake beneath his scrutiny. If she could only buy herself some time, if she could only persuade him to let her live long enough to do what? She didn't know, but she knew she needed more time. All right, the king said suddenly. He reached down to the side of his throne and took hold of the crossbow. His other hand took out one arrow, one not tipped in gold, but black. Serilda's eyes widened. Wait, she cried, lifting her hands even as she fell again to her knees, pleading. Don't! I can be useful to you! I know there's some way— The bow clicked loudly as he loaded the arrow into it. Please! Please don't! The trigger snapped. The arrow whistled and struck hard. Chapter 54. A grunt. A gurgle. A wheeze. Mouth hanging open, Serilda slowly turned her head. The arrow had gone straight into the barber's heart. The blood trickling down the front of his tunic was not red, but black like oil, and reeking of decay. He collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing as his hands gripped the arrow's shaft. It seemed to go on forever, before the barber gave one last gasping exhale, then fell still. His hands dropped to his sides, palms open to the ceiling. As Serilda stared, shocked, he melted away, His entire body succumbed to the black oil, his features dripping down into the rugs. Soon there was nothing left of him but a ghastly, greasy pool and the arrow left behind. "What? You just..." she stammered. "You can kill them?" "When it pleases me to do so." The rustle of leather drew Serilda's gaze back to the Erlking. He lifted himself from the throne and paced over to retrieve his arrow. He still held the crossbow loosely at his side, and when he faced Serilda, she instinctively backed away from him. "But he was a ghost," she said. "He was already dead." "And now he has been released," he said in a decidedly bored tone. He tucked the arrow back into its quiver. "His spirit is free to follow the candlelight into Faerloren, and you call me a villain." Her lips were trembling with shock, with disbelief, with utter confusion. "But why?" "He was the only one who knew that I was not the father. Now there will be no one to question it." Her lashes fluttered, slow and hesitant. "Pardon?" "You are right, Lady Serilda." He started pacing before her. "I had not contemplated what this child might mean for me and my court. A newborn, blessed by Hulda. It is a gift not to be wasted. I am grateful you've opened my eyes to the possibilities." Her jaw worked, but no sounds came out. The king neared her. He looked pleased, almost smug, as he took her in. Her strange eyes, her filthy peasant clothes. His attention lingered on her stomach, and Serilda wrapped her arms in front of herself. The movement made his lips twitch with amusement. "You and I will be wed." She gaped at him. "What?" "And when the child is born," he went on as if she'd said nothing, "it will belong to me. No one will doubt that it is mine. Its human father will not care to claim it, and you," he lowered his voice into a clear threat, "will know better than to tell anyone the truth." Her eyes were wide but unseeing. The world was a cyclone, all the walls and torches blurring into nothing. But I can't," she started. "I can't marry you. I am nothing. A mortal, a human, a peasant girl, a miller's daughter." The Erlking gave an exaggerated sigh. "I know what you are. Do not give yourself false pretenses. I have no interest in romance. If that's what you fear, I will not touch you." He said this as if the idea were beyond repulsive, but Serilda was too flummoxed to be offended. "There is no need. The child grows in you already, and when she returns, He stopped himself, catching himself. His face shuddered, and he glared at Serilda as if she'd been trying to trick him into giving up his secrets. 8 months, you say? The timing is most convenient. That is, if we have enough gold. No, it will have to be enough. I will not wait any longer." He moved around her, a vulture around his prey, but he was no longer studying her. His gaze had turned thoughtful and distant. "I cannot let you leave, of course. I will not risk you running away or spreading rumors that this child belongs to someone else. But to kill you would be to kill the child. That leaves me with few options." She shook her head, unable to believe what she was hearing, unable to comprehend how the Erlking could have gone from intending to cut the child from her womb to intending to raise it as his own in so short a time. But then she thought of what he had said, that little hint that had slipped through. When she returns. Approximately 8 months until the baby would be born. 8 months would take them nearly to the end of the year. Nearly to the winter solstice, the endless moon, when he intended to capture a god and make his wish. Was it true then? Did he mean to wish for Pershta, the huntress, to be returned from Faerloren? Did he mean to use Serilda's unborn child as a gift for her, as one might bestow a bouquet of forget-me-nots or a basket of apple strudel. She frowned. But I thought the Dark Ones could not have children. With each other, we cannot. The creation of a child requires the spark of life, and we are born of death. But with a mortal, he shrugged, it is rare. Mortals are beneath us, and few would abase themselves to lie with one. Of course, Serilda said with a snarl that went ignored. The ceremony can take place on the summer solstice. That should be adequate time to prepare. Though I hope you aren't one of those brides who fancies elaborate festivities and ridiculous pomp. She gasped. I have agreed to nothing. I have not agreed to be your prisoner or to tell anyone that you are the father of this child. Wife, he snapped. His eyes brightened, as if this were a shared joke between them. You will be my wife, Lady Serilda. Let us not tarnish the union with talk of imprisonment. Whatever words you attach to it, I will be a prisoner, and we both know it. He approached her again, graceful as a snake, and took her hands into his. The touch was almost affectionate, if it hadn't been so very cold. You will do as I say, he said, because I still have something that you want. Tears prickled at her eyes. Gertrude, in exchange for the little one's freedom, he continued, you will be my doting bride. I will expect you to be very, very convincing. The child is mine. No one is to suspect otherwise. She swallowed. She couldn't do this. She couldn't. But she pictured Gertrude's smile, missing her first milk tooth. Her squeals when Fricks tickled her. Her pouts when she tried to braid Anna's hair and couldn't quite figure out how. All right, she whispered, a tear escaping her eye. She did not bother to wipe it away. I will do what you ask, if you promise to let Gertrude go. You have my word. He beamed and lifted a hand, revealing a gold-tipped arrow in his fist. It happened so quickly she barely had time to gasp before he plunged it down through her wrist. Pain tore through her. Serilda fell to her knees, her vision going white at the edges. All she could see was the shaft that jutted from her arm. Her blood dripped along its length, down the gilded tip, splattering drop by drop onto the floor. Still gripping her hand, the king began to speak, and Serilda heard the words from two places at once. The Erlking, devoid of emotion as he recited the curse, and her own story, told in the empty throne room, echoing back to her. That arrow now tethers you to this castle. Your spirit no longer belongs to the confines of your mortal body, but will be forever trapped within these walls. From this day into eternity, your soul belongs to me. The agony was like nothing she'd ever known before, as though poison were leaching into her, devouring her from the inside. She felt her bones, her muscles, her very heart crumbling to ash. Left behind was just a shell of a girl, skin and fingernails and a golden arrow. She heard a quiet thump as something fell behind her. And then the pain vanished. Serilda sucked in a breath of air, but there was no satisfaction to it. Her lungs did not expand. The air itself tasted stale and dry. She felt empty, wrung out, abandoned. The Erlking released her hand and her arm dropped into her lap. The arrow was gone. In its place, a gaping hole. She was almost too afraid to look back. But she had to. She had to see it. She had to know. And when her eyes fell on her own body sprawled out behind her, Serilda surprised herself. She did not cry or scream. She merely observed, as a strange calm overtook her. The body on the floor was still breathing. Her body. The blood around the arrow shaft had begun to clot. The eyes were open, unblinking and unseeing, but not lifeless. The golden wheels on her irises glimmered knowingly with the light of 1,000 stars. She had seen this once before, when her spirit had floated up over her own corpse on the riverbank. It would have kept floating away if she hadn't held tight to the ash branch. But there was something else tethering her here, to this castle, this throne room, these walls. She was trapped. Forever. The pain she'd felt had not been death. It had been the sensation of her spirit being torn from her body, not letting go so much as being ripped away. She was not dead. She was not a ghost. She was merely cursed. She rose to her feet, no longer trembling, and met the Erlking's gaze. "That," she said through gritted teeth, "was not very romantic." "My sweet," he said, and she could tell that he took pleasure in this act, this mimicry of human affection. "Were you hoping for a kiss?" She exhaled sharply through her nostrils, glad that she could still breathe, even if she didn't need to. Her hands patted down the sides of her body, testing the sensation. She felt different. Incomplete, but still solid. She could feel the weight of her dress, the path of tears on her face. And yet, her actual body was lying on the floor at her feet. Her hands made their way to her stomach. Was her baby still growing inside of her? Or was it now growing inside of... She glanced down at her body, lying there still and stunned. Not dead, not quite alive. She wanted to believe that the Erlking would not have used this curse if it would hurt the child. What would have been the point? But she also wasn't sure how much thought he was giving to any of this. That was when she realized what felt so distinctly different. When it finally came to her, it was obvious, and she wondered how she hadn't noticed before. She could no longer feel her heart beating in her chest. Chapter 55. "Now then," said the Erlking, taking her fingers and tucking them into the crook of his elbow, "let us announce our good fortune." Serilda still felt dazed as he marched her out of the throne room, through the great hall, beneath the overhang of the massive entry doors that overlooked the courtyard, where all his hunters and ghosts continued to mill about, confused as to what their king expected of them. The children were gathered right where she'd left them, clutching one another, Hans trying to defend them from a curious goblin who had hopped closer and was trying to sniff their knees. Serilda crouched down, arms wide. The children hurried into her embrace and passed right through her. It felt like a blast of icy wind cutting through her core. Serilda gasped. The children backed away, gawking at her wide-eyed. It's all right," she croaked. Gild had told her that he could pass through ghosts. He had tried to pass through her when they'd first met. Squaring her shoulders, Serilda tried to be more conscious of the physical limits of her body. She reached out to them again. They were more hesitant, but as Serilda's hands found their arms, their cheeks, their hair, they again pressed into her. It was awful touching them. The sensation was a bit like handling dead fish, cold and flimsy and slippery. But she would never tell them that. And she would never shy away from their embraces or from doing all she could to comfort and care for them. "I am sorry," she whispered. "I am so sorry for everything."
"What did he do to you?"
whispered Nickel, tenderly placing a hand over Serilda's wrist, where the hole from the arrow had stopped bleeding. "Don't worry about me, and try not to be afraid. I'm here, and I won't leave you."
"We're already dead," said Fricks. "Not much more he can do."
Serilda wished that were true.
"That is enough, children," said the Erlking, his shadow falling over them. As if he'd heard Fricks's comment and was eager to prove just how wrong the child was, the Erlking flicked his fingers. As one, the children backed out of Serilda's embrace, their spines stiff, their expressions dulled. "Emotional creatures," the Erlking muttered with disgust. "Come." He beckoned for Serilda to follow as he descended the steps toward the spinning wheel in the bailey's center. Stomach in knots, she stooped to place a kiss on each of their heads. They seemed to relax, whether from her touch or the Erlking's losing interest in controlling them. She didn't know. With a ruffle of Nikel's hair, she turned and followed the Erlking, daring to glance up toward the wall of the keep. Gild was still there. There was pain on his face, and the hollow place in her chest yawned open. "Hunters and guests, courtiers and attendants, servants and friends," bellowed the king, drawing their attention. "There has been a change of fortune tonight, and one that pleases me greatly. Lady Serilda will no longer be presenting a demonstration of her gold-spinning magic. After much contemplation, I have determined that such an act is beneath that of our future queen." Silence greeted them, furrowed brows and twisted mouths. Overhead, a puzzled look intruded into Gild's agony. Serilda's hands itched with the desire to run to the top of the keep's steps and tear down those chains, but she remained where she was. She forced herself to look away, to face the demons, the specters, the beasts gathered before her. As Serilda stared, she realized that while this might be an audience of the dead, there were few elderly among them. These ghosts had met traumatic ends, their bodies bloated with poisons, scarred with wounds, many still bearing evidence of the very weapons that had ended them. Some were sickly and covered in welts, some swollen and puffy, and others gaunt from starvation. No one here had died peacefully in their sleep. Everyone here knew what it was to hold fear and pain inside them. For the first time, Serilda felt how sad it all was, to live on eternity with the suffering of your own death. And she was to be queen of it all, at least until this baby was born. Then she would probably be killed. "Lady Serilda has agreed to take my hand," said the Erlking, "and I am most honored." Confusion reigned over the courtyard. Serilda held perfectly still, afraid that if she moved, it would only be to lunge at the king and try to strangle him. Surely no one would be fooled by such a preposterous notion, that she was in love with him, that he was honored to be her husband. But he was their king. Perhaps it didn't matter if anyone believed it or not. Perhaps they'd all been trained to accept his word without question. "We will begin preparations for the ceremony post-haste," said the Erlking. "I expect you will all bestow on my beloved the fealty and adoration due to the one I have chosen for my bride." He intertwined his fingers with Serilda's and lifted their hands, showing off the gaping hole in her arm. "Behold our new queen! Long reign, Queen Serilda!" There was laughter in his voice, and she wondered if any of these ghosts could sense it as their voices rose, still uncertain, to repeat the chant. "Long reign, Queen Serilda!" She stood, dumbfounded, faced with the absurdity of this farce. The Erlking wanted this child as a gift for Pershta. But he had already cursed her, trapped her inside this castle. In 8 months, he could take the child, and she could do nothing to stop him. He could still tell everyone that the baby was his progeny. But why marry her? Why make her queen? Why put on this charade? Soon he hoped to bring Pershta back from Fairlauren, and clearly it was she who would be his true queen, his true bride. No, there was more to his intentions than simply wanting to give her newborn child to the huntress. She could feel it. A thread of warning curled in the pit of her stomach. But there was nothing she could do about it now. Once she had seen Gerdrut to safety, she would try to muddle through whatever secrets this demon still harbored. She had until the winter solstice to figure out how she would stop him. Until then, she would do what was asked of her. Nothing more. She certainly wasn't going to make charmed eyes at him and swoon every time he entered her room. She wasn't going to giggle and preen in his presence. She wasn't going to pretend that she wasn't a prisoner here. But she would lie. She would tell them all that he was the father of her child, if that's what he asked. Until she could figure out how to free the spirits of these children, how to free Gild, how to free herself, how to kill the Erlking. As the chant rose in volume, he bent toward her, pressing a porcelain-smooth, ever-cool cheek against hers. His lips brushed the corner of her ear, and she fought down a shudder. "I have a gift for you." He turned them back to face the steps. Her horrified gaze swept up to Gild, but his chin had fallen against his chest, strands of red hair hiding his face, almost golden in the sun. "Every queen requires an entourage," said the king. He gestured toward the children, then curled his finger, summoning them forward. Hans straightened and put himself out in front of the others, clutching Anna's hand. "Come now, don't be shy," said the king, sounding almost sweet. Serilda knew he could force them to obey, but he waited for them to approach on their own. Hesitant, but with so much courage that Serilda wanted to pull each of them against her and scatter kisses atop their heads. "I give to you," said the king, "your footman." He gestured at Hans. "Your groom, Nickel. Your personal messenger, Fricks. And of course, every queen needs a lady-in-waiting." He tucked a finger beneath Anna's chin. She flinched, but he pretended not to notice. "How do you greet your queen, little servants?" The children looked wide-eyed at Serilda. "It will be all right," she lied. Anna acted first, fumbling into a curtsy. "Your Highness?" "Very good," said the Erlking. The boys bowed uncomfortably. Serilda wanted this to be done with, this false spectacle, the appalling pretense. She wanted to go somewhere she could embrace them, tell them how sorry she was, that she would do anything she could to end this for them. She would not allow them to be trapped here forever in this castle, beholden to the Erlking. She wouldn't. "Well," said the king, "are you satisfied?" She wanted to be sick all over him. Instead, she said, "I will be, once I've seen Gerdrut go free." "Ah, yes, the small one. Thank you for reminding me. I give you my final betrothal gift." He raised his voice. "Manfred, the girl." A groan echoed to them from above, and Serilda gasped, her attention darting back up to Gild. He still was not looking at her. At her side, Anna clasped her hand, her ghostly touch so shocking that Serilda almost pulled away. Anna looked up at her, tears glistening in her eyes. Serilda tried to smile when she looked past the children and saw what Anna must have seen. The coachman was emerging from the crowd. He glanced from Serilda and the children to the king, and Serilda wondered if she was imagining the flash of resentment, even hatred in his eye. Then he held his hand towards someone who was tucked amid the ghosts. A moment later, he was leading Gerdrut towards Serilda and the king. This time, Serilda did cry out, a scream that would echo in her thoughts for as long as she was trapped here. Gerdrut clasped the coachman's hand, tears tracking down her cherub face, her silhouette fading at the edges, a hole where her sweet heart used to be. "I think," added the king, "that she will make a fine chambermaid. Don't you agree?" Serilda wailed, feeling as though all her insides had been torn out. "You promised! You promised!" She spun toward him, rage burning up every rational thought. "You cannot expect me to lie for you! I will never tell anyone that you are the His mouth descended on hers, one arm roping around her waist, pulling her against him. Her words were cut off into a smothered scream. She tried to shove at his chest, but it made little difference. His other hand dug into the hair at the base of her neck, immobilizing her as he broke the kiss. She wanted to retch in his face. Distantly, she heard the rattle of chains, Gild trying to get free. I promised her freedom, the Erlking murmured, his lips brushing hers with each movement. And that is what I shall grant. Once you have fulfilled your end of the bargain and given me this child, I will release their spirits to Forloren. He paused, pulling away so that he could hold her gaze. Isn't that what you want for them, my queen? She couldn't bring herself to respond. Fury was still pounding inside her skull, and all she wanted to do was claw that haughty smirk from his face. Taking her silence for agreement, the Erlking tipped down her head and placed another cool kiss against her brow. To their onlookers, it must have appeared a gesture of sweetest affection. They could not have seen the gloating laughter in his eyes as he whispered, "Long reign the queen." Chapter 56. The children had fallen asleep on top of the massive bed that once seemed like the grandest luxury. Serilda watched them now, recalling how giddy she'd been to see feathered pillows and velvet drapes, how she had marveled at all this castle had to offer, when this had all seemed a little bit like a fairy tale. How preposterous. She was grateful, at least, that sleep was still possible for them. She didn't know if ghosts needed rest, but it was a small blessing to know that there would be moments of respite in this tragic captivity. She wasn't sure if she needed rest. She could understand a bit more now, how Gild had known he was different. She was not dead. She was not a ghost, like the children, like the rest of the king's servants. But what did that make her? Tired, she thought. She felt so very tired, yet restless, too. She found herself thinking about the games that she had played when she was young with the other children in the village. Those whose parents hadn't forbidden them from playing with her, that is. They were princes and princesses, damsels and knights. They built castles of twigs and made woven crowns of bluebells and swanned around the fields as if they were nobles in Vereen. They had imagined a life of jewels and parties and feasts. Oh, the feasts they had dreamed up, the dances, the balls. Serilda had been so very good at dreaming. Even then, her peers were eager to hear her turn their simple musings into unparalleled adventures. But never had it crossed Serilda's mind, not for the shortest swallow trill, that it might come true. She would live in a castle. She would be wed to a king. She would be wed to a monster. And true, his court might be sumptuous in its own way, feasting, dancing, merriment, and drink. She might even be given gifts and an imitation of romance. The king would have to feign some amount of adoration for her if he was to convince everyone that he was the father of her child. But she would be a prisoner more than a queen. She would have no power. No one would heed her commands or listen to her pleas. No one would help her unless the king permitted it. A possession. He'd called her a possession. And that was only when she was the novel gold spinner. Now she would be a wife, tied to him in whatever ceremony the Dark Ones used to commemorate such things. And amid all this turmoil was still the disbelieving joy, somehow impossible to tamp down. She was going to have a child. She would be a mother. Unless that child was ripped out of her arms and given to the huntress Pershta the moment it was born. The thought brought bile to her mouth. She sighed heavily and sat on the corner of the bed, careful not to jostle the children's sleeping forms. As her fingers brushed a strand of hair back from Hans's brow, then adjusted the blanket on Nikel's shoulders, she hoped with all her heart that pleasant dreams would not elude them. "I will find a way to give you peace," she whispered. "I will not let you toil here forever. And until that day comes, I promise, I will tell you the happiest of stories to take your minds away from all of this, where the heroes are victorious, the villains vanquished.
where everyone who is just and kind and brave is granted a perfect finale." She sniffed, surprised when another tear clung to her eyelids. She'd begun to think she was empty of them. She was tempted to lie down, curl her body into what little space was left for her, and try to let her thoughts settle with all that had happened in a short 24 hours. But she could not sleep. There was still something she had to do before this disastrous day was over. A wardrobe had been stocked with fine gowns and cloaks, all of them in tones of emeralds and sapphires and blood-red rubies. All much too fine for a miller's daughter. What would her father think to see her in such things? No. She slammed her eyes shut. She could not think of him. She wondered if she would ever be able to properly mourn him. He was just one more jewel in her crown of guilt, one more person she'd failed. "Stop it," she whispered, pulling a dressing gown from the wardrobe. She left the candle on the nightstand so that if the children awoke, they wouldn't find themselves surrounded by darkness in an unfamiliar room. Then she slipped out of the tower. She was not sure how to get to the roof of the keep, but she was determined to follow every staircase until she found the right one. Except as she rounded the bend of the spiraling steps, she spotted a figure leaning against the doorway. She froze, bracing one hand against the wall. Gild stared up at her, clutching a bundle of fabric in his arms. His sleeves were pushed up past his elbows, and she could see lines of red welts where the gold chains had wrapped around him. There was tension in his shoulders. His expression was too careful, too wary. She wanted to rush into his arms, but they did not open to her. Her mouth opened and closed a few times before she found words. "I was coming to free you." His jaw tensed, but a second later his gaze softened. "I was starting to make a bit of a ruckus, moaning, chain rattling, typical poltergeist stuff. They finally got tired of listening to me and brought me down around sunset." She eased down the steps. A finger reached for one of the marks on his forearm, but he flinched away. She pulled back. "How did they do it?" "Cornered me outside the tower," he said. "They had the chains around me before I knew what was happening. I've never had to worry about that before, being trapped like that." "I'm so sorry, Gild. If it wasn't for me—" "You didn't do this to me," he interrupted sharply. "But the gold—" "I made the gold. I designed my own prison. How's that for torture?" He looked briefly like he wanted to smile but couldn't quite figure out how. "But if I'd told the truth, at any time, if I'd just told the truth, rather than asking you to spin the gold, to keep coming back, to keep helping me, then you would be dead. And those children would be alive." Her voice cracked. "And you wouldn't have been chained to a wall." "He cut out their hearts. He's the murderer." She shook her head. "Don't try to convince me that I'm not at fault for this. I tried to escape, even though I knew what he was capable of." They stared at each other for a long moment. "I should go," he finally whispered. "The king might not like to see his future bride cavorting with the resident poltergeist." The bitterness was tangible, his mouth twisting, as if he'd bitten something sour. "I just wanted to bring you this." He thrust the fabric toward her, and it took Serilda a moment to recognize her cloak. Her old, ratty, stained, beloved cloak. "I patched the shoulder," he said sadly, as Serilda took it from him. Unfolding it, she saw that the place where the druid had torn the fabric had indeed been mended with a square of gray fabric, almost the same color as the original wool, but softer to the touch. "It's the hoot fur," he said. "We don't have any sheep here, so..." She squeezed the cloak to her chest for a moment, then slung it over her shoulders. Its familiar weight was an immediate comfort. "Thank you." Gild nodded, and for a moment she worried that he really would go. But then his shoulders sank and, resigned, he opened his arms.
With a grateful sob, Serilda fell into them, tying her hands around his back, feeling the warmth of his hold spreading through her. "I'm scared," she said as her eyes filled with tears. "I don't know what's going to happen." "I am too," he murmured. "It's been a long time since I felt scared like this." His hands rubbed her arms, his cheek pressed to her temple. "What happened in that throne room? When he dragged you away, I thought—" Emotion clogged his throat. "I thought he'd kill you for sure. And then you both came back out and suddenly he's calling you our queen, saying you're going to marry him." She grimaced. "I hardly understand it myself." She clawed her fingers into Gild's shirt, wanting to stay here forever, to never face the reality of life in this castle, at the side of the Erlking. She couldn't begin to fathom what future awaited her or the children she'd left behind in that room. "Serilda," said Gild more sternly now. "Truly, what happened in that throne room?" She pulled away so she could see his face. He deserved to know the truth. She was going to have a baby, and he was the father. The king wanted to keep it for his own. He wanted to bring Pershta back from Ferloren, and he wanted to gift her the newborn child that was growing in Serilda's womb. Their child. But she thought of the children with the holes in their chests, how much they'd already suffered. If the king ever found out she had not lived up to their agreement, those children would be made to suffer for it. He would never let their spirits be free. She chose her words carefully, watching Gild's reaction, hoping that he might be able to see the truth, hidden in her lies. I managed to convince him that I cannot spin gold anymore, but that my child, when I have a child, will inherit Hulda's gift. His brow furrowed. He believed that. "People believe what they want to believe," she said. "Dark ones must not be so different." "But what does that have to do with—" His eyes darkened with dismay. When he spoke again, there was a new edge in his voice. "Why does he wish to marry you?" She shuddered at the implication, at the lie she needed him to believe. "So that I can have a child." "His child?" When she didn't answer, he snarled and started to pull away. Serilda tightened her grip on his shirt, clinging to him. "You cannot think that I want this," she snapped. "I should hope you know me better than that." He hesitated. The flood of anger gave way to hurt. But then, finally, horror. Understanding. "He's already trapped you, hasn't he?" Biting the inside of her cheek, Serilda pulled away from him so she could lift the sleeve of the dressing gown, showing him the hole where the arrow had pierced her. His expression crumbled. "Part of me feels like this should make me happy. But I don't want this for you. I would never want this for you." She swallowed. She'd hardly had time to think of what it would mean. To be the queen, locked always behind the veil in this soulless castle, her only company the undead, the dark ones. And Gild. He was right. A part of her might have found some comfort in that. But it was buried so deep it was hard to know for sure. This would not be a life, not one she would ever have chosen for herself. And she had to assume it would be short-lived. Once the baby was born, and the king saw that Serilda still had no magic, he would rid himself of her without hesitation. He would take her newborn, and if he was successful in capturing a god and wishing Pershta back to this world, he would give that innocent little life to her, the mistress of cruelty and violence and death. Except, strangely, unfathomably, this child was already spoken for. She had already promised her firstborn to another. What did that mean for her bargain with the king? What did her bargain with the king mean for Gild? "Gild, there's something else I have to tell you." His eyebrows lifted. "There's more?" "There's more." She took his face into her hands, studying him. He tensed. "What is it?" She took a breath. "I know how the story ends, or how it ended." The story. He looked baffled. About the prince? And the kidnapped princess? She nodded and wished so desperately that she could tell him it had a happy ending. The prince killed the villain and rescued his sister after all. The words would have been so easy to say. They were on the tip of her tongue. Serilda, this hardly seems the time for fairy tales. You're right, but you must hear it, she said, her hands falling to his shoulders, fidgeting with the wide linen collar of his shirt. The prince came back to his castle, but the Erlking had arrived before him, and he killed everyone, slaughtered the king and queen, all the servants. Gild shivered, but Serilda gripped the fabric, keeping him close. When the prince returned, the king tethered his spirit to the castle, so he might be trapped in that miserable place forever, and for his final revenge, he put a curse on the prince, that no one, not even the prince himself, would ever remember him or his family, their names, their history. It was all ripped away, so that he would be forever alone, so that he would never again know the feeling of love. Gild stared at her. That's it? That's how the story ends? Serilda, that is the truth, Gild. He hesitated, frowning. It's the truth. It all happened, right here in this castle. He watched her, and she could tell the moment when the pieces began to fit together. The things that made sense, the questions that still lingered. What are you saying? He whispered. It isn't just a story. It's real. And the prince, Gild, it's you. This time, when he pulled away, she let him. The girl in the portrait was your little sister. The Erlking killed her. I don't know if he kept her ghost. She might still be in Gravenstone. He ran a hand through his hair, staring into nothing. She could tell he wanted to argue, to deny it. But how could he? He had no memories of his life before. What's my real name, then? He asked, looking up at her. If I'm a prince, I'd be famous, wouldn't I? She shrugged. I don't know your name. It was erased as part of the spell. I'm not even sure if the Erlking himself knows what it is. But I do know that you aren't a ghost. You aren't dead. You're just cursed. Cursed, he said, laughing without humor. I'm well aware of that. But don't you see? She took his hands. This is a good thing. How is being cursed a good thing? It was the question Serilda had been trying to answer her whole life. She lifted his hand and placed a kiss against the pale scar on his freckled wrist, where a gold-tipped arrow had tethered his spirit to this castle, trapping him forever. Because curses can be broken.
This is Rebecca Soler. Thank you for listening to Gilded, written by Marissa Meyer, a Macmillan audio production from Fywell and Friends. Text copyright 2021 by Rampion Books, Incorporated. Production copyright 2021 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.